Let me feel your love again.
Yo, what is going on, Papa fam? Welcome back to the channel. It's your boy Sonny, aka Papa React, and we are back with a ticketing SaaS marketplace. This is probably one of those builds where I'm gonna tell you right now, get your coffee ready beforehand, because it's a long haul, it's a big one. This is as full stack as it gets. Huge backend capabilities in this build. I'm so excited to bring you the ticketer clone, right? So it's actually like a Ticketmaster kind of vibe. Imagine that kind of dynamic, but the entire backend, so much powerful stuff, so many cool companies that we're working with today. So make sure you buckle up and get ready. When the beat drops, I'm going to drop it. And while you're watching right now, let me know where you're tuning in from around the world. And we're going to go ahead and give you a demo right now of the entire build. Get ready for this, guys. Oh, I love the comments already coming in. Ready, guys? 3, 2, 1. Check out the ticketer clone. Boom. Let's go. Here we have it, guys. Our amazing, beautiful clone. And now when I tell you that this has so much packed into it, it's unreal. We have a queue system. So picture it this way. As I demo through this project, I want to highlight a couple of things, right? So right now you've got the one user on the left, another user who's not signed in on the right. Now, if I go ahead and jump into this right now, let's go ahead and dive in. So here you can see I've got a couple of my events. I've got a couple of events over here, but let's go ahead and click on one of these events. Now, as you can see, we've got the event, all the information, everything inside. I want to buy a ticket to this event, so I can go ahead and click buy a ticket, and now it's reserved a ticket. Everything is dynamic, okay? So even on this screen, you can see my ticket reservation is there. I can even choose to release a ticket offer, right? Now it gets even better than this, guys. Not only have we got rate limiting and all this other cool stuff in today's build, but we've implemented everything from the ground up. This is a full SaaS marketplace, which means you can actually sell your own tickets. So in this case, you actually go ahead and we've actually got Stripe Connect in the mix as well. So anyone can come onboard themselves, go ahead and create an event. So you can go ahead and create your own event. Like here, you can choose to add an image and so forth. Then you can actually go ahead and view your event. So for example, let's go ahead and see right now. I'm going to actually show you, I'm going to search for one of these events, right? So we've got Tiger. Let's go ahead and jump into Tiger's World Tour, click into this, and everything is real time outside the box, inside the box. So in this case, we've got Tiger World Tour. I'm going to go ahead and say Tiger's infamous World Tour, right? Go ahead and click on update event. Look how instant this is, guys. Boom, everything there. Beautiful toast notifications for the win. Everything in its place. Now, in this case, we have one ticket available, okay? One ticket available. I'm going to go ahead and firstly show you that we can log in on the second account. So I'm going to go ahead and show you all of this. Right now, I'm giving you a demo of all of the tech inside of today's build. So I'm going to log into sonny.sangha@gmail.com. here. So let's go ahead and log in. I don't know why I said the whole thing, but anyway, there you go. So in this case, I'm logged into Sonny's account right now. Head over to Tiger. And now, for example, what if two people want to buy the same ticket? We need a ticket queue system. This has to be a proper, official, legit system, right? So let's go ahead and buy right now. So let's say two people rush towards this ticket. The first guy, oh, you can't actually buy your own ticket. So I need to log into my own account. But in this case, for example, I just want to show you, if I was to go ahead and buy this ticket or try to buy it, you guys can see for yourself there. Look, one person is trying to buy, and you can see right there. Now, I want to show you, before I actually buy this ticket, guys, I want to actually show you a full demonstration of, if I was to log out of this and log into, for example, a different account. So let's go ahead and log into my team account right now. So let's go ahead and do team@papareact.com. Go ahead, log in. Now check this out. We've got, honestly, everything is jam-packed into this. I see all of the comments flying in right now. I appreciate and love all of you guys. Let's go ahead and chuck into this one. Look, it's a full app. This is a full app. All right. Okay. So user 1 on the left, user 2 on the right. Let's go ahead and buy a ticket. Look, buy. Now you can see, okay, this person also wants to buy it, but there's only one ticket available. If they click buy, guys, there's a queue system, and it's properly built. Like, I'm talking architecture down to a T. This is event-driven architecture. Everything is working the way it should. Now, okay, let's say for whatever reason, this person didn't want their ticket anymore. They're gonna release their ticket offer, and boom, this person has a chance to buy it now. So this person over here is gonna go ahead and purchase the ticket. And this is using Stripe checkout. So we've got Stripe checkout working, everything as it should. Now, I want you to pay attention to this side of the screen as we go ahead and sell this ticket out, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and say ABC at abc.com. This bit does not matter at all test card information. So let's go ahead and jump into it right now. and then you can put pretty much anything here because it's a test account, right? So you can see we've got all of the details, everything there. So you're actually paying for this infamous world tour. So let's go ahead and click pay. And I want you guys to see right here, everything in this app is real time, right? So watch this. As soon as it processes, it hits a webhook on the back end, and everything is going to go ahead and process, and boom, ticket is now sold. Now for the user who bought the ticket, let's go ahead and check out the UI. Well, firstly, here you go. Congratulations. Amazing stuff. You got your QR code. You can go ahead and show this off. But let's say you go away from this page, you want to go back to the home page, click on my tickets. Now we get a nice view of all of our tickets. Everything is great, looks awesome, right? Now I can go ahead and remember, your boy does it right every time. Everything is mobile responsive out of the box. You've got the full search functionality, the ability to sell, and so forth. Now, I'm going to log back into that account, right? So previously I was logged into the papareact.team account. So I'm going to log back into that, and I want to see who's bought my Tiger event, right? So I want to know, did that event sell out? I want some metrics, you know, because this is a full SaaS marketplace. Your boy doesn't do half measures anymore. We got all the way in from day one. So now if I go down here, look, Infamous World Tour is sold out. So if I go ahead and click into it, now, for example, we can actually go ahead and edit the event here. You cannot buy a ticket for your own event, or it's sold out. So let's go ahead and actually view our ticket dashboard. So couple of things. Number one, firstly, I built a custom dashboard at the back. So you guys can see now, tickets sold. We generated £20 from this one event, and the dates are here. The status is active. Boom. Amazing stuff, right? I went even a step further. Now, let's just say, for example, 65 people bought a ticket. I'm going to show you with one user, for example, right now. But guys, if I was to cancel this event, if I click on cancel event, what's going to happen is it's literally going to go through all of the users with a ticket, refund everyone who purchased the ticket, and then it will cancel the event. I know, it's mad. And it actually does it all. And remember, the best part about it, as we're using Stripe Connect, when the person went ahead and put in their payment details, I'm going to show you what the platform took from it. So we take a 1% fee, so that way this SaaS platform is a money-making machine. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually look at this right now. Let's head back over to the seller dashboard. And as you can see right here, we even have account status, and this is all properly set up. I'm going to dial this in so heavy. For example, on this user, they haven't set up everything, select pending setup. So we have to go ahead and give them a couple of details, whereas this guy has filled out all of his account information on the Stripe Connect dashboard. But let's go ahead and view the payouts. So at this point, I'm going to click on seller dashboard, and you guys can see for yourself right now, this is the dashboard that a seller will see when they're selling tickets. You can see £20, and they take away a net of $18.95. So if we click into it, we can see the processing fees, right? Stripe takes 85 cents. The platform takes 1%, which is 20 cents in this case. So you as a SaaS platform are making money off every single transaction. So it's absolutely incredibly huge. I'm not joking. This is nuts, right? Now, to take it that step further, because it just keeps on getting better, guys, I want to show you the next step as well. So if I go ahead and show you this right here, so let's assume right now this same user, for example, I want to go ahead and actually cancel the event. Something came up for whatever reason, and I need to cancel the event. So I'm going to go into my seller dashboard, view all of my events, click on this, and I'm going to click on cancel event. Now I want you to pay attention to the user who already has a ticket, right? Remember, they're excited to go to the event, but they don't know that it could be canceled, and they also deserve a refund. So let's go ahead and cancel the event. Click on cancel right now. This will process and cancel. Look, all tickets have been refunded. Look at the right, guys. You can see this is a full refunded event. Let's even check out Stripe. Let's see if it did it on this end. We need to hit a little refresh because Stripe ain't real time. You know, it does its job, but it ain't real time like us. Let's go ahead and see for ourselves. We can see a refund of £20. There you go, right? Now, of course, you do make a little loss, because when you refund the ticket, the natural behavior is to not include the fees that were incorporated as well. But full CRUD functionality, a refund got processed, and I do want to mention that that will work for everyone. So let's say there was 1,000 tickets sold, it will loop through the entire thing, and it will go ahead and refund every single person. Everything here is done correctly, down to a T. Even Gwen's like, yo, this is cool. I'm telling you guys, I took it to another level on this build. I think I've demoed everything right now. And I also want to mention, we are also covering multi-factor authentication. So, you know, when it says you need to enter in your phone number or email as you log in, I've got you covered with that as well. So that's even incorporated inside of today's build. It's absolutely nuts. I also want to mention, when an event is canceled, it does not pop up here. right? So the whole UI, everything that you can expect and would want is built and baked into this, as you see right here. This is absolutely incredible. And a final example, if I want to search, for example, all of the events inside of Abu Dhabi or London, let's just do London, for example. I can type in London, boom, we get this. If I type in Abu, let's just type in Abu. We don't need to even write the whole thing. Boom, I get 2 events in Abu Dhabi. Go ahead, click through it. Everything works as we expected. Again, mobile responsive behavior, beautiful UIs. I'm sorry, but no one's doing this on YouTube, period. Facts, 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 facts. I'm gonna build the whole thing right now in front of you guys. So buckle up. This is gonna be insane. This is probably, I'm not joking, this is one of the biggest builds I've ever done, period. It really is. I say that every time, but I just I keep on getting more and more intense with these things. So before we jump in, this app is only possible because of some incredible bits of tech. Now I do want to mention as well, on top of all of that, guys, I'm giving away the entire code for free. You get all of it for free. You don't even need to pay for GitHub repo for this one. Everything is given away for free, and it is in the description down below. So you guys will see for yourself. And the reason I've done that is because there's so many technical parts here. I want you to go ahead and really learn about the high level architecture and design of this app, as opposed to falling short on a little bit. So the entire thing is for free in the description right now. Fill out the little form and just simply we'll email you over the GitHub link. So it's as simple as that, right? Go ahead, fill it out. Now I want to go ahead and mention this entire app is only possible because of some amazing bits of tech. So I'm going to go through and jump through each of them. First up, Convex. We are using Convex to power the entire backend. Now, when I tell you Convex, the guys over at Convex were introduced to me from Clerk, so they're trusted, reputable guys. And I tell you something now, they blew me away. Not just because of the features that they offer, but when I tell you that this is truly a full backend, oh my God, it's insane. It's a actual full backend, to the degree where I didn't expect to have as much as I have, right? Now, they have server functions, which we've built, right? I'm going to try and see if I can show you even right now in this. I didn't even plan to show you this, but I'm going to show you right now, guys. I'm going to go into my Convex dashboard and just show you for yourself so you guys can see what's going on here. This is insane. Look, we've got a full backend. And now when I tell you this table system that they have, it's kind of like a relational NoSQL database in a SQL style format. So we can interact with it like a NoSQL database, which I love. And then we have the relational side of a SQL database without all of the schema or SQL nonsense, right? So really, really clean stuff. Now we also have cloud functions. And now when I tell you, every single one of these things is a cloud function. So you know those other tutorials where you see 1 or 2 cloud functions? Your boy's done like, this is next level, guys. I'm going to teach you all of these. Every single one is a cloud function, right? We have image uploading to store all of the images that you go ahead and upload. And that's going to be done way easier than you expect. We even have cron jobs, guys. I have scheduled cron jobs, which expire at the exact moment that a ticket expires. We also have cron jobs, which go ahead and periodically clean up the database to make sure that nobody has a ticket that they shouldn't have. For example, if it's expired or not, right? So we've got a bunch of stuff in there. We've got automatic caching. And as you saw before, we have the amazing power of real-time updates. And the whole thing is type safe out of the box. I'm telling you now, like, I don't know what more to give you guys. This is absolutely a jam-packed build. Jay said my lighting is a bit dark. I can't even change it right now, but I don't care. It's not that bad, right? So in this case right now, we have the database, all of this kind of stuff, and we even have rate limiting, right? So I'm going to give you a quick little demonstration of rate limit. Can I find it here? Let me see, Convex dev. I want to show you something quickly. Rate limiting. Rate limiting. Because trust me, this is a long haul build, guys. I really want you to take your time with this one. Now, they have a bunch of components out of the box that power up everything that you might need to do, right? All of the cool things anyway. We do crons, so I'm going to teach you how to do crons. They asked me to, use one component. I used a bunch because, your boy goes above and beyond. And then I actually went ahead and used the rate limiter. Now, what I've done is if somebody keeps on trying to join a bloody event and then they basically, they're trying to break it. For example, a bot might try and join every single event time and time again. Well, we want to stop that, right? So if I click on buy a ticket, I release the ticket offer, and let's just imagine I'm trying to reserve every single ticket, right? So after one more, I believe, we should get rate limited, if I've set it up correctly. Yep, there you go. Aha. Failed to join the queue, please try again later. Now, what's actually happened behind the scenes is I've implemented an entire rate limiting system. So yes, it gets even better, guys. If you go ahead and go over here, rate limiter, boom, the user with that ID now has a value of 0, which means that they cannot go ahead and submit another queue join for another 30 minutes. All right, so they've been rate limited for 30 minutes now. So rate limiting at its core, powered up behind the entire app. If you're wondering what else could this man have done, right? I also want to mention this is all tan stack, right? So we're using, use query, use mutations, we're using actions to go ahead and call from the backend. We're using server actions. Next.js 15 in all of its glory is included in today's build. So your boy has come so far in terms of getting you started with this. All you have to do when you set up your Convex account is click the link in the description to make sure that Convex know that you came from this video. And that allows me to keep on doing these tutorials for absolutely free. So I'm going to cover the comments in just a second, but wow. Yeah, you guys are loving this right now. So tons of stuff to be included. Of course, for the authentication, we are using Clerk. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm using toast notifications here. That's of course Shadcn. So in this case, we head over here. We've got our beautiful Clerk. Right now, everything is in dev mode because we're demoing a few things. But in this case, we've got Clerk, right? And of course, I'm using Clerk. I think it's version 6, which is the brand new one, which works with Next.js 15. Every single thing here is being powered by Clerk. Now, Clerk are amazing for a couple of reasons. I don't even have to tell you guys about Clerk. They're so simple to get started. Thank you for the donation. I absolutely love this. He goes, how is Kenji? Kenji's doing awesome. Appreciate you. So guys, you guys see for yourself, you've got tons of different, authentication methods, lovely pre-built components. And of course, we have Multi Factor Authentication, which I will be covering today. It has session management, webhooks. You can tap into tons of different advanced features, for example, fraud and abuse, as well as magic links, advanced security, single sign-on and social sign-on, and session management. So tons of stuff. And of course, when you have a massive app that's trying to scale, you also want to have things like bot detection. So all of this is covered. And of course, they support all of the major frameworks. So they literally will work outside the box. Razul with another donation for 12 euros. I appreciate you guys so much. You guys are absolutely loving this huge stuff. All I ask before we get started with Clerk is you simply head into the description and use the Clerk link, right? I need to go ahead and shout this now because this is the only reason why I can do what we do, right? For this at this level and give you stuff for absolutely free. Oh, the Bahamas are in the house. Yo, what's up? Cool stuff, right? So this is literally everything that we need. Now, there is one more thing, right? For example, if I am a user and I want to buy a ticket and I want to test it with something like Apple Pay, right? Well, of course, right now we're deployed. So I'm going to show you this right now. So let's go, for example, into Jason Derulo concert, buy the ticket, click on purchase your ticket now. Now, of course, right now I've actually deactivated it, but we can go ahead and enable it. But we will have Google Pay and Apple Pay here, right? Now, of course, this is cool, but in localhost, we need to test these things. We need to make sure that it all works. We need to make sure that everything is, tested and working like it wouldn't be in production, right? So in order to do this, sometimes you need to make your local host environment serve over HTTPS. Now, there's a couple of questions you might be wondering. What about ngrok, or why not use the HTTPS experimental flag? Well, this is where our friends come over from lcl.host. I'm going to give you guys a quick demo into who they are because they are honestly very powerful, and I think every one of you should know about them. They're an incredibly powerful platform. They're free as well, and the main focus is, think of them in a way like they're more of a vitamin, right? So they just help your developer experience be a lot more simple and a lot more kind of smooth, right? So in this case, they have a nice little setup in the UI process. And oh, who's that? It's me, your boy, aka Papa React, on the front screen, right? So why would you want to use these guys over someone like, ngrok? Well, for example, a couple of benefits that we can talk about straight out of the box is the developer and production parity, right? We want to make sure that when we're testing the features across our app, we want to make sure that this is consistent on our development environment like our production one. And a lot of the times in development, obviously we start with HTTP, which means we're not serving over HTTPS. There can be errors that pop up. So you want to use something like lcl.host to make sure that your app is being served nice and smoothly through HTTPS in your localhost environment. It's also secure, which means that you can develop, your local code in a secure browser context, and it will also treat your subdomains as ordinary secure domains as well. So things like cause errors, you can go over those things in your local host. And they also support a bunch of different features. For example, if you're trying to use things like service workers, which I've talked about in a couple of the other videos before, they are also go ahead and actually allow you to do that. For example, so you can go actually and test out your service workers on your local host, which would otherwise be a more tricky example, right? Now, when you're going ahead and developing, certain payment gateways like Apple Pay, you need to go ahead and actually use things like this that allow you to go ahead and serve over HTTPS, right? So if you didn't know, Google Pay and Apple Pay do not allow you to test that over HTTP. So this is where something would go ahead and help you out a ton. Now, of course, this can help for a ton more things: cause errors, HTTP2, secure cookies, all this other stuff that requires HTTPS. This is where something like lcl.host can help you out more than you can imagine, right? And I also recommend you give this a read. So they actually do a better example of explaining it more than me. But there was a really great example here, because my first question was, why do I need it over ngrok? And I believe they had a really great part here. They talked about it. I believe it was, let's have a look. Okay, so I will find it and I'll let you know. But anyway, the point of it is that you can go ahead and check it for yourself. And really, they do explain a bunch of it. And it simply takes 2 minutes to get set up, right? So really easy stuff. Of course, we're using JavaScript, so it works out of the box. I just see Siren. Amazing stuff, guys. With that said, make sure you check out Anchor lcl.host to go ahead and get everything set up. And remember to use the link in the description to go ahead and tell them that you came from your boy Papa React. So that way we can carry on building awesome apps just like this, right? Guys, I think it's time to dive into this one right now, right? So I do want to mention as well, I just found the bloody thing I was looking for. So the reason why, because somebody just asked a question, please explain the ngrok difference. So I want to mention that right now. So lcl.host, when you are using something like this, first ngrok, which is a tunneling process, ngrok uses something called a local proxy. So it essentially sends your traffic through another server and then outputs it to you. lcl.host works without an internet connection, so that's the first big pro over the other one. And you don't have to keep that separate process, that separate tunnel process coming in, running it. You don't have to run it locally all the time, right? So you can basically just go ahead and set it up and then include it as part of your dev script. So when you do npm run dev, it just runs with it, right? So there's a free tier that supports a single domain, so it's perfect to go ahead and get set up, and then you can go ahead and upgrade to the higher tiers as and wish when you need to, okay? So a bunch of other stuff included in there. Check them out for yourself. Link is in the description. Okay. There's so much tech in this video that it took me a good 20 minutes to dive through all of that. I think let's dive in straight into this build. Wow, that was insane. I think that's the longest demo that I've ever had because of the amount of stuff built in. I'm going to go over your comments right now. You guys can see right now, we got Dubai, London, we got Leeds, we got Gwen from Sweden. I think it's Sweden or Switzerland, Zambia, Kenya, what's up, South Africa, Pakistan, France, Bosnia, everyone in the house right now, Philippines. Guys, I hope you're excited for this one. Wise Dev goes, Sonny is always on fire with these builds, and I love the way he explains the concepts behind all the logic that he implements. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Miles goes, I'm in the house. Somebody rekindle my fire. I was getting lost in the 9-to-5. I'm here to free you of that. This is a SaaS, so you can go ahead and make money from this. And like I mentioned before, I'm not joking. By the way, the really cool thing about this is it opened my eyes up to what is powerful. It took me a very long time to get away from Firebase. And finally, guys, we have solutions which are just so much better out of the box, right? India, Nigeria, Southampton. I see you guys. Oh, we got Scotland in the house here. Yo, what's up? Russia, Angola. Oh, this is cool. This is very, very cool. And for everyone asking about Kenji, everyone asks about Kenji. He's doing amazing. I will bring him on stream if he comes back in time. He's at daycare partying away right now. Okay, let's go ahead and dive into the build, right? So I'm going to go ahead and basically draft this out right now. I think the best way that I could possibly do this, I believe, is if we do a new easel, and I want to go ahead and say, for example, the tech stack, right? So I think this is very important because this is a very big build. Now, I do want to mention all of the code is free in the GitHub repo, okay? So in the link in the description, the GitHub linked below. Okay, so there is a link in the description down below, which is absolutely free, and you can go ahead and get all of the code for this for free. The reason why I'm giving you this, guy, by the way, guys, is you can truly go ahead and follow along by having the code sample next to you, right? It's because this is a very, I'd say this is more of my complex, one of my more complex builds. So you simply fill out the form and we'll send you the code itself, right? So let's dive into the tech stack itself. So I'm going to go ahead and start drawing out, getting, you know, the pen out. Let's go ahead and get this ready. And already we have over 200 people viewing in. I absolutely love and appreciate all of you. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in. Let's go ahead and where's my pen at? Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. All right, so let's do this. So we have, why is it that it doesn't want to work sometimes? Okay, we have Next.js 15, right? Next.js 15 in the house. This is, you know, cutting edge stuff, latest new stuff. We have the caching techniques, server components, form component. Of course, when you use Next.js 15, we have React 19. So I'm going to show you how to get past those very commonly known issues of legacy dependency management errors that pop up, right? So this is the core stack behind it, right? Now, to make it look beautiful, we're going to use things like Shadcn. Now, Shadcn is a beautiful UI library, and of course, it's under the hood, it has Tailwind CSS. So of course, we're going to learn these two things. Now, the entire build, this entire app is of course going to be protected by TypeScript. Okay, so we're going to be using it with TypeScript. Now, of course, when you use JavaScript alone, it's not safely type checking. Now, when we use TypeScript, it's of course allowing us to make sure that the things we're trying to reference or access, for example, inside of an object actually exist inside of there. Now, TypeScript is awesome. We love it. And the thing that I love as well is, let's just assume for simplicity purposes that this part right here is the front end. Okay, so this part right here is the front end. Okay, now to authenticate our users, we will be using Clerk. So I'm going to put that inside of here as well. Clerk for the authentication. Okay, now Clerk kind of sits in the middle, but for now, anyway, to keep it simple, I'm going to put it there, right? Now for the backend, let's go ahead and have our backend over here. Now the backend is essentially powered by Convex. Convex supports TypeScript out of the box, which is absolutely flipping awesome, right? Because as we're building it, it will literally, and I'm not joking, it will quite literally go ahead and generate the entire API as we develop. And I'm going to show you how to deploy it. The deployment is nuts. It's so cool. And I forgot to even show you one more thing. There's so much that I'm trying to cover in today's build because I'm just so excited about this tech. And you guys can see right here, for example, if I go into here, I'm even going to show, if I go into the dashboard of Convex, you can see right here, I'm even showing you how to separate your development and production environments. So it's going to that level. You can see like there's different test things going on here. This is a full production level app. I'm not joking when I tell you that the Papa Fam is going to new levels of getting things done now. So truly, I can say I'm so hand on heart proud of this app. So we got Convex in the background. Now with Convex, we have, you know, tons of interesting, cool things as well. We have cloud functions. So let's go ahead and type in. We've got cloud functions. We have, you know, that's basically essentially the same as a Lambda. We have cron jobs, which are essentially functions which run on timed intervals. Now, typically you're used to a cron job which runs like every 30 minutes, for example, right? I'm including something called custom scheduled crons. Now, custom scheduled crons means that, what about bespoke timings? Okay, so if I was, for example, to buy this ticket and I click on buy ticket, now here, what I will notice is that this expires in 29 minutes and 42 seconds. And what I can assume, what I now know behind the scenes is, because I built it, is that this is actually when I created this ticket or when I joined the queue system, which is incredibly powerful, by the way. We've got an entire queue architecture here to power this. A cron job is scheduled to expire this ticket at the exact moment that this ticket expires, at which point it will process the queue, release the ticket, and give the second person in the queue the ticket away to you. And it will do this for even if you had 1 million users. Convex works. This is built for, you know, a massive amount of traffic flying through it. So this is truly production ready, right? So we've got all of this kind of coming in the mix as well. We've got file storage. So this is a full backend system, right? File storage, type safety, of course, I mentioned. We've got automatic caching. So you don't even have to worry too much. It will handle the caching aspect of it. It's very, very simple. It's real time out of the box. So a bunch of stuff, that basically we need. So real time out of the box really helps us out. And of course, the entire thing is following the tan stack pattern. Now, when I say tan stack pattern, I'm talking about more so tan stack query or React query, right? So queries, mutations, use query, use mutation, all of that kind of approach that we're used to with tan stack, we are also following that today, right? Now with Clerk, we've even implemented, so let's go ahead and just draw a line from Clerk. From Clerk, we've even implemented Multi Factor Authentication. So we're going to call this MFA, or you might know it as 2FA. So, you need your phone when you sign in and all that good stuff as well. I forgot to mention as well, for Convex, we also have rate limiting, which I've never done on a video, period, right? So this entire thing in Harmony will allow us to build a queue system, right? So we're going to actually build an entire queue system. Right, so if you're wondering, Sonny, these apps, maybe they're too front-end focused, shut up. This is a full stack app, right? I don't know how much more full stack you can be. This is full stack with caps, right? This is an absolutely full stack. Somebody call me out on this. I dare you. Okay. Right. So you got Shadcn, and then it's just crazy what we're doing right now. Okay. Now, even in this mix, we've got server actions. I've taken it even further, guys. No joke. Oh, by the way, I need more space. I need actually more space, right? By the way, I forgot to completely mention, I'm going to get rid of this, right? Look at this. On top of all of this, we have Stripe. So imagine on the left-hand side of all of this, we have Stripe, right? Now, I'm not just using regular Stripe, right, which is a one-to-many platform. I'm doing many-to-many, which allows a marketplace to be built. And for that, we're going to be teaching you all about Stripe Connect, right? So there's an entire onboarding flow. We have the entire onboarding flow, which basically allows people to come in, set up their account as a seller, get paid out to their bank account. Everything is just so incredibly powerful. Now, when you're processing payments with Stripe, we need to listen to the activity that happens over here, right? So what we're actually going to do is we're going to go ahead and tap into something known as webhooks, right? So I'm going to draw it downwards because it's more towards the backend focus. So we have webhooks, okay? Now, webhooks are going to be absolutely crucial and important. And as part of our application, we're going to implement certain route handlers, okay? So we're going to have route handlers, which is API functionality, right? So as in, we're going to have a / webhook endpoint that basically every time a payment succeeds on our checkout, it will go ahead and fire off to our endpoint on our API and update the database. So imagine Stripe, payment goes through, hits a webhook, or sends an event from its webhook, hits our endpoint, and then our endpoint manipulates the database to update everything that it might need to update. For example, the payment record and everything else as well, right? So all of that is coming in clutch as well. Jacobs, that shout out killed me, I know. All right, so we have all of this in the mix as well. And of course, everything that you see here has full CRUD functionality, which means that we can add an event, we can delete an event, we can refund all of the users from an event, we can edit an event. All of it powered in. It's absolutely phenomenally powerful what we're doing today. I'm just going to let that sink in, right? And of course, I subtly mentioned Clerk here, but Clerk is really the powerhouse behind the authentication. They're going to allow us to implement Google Auth so like in 5 seconds, honestly, and then the multi-factor authentication, and all of this plays together. For example, Clerk and Convex even have an adapter that you can quickly install to make everything, work. It's actually incredible, right? Now, of course, everything that you see on this screen right now can be extremely overwhelming. I get it. I know how it is, guys. You can be in a situation where honestly, you're just like, I don't even know where to begin. I really don't know where to begin. I feel like I'm getting buried with all of this stuff. Sonny, what do I do? Because right now I'm watching your video and I have no idea where the hell to begin. Well, that's why we built Zero to Full Stack Hero. If you head over to popular.com right now, if you're watching this video in the future, I can't promise it's the same sale, but right now we have a Black Friday sale where I kid you not, guys, it's over 50% off, right? So it's literally, if you go ahead and you can save up to £548, the Black Friday in 2 days, 23 hours. In fact, if you want it right now, I'll give you a code to use right now so you can go ahead and use it. Jay, if you put the code in the chat, that's literally how to do it. So this is literally going to teach you everything. And it's got weekly coaching calls, all of the module content, everything that you see me teaching here. inside of these builds that I mentioned before, this entire tech stack, right? This entire thing, everything that you see here, I teach it inside of the course first. And I break it down. I answer your questions every week inside of a coaching call. I dive into your problems. I dive into how you can land your jobs, how you can land your dream careers as a software developer, how you can go to this level of architecture from zero. Siren is in the community right now. There you go. Jay, you dropped a link in the chat. Send the actual coupon code right now. Right now, I want the coupon code so everyone can go in there and put in. In fact, Jay, update the webpage and just put the early Black Friday coupon code. I want everyone to get 50% off. Right, I want everyone, I don't even care. I want everyone to get it, right? So over 50% off. So right now it's literally slashed on the diamond. So you're getting diamond from 55, I believe, 55% off. Absolutely incredible. Jay will update the page and yeah, that's it. That's crazy stuff. But all you got to do is head over to popularreact.com/course, which the link is in the description for, and you'll have access to everything. There you go. You're welcome. Got you covered. Okay, so with that said, we're going to go ahead and start off with Next.js 15. The way that we own, the only way that we know it, right? This is literally going to be how we get everything set up. It's going to be what powers the app. It's the framework behind everything. And the coupon code, by the way, for Black Friday Diamond, if you're watching this video, I highly recommend you go ahead and get this right now. And then I'm going to jump straight into this build. Is if you go to, for example, the Diamond membership, go ahead, go into the checkout field. And I want you to go ahead and in the coupon code, put in Black Friday Diamond, click on apply, and boom, you'll get 60. Okay, we're giving 60% off. There you go. I'm no going back now. 60% off. We're literally giving you that much off. It's insane, right? That's I think that's like £600, £500 off. So yeah, go and enjoy that right now. That's my treat to you guys for Black Friday, right? The code, mentioning one more time, is Black Friday Diamond. Go ahead and enjoy it right now. All right, you're welcome. Okay, so there you go. If you get stuck at any point, feel free, jump over there, watch this video, enjoy it for yourself. You can see the entire course and community and what it's about. And if you've got questions, a bunch of members are in the chat right now. So feel free, go wild. And yeah, this is absolutely crazy. I know it's a still. Black Friday is our biggest period where we want to just, introduce the world to as many devs as possible. But without any further ado, right? That was a very long intro. I understand that, but we're going to dive into the app right now. Now, as I build through this app, I really want to stress to you, I'm going to go at a pretty relatively fast pace. So I need you to follow along with me. And remember, the code is available in the link in the description for absolutely free. Okay. So let's dive into this build. All right. Warp. I'm going to go ahead and bring this up. And right now I'm going to go ahead and pop this open to a second screen. And we're going to get into a flow state because this is a big one. I promise you that. This is absolutely huge one. Do you build mobile apps, Sonny? Yes, of course I do. We do React Native in the course as well. All right. So in this case, I'm going to do create npx create next app, and in this case, see a coaching call from my course. In this case, we're going to go ahead and simply do YouTube ticketer build. Okay, so the name of our SaaS app is Ticketer, right? So let's go ahead and do this. And by the way, I forgot to mention as well, when you actually a user checks out on this website, remember you strip a fee, the 1% fee, or whatever you determine is, it literally goes into your pocket. So imagine like thousands of people are buying tickets. You're making 1% off every transaction. Crazy. That's what I mean. It's about working smarter these days, right? Would you like to use TypeScript? Yes. All of the defaults here, I'm happy with. Let's go forward and introduce this, right? So we've already got over 250 users. Hey, amazing stuff. By the way, guys, the code that I gave you for 0 to Full Stack Hero is only 60% while I'm live, right? So Jay just let me know. Otherwise, the original Black Friday is 50% off. So while I'm streaming right now, you can get 60%. So go and get it with that coupon code that I just showed you, right? BF Diamond. That's it, right? Otherwise, after this, it becomes 50%. So yeah. Thank you, Jay, for letting them know. He's helping you guys out clutch there. I'm not joking. Right. So in this case, let's go ahead and do this. Let's install this. And in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and start setting up a couple of things, right? So let's go ahead and check this out. So I also want to mention, by the way, if Jay sends me the link for the GitHub repo, I want to see for myself quickly something. I want to show you actually where it's stored. I believe it was in my GitHub. So in my personal GitHub, I'll show you right now. Screw it. I'll go over here. So I actually uploaded it to my personal GitHub. you guys can see for yourself, it was here. Don't ask, young Sonny. All right, this is the free code, by the way, yeah? So if you go over to, in the link in the description, I literally broken it all down, explained everything to you, given you a bunch of breakdown and steps, and you can go ahead and set up Clerk and Convex directly using these links. Please use these links, guys, or the one in the description. Again, it helps them understand how you're gonna go ahead and get everything off the ground, right? It helps our sponsors understand that, you know, you came from the video. So first step is, while that's getting set up, I think, did we set that up already? Okay, yeah, we did. So in this case, we're going to CD into our YouTube ticker build, and I'm going to go ahead and do cursor dot. Now I'm using Cursor, which is a AI code editor. You can use VS Code. It does not matter, guys. Okay. But in case you're wondering what all the pop-ups are, I am using Cursor. Okay. So in this case, now inside of our app folder, we're just going to cancel my other app that's running. Okay. We have so much to build. It's actually nuts, right? So I'm going to type in Command J, and I'm just going to go ahead and do npm run dev. And I want to run my app on our local host. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to close this off. And then you see we've got HTTP localhost 3000. So I'm going to click into that. Open in, let's just open in my personal. And I'm going to throw this over here. Okay. And in fact, what I'm actually going to do is bring this over here and do localhost 3000. Now, let me know in the description, in the comments right now. Do you guys like the styling of the app? I was really proud of it this time. I ain't gonna lie. All right. So check this out, guys. Siren goes, I'll be totally honest. I've been a member for a while now, and the amount of content and resources available are absolutely incredible. Amazing community as well. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Our members are just the best. This is the best developer community, period, on the planet. Jay, screenshot that. Thank you so much, Siren. I appreciate you. Yeah. So look at this, guys. We've got the app running now. So once you're at this point, well done. That's the first step done. Cool. The next step is we're going to basically set up our environment. So what I want you to do is click split terminal, right? Now, typically I would split and have them like this. And if I'm honest, I would have like 4 terminals eventually up and running. But because we're on a demo right now, and it's going to be hard to show you what's going on, I'm going to add new terminals. And as you can see on my right, I have the first one, which is running my app. And then I can have subsequent terminals, okay? So we're going to need a couple of terminals to do our installations, to do a bunch of other steps that we might need to do inside of our app, okay? So the first thing is, we go ahead and do that. The second thing we do is we're going to go ahead and go to Shadcn, right? So Shadcn, ui.shadcn.com, okay? Then we simply go ahead and click on Get Started, and we're going to install Shadcn. So you want to click on Installation Next.js, and we're going to go ahead and run this command, npx shadcn latest init, right? Now, remember, if you're watching this in the future, you may not get the issues of the legacy peer dependency. The reason why React 19 is not playing well with Next.js 15 right now, or why it's getting a lot of errors, is because if you head into package.json, if you have version 19 without all this juggly crap at the end, then that's fine. At the time that you were using this tutorial, React 19 has been released. However, Next.js released before React actually officially released. So they're using something called a React Canary, a Canary edition, or early release candidate edition. And basically this means that's why we see this thing, right? So that's why a lot of our dependencies may complain, but I'll show you how we fix it. So we're going to install our Shadcn here. We're going to keep all the defaults all good. And then here it says, how would you like to proceed? I'm going to always do use legacy peer dependencies. You can use either or, but I'm going to go ahead and do it. Lenny goes, would you say Cursor is worth its price? I'm not sponsored by you guys over at Cursor, but I'm not going to lie. Yes, purely because of the UI UX elements of it. And I know that I actually watched the chat that they did recently, and their whole focus is around the user experience or dev experience. And kudos to you guys, because you've done a very good job of getting that nailed in, right? So I pay $20 a month for this, right? You don't need it, but it helps. Okay, let's go ahead and do, so we've already installed it, cool. Okay, then we want to test out by adding a button. Now in Shadcn, you've got a list of all these components, and you just install them as you need. So we're going to install a button by doing npx shadcn latest add button. And then you should actually, sometimes it shows, yeah, so in this case, it'll pop up like this. You say use legacy peer dependencies, and then let's go ahead and install it. Okay, so that is Shadcn installed. Great stuff, guys. Tailwind CSS was already installed out of the box. The next step now is to get Clerk set up and running, right? So if we head back over to our GitHub link, or the link in the description down below, you'll see a Clerk link. I want you to go ahead and click on that Clerk link over here. We click on this and we simply head over to Clerk. Okay, And as you can see right now, this one is my tracking ID, tracking link. So it does help them understand that you came from me. Then you click on get started. We're going to create a brand new from scratch setup. So we're going to click on Google right here. I'm going to log into my account and we're going to set this up together, guys. So we're going to go and do this. So we're going to click on, and remember, if you're watching this video right now, all I ask, guys, is you just destroy that like button. I've included so much tech in this video for free. Destroy that like button, because I'm going to be sitting here for the next 5 hours. I already know it. I already know it. I'm calling it out right now. I'm here for the next 5 hours. All right. So in this case, we're going to log into my account, sonny.sangha@gmail.com. Let's go ahead. I always forget which account's what, but it's cool. It must be the one. Yes, it is the one. So now what I do is I click on create application. Now here we can go in and we'll say YouTube ticket. Okay, that's what I'm calling mine. And then here we can go ahead and you'd actually just put your app name. So in this case, Ticketer, right? Sign into Ticketer. And then you set up your authentication methods. Now in this case, we're going to do email. You can do phone number as well, Google, a bunch of other stuff, right? In this case, we're going to click on create application. And then what I want you to do is set up Multi Factor Authentication, which is essentially, you know, like I mentioned previously, where you basically, as you sign in, it will send a text message to your phone, for example. To do that, you simply head over to the Configure tab, click on it, okay, head over to Multi Factor Authentication. And then right now we've got SMS. And then you can also implement, you know, Google Authenticator, and all of the premium features are available while you're in dev mode. But in this case, I actually just want to have the SMS verification. Okay. Now what we do is we go over here, head down, and you also have like pass keys, email verification links, and so forth, right? But in this case, multi-factor is actually enabled by default. Okay. I do want to mention as well, I believe it was verify at sign up. Yep, we have that. Cool. I'll show you how we can do that from scratch. Okay. So the next step is we head over to overview and we set up our installation. So here we've got Next.js. We need to install it like so. Now I do want to mention, guys, before we actually jump into this, I'm not entirely sure if they fully included. I'm going to check right now in front of you. But Clerk v6 was updated to, you know, include the latest from the team. And I just want to make sure that this is the same upgrade sort of step. So in this case, what I do recommend is that you all go to Clerk/Next.js v6 if you're watching this, you know, right now, and make sure you read this alongside this, because you're going to be following along. And there's a couple of minor changes that you may not be used to, but the main thing really is, for example, like Clerk Provider Dynamic. A couple of things like this have now changed, which we may want to take note of. Okay, so in this case, yeah, it's just something to note. I'm going to quickly just have my code as reference on the side so I can actually go ahead and just make sure I don't slip up anywhere. But yeah, let's do this. So we're going to click on npm install Clerk Next.js. And remember, we're going to get an issue at this point. So as I do this, what I want you to do is do --legacy -peer dependencies, so deps, right? And this will make sure that we can install it. If you don't do that, you're going to get an error if React 19 hasn't been released yet. Okay, so we added 26 packages, we're in. The next step is we need to add an environment local file and add our keys, okay? So in this case, we go ahead and do our Command B to open up the sidebar. And what I want you to do is go over here, and where we have our package.json level, create a new file called .env.local. Okay, and we simply go ahead and we paste it in. Oh, that's broken. We simply go ahead and we paste in our value here. Okay, so in this case, I just pasted in the values, and you can see for yourself that we've got our next public publishable key and our Clerk secret key. Now, whenever you see next public, it means that if we try and use this key on the client, so the web browser, we will be able to use that key. If it doesn't have next public, it's only available on the server, right? Lenny, I got you, dude. He goes, I was so stuck installing Clerk and Convex because I missed the legacy peer dependencies. Don't worry, it's happening to everyone right now. It's totally a normal thing. It's cool, okay? Luke says, hey bro, big ups from New Zealand. Loved your video on integrating Stripe payments element. Will you be doing that in this app? Not Stripe payment elements. However, we're using Stripe Connect now. So Stripe Connect is going to be something that we're actually going to be including inside of this app. So stay tuned. Bunch of new stuff, right? So now that we've done that, we need to add something called the middleware. So the way that we add the middleware is we simply at the same level of package.json, we say middleware.ts has to be named this. and then we're simply going to paste in the middleware. Okay, so we pop it in like so, and this is going to basically set up a middleware. And what this does is essentially here you can go ahead and set up public routes and all that kind of stuff, but in this case we're going to actually go ahead and set the app up in our custom way and protect certain routes as we wish to. Before, it was the other way around, so everything was protected and then you declare public routes. Now they've swapped it, so it's the other way, so you only protect certain routes, which is, in my opinion, better. Okay, so in this case, now we got the app router. We need to go ahead and wrap our entire app in the provider. So let's go into our layout.tsx. This is where all the magic happens. This is where it starts off from. Okay, so inside of here, what I want you to do is inside of HTML, inside the body, wrapping the children, which is the entire app, right? We have our clerk provider. Okay, clerk provider, just like so. And what I want you to do is pop in the children like this, right? And as we do this, and as I'm building out the app, I'm going to slowly take my time and we're going to ramp up in speed. But what I want you to do is go ahead and simply keep on saving and making sure your app is working. That's very fundamental. There's a lot of things that are going to be moving parts here and changing. So really want to make sure. Also, guys, we just smashed over 200 likes. That's crazy because we've got 250 people watching. So right now, some of you ain't liking the video. So destroy that video, like button. If you're watching the replay, you know what to do. Like and subscribe right now because this value is absolutely free and it's nuts. Okay. So once we've done that, we can run dev, which we've already done. Okay. So now we've actually set up Clerk. So believe it or not, our app is actually powered. We have Clerk powering it up inside. Okay. So let's go ahead and just head back over to our Clerk. So you can see right now, I'll keep that open for now. To be honest, I can bring that into view if we need to. We don't need this open. I want to show you here. So there you go. And then you can click on continue to the Next.js guide. Now, as you're building it out with me, if you want to build anything custom, feel free to read their documentation. It will really, make things a lot simpler. But I suggest what we do next is we actually set up Convex. So again, the backup preparation first. Tedious part, but it's absolutely essential that we get this done. So let's go over to our GitHub. Where is the GitHub repo? GitHub. Let me just bring it over here. Where is it? This one. I'm going to keep this locked in here. So on the GitHub repo or the link in the description, if you head down below, you will see a Convex link, right? So right now in the description of this YouTube video, there's a link to Convex to get started. Click on it because it sends you to their website from my site, from this YouTube video, which allows them to understand it's me. I'm saying that because I really want to be transparent about it, right? That's the reason why I can bring you these things for free. Because guys, this takes an incredible amount of time to build. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and click on get started, and we're going to create a new Convex app. Now I've already created an account, so in this case I can sign into my account. So let's go ahead and log in. I'm going to create a new application, right? So I've accept the red and terms and conditions, and then in this case, welcome to Convex. All right, so in this case, actually I haven't what did I log in before then? Okay, interesting. Let's go ahead and we can click on start tutorial. So you can go ahead and do that yourself and jump through that. I've already done the tutorial step, but I want to kind of show you for the beginning. But what you can do is you could do that and then it will give you a really nice run through. And actually this really did help me when I was starting out, right? So you guys can go ahead and do that. Now I don't need that, so I'm going to go back. So let's head back over to the main page. So let's go. Okay, oops. Yep, here we are. So I'm going to click on create project and we're going to call this one Ticketer, right? So ticket R, right? Create. This is our SaaS name. Okay. Now this is the Ticketer backend. Let's call it that, right? So we've set up our front end with Clerk, and the backend is going to be built with Convex. Okay. So in this case, we've got our data, which is where our schema, our tables will lie. We've got the functions, files, and everything. Now the good thing is we don't actually need to do much from this, right? What we can click on is follow a quick start guide for your favorite framework, and then here, look at this, guys. Really love companies who get this right? We click on Next.js, and as you can see here, we've got everything out of the box. Now, I do want to mention even better, right, is that if we actually go ahead and type in Convex and Clerk, even they have a beautiful integration, right? So you have a really nice setup process over there as well. And we even have Clerk documentation, which shows you the exact same thing of getting it set up. So this is really powerful. And it means that your backend functions can be authenticated from the user who is signed in, right? So you can feel free to follow this afterwards as well. So we're just going to take it step by step. We've already done this. The next step for us is we're going to do npm install convex. Okay. So heading back over to our app, Command J, pull up our terminal. I'm going to hide this on the side and we're going to do npm install convex. Now, again, this will fail. I'm calling it because legacy peer dependency. So what we do is npm install convex legacy peer deps, right? Dependencies. Cool. Now, what we're doing here is installing Convex into our app. And then what we do is we run npx convex deb. Now, what this will do is it will create a Convex folder for us. And it will build our backend API. Now, what essentially is an API? Well, an API is an application programming interface. In short, in layman's terms, in simple terms, what this means is essentially the backend for our app. So anytime we have to manipulate the database, get information from our database, we're going to basically encapsulate it inside of our Convex backend. Okay. Well, for simplicity purposes, yes, Next.js has its own as well, but this is how we're going to do it. Okay. So at this point, we have our essentially everything set up. Now, I do want to mention as well, I have given you the entire code base. So I'm going to bring this on the screen right now just to demonstrate something to you. But basically, the code base I've given you right now looks something like this. A very, very large code base. This will be our finished app, right? Now, it's very important that you actually can go ahead and grab this for free, which I've given it to you, because we have something called sample data.json. This is going to be really important, guys, because this is going to be a very nice little starter template for you. And again, I will show you how we can get the access to that before when we get to that point, right? So we've installed it into our project. The next step is npx convex dev, okay? So remember, the first terminal is running our app, right? So in this case, it's compiled, it's running. The second terminal will be our convex one. So in this case, npx convex dev. So we have a second terminal running the backend. And in this case, look, would you like to create a new project or choose an existing one? We just created something. So I'm going to click on choose an existing project, right? Now let's go ahead and do this. And as you can see, I'm logged into a different account. So I need to make sure I'm actually logged in. So npx convex login. I believe I have to log in again. So npx convex log out. There we go. And then now I can do dev again because I was already logged into the wrong account. So device name, yeah, let's just do my MacBook. And let's go ahead and would you like to open the browser? Yes, hit enter. And what we should see now, guys, is a device confirmation. We can click on confirm. I actually want to open this in personal. What am I in here? So I'm in personal, yeah. So don't worry, this is Arc being a bit of a pain right now. Yep. Move that over here. Okay, so don't do what I just did. So what I want you to do is you can just copy this link, head over to your browser and paste it. And then what you should see is this device confirmation. Make sure that they match up with what's on your app, and then you can connect it. Okay, so saved credentials. And now if we click on choose an existing project, we should see the one that's logged in. There you go, ticketer, right? We hit Y for yes. And now look what it's done. It says it's saved convex deployment and next public convex URL to our environment file. So let's see if it did that. Command J to hide our terminal. And then what I can do is I can do .env.local. And yes, it did exactly that, right? So it actually went ahead and added in this. So right now, I mean, yeah, it's all right. You guys have seen, damage is done, right? So in that case, it's fine. It's there anyway. So right now you can see that we have our next public keys. So in this case, this is our Clerk keys. And then this is our Convex keys, right? So there's these two right here. And you can see Mellow Seahorse is essentially the development environment name, right? So for our Convex backend. So heading back into our application, let's get everything up and running a bit more. Head over here. Okay, we automatically did npx convex dev. So now if we open up our terminal, I want to stress the point. The first one is our app. The second one is Convex backend. Now, if I look into our folder structure, Command B to open up the sidebar, you can see here in Convex. So we've got a bunch of things. Now, the generated folder is really, really cool, guys. What this will actually do is this will go ahead and automatically be generated. And this is amazing because, as you see here, TypeScript, right? So it's building everything in a type safe way, okay? So for now, we're just gonna take it step by step, okay? Now, what I do wanna do is I wanna actually import some data into my application, okay? So what we can do here is I can actually go ahead and show you, I need to keep a few windows more open, 1 second. So I want to show you something right now. So if we go ahead and we go to the GitHub repo, again, the link to this is in the description for absolutely free, right? So if you head down to here, so if we go into Convex inside of here, you will see sample data.json. And what I want you to do is copy this basically, or you can clone it, whatever you want. But basically you're going to take that, and inside of Convex, not inside of generated, but inside of Convex, I'm going to create a file called sample data.json. I'm going to paste this information. Okay, I'm going to make the screen a little bit smaller because right now I can't see everything. Right, but in this case, this should be perfect, and it works like so, right? This is going to be a good starting point to give us some of the data that we need. So what I can now do is I'm going to import that. So I need a third terminal. The first two are running, important things. This is running the front end, this is running the back end, and then we have the third terminal for if we want to install stuff. But in this case, what we're actually going to do, guys, is we're actually going to go ahead and import. So we're going to do next convex import table, and then we basically have to suggest which table that we're going to import into. Okay, now I want to just double check something. I basically want you to go ahead and change this table from tasks to events. Okay, so what we do is we paste it, but I want you to go ahead and actually come here and change this to events. Okay, so npx convex import table events sample data.json, and right now you can see JSON-L. Ours is just JSON. Okay, hit enter. And what this will do is it will attempt to import the table. Now, sample data does not exist. Oh, sorry. It's because I'm in the wrong folder. Okay. So what we actually need to do here is do a convex. So we need to go into our convex folder. So what we say is convex /sample data.json. Okay. And now what this will do is it will attempt to import the data into our database. So it says importing, uploading, passing, and it says 10 records have been added into our database. Cool. So let's go ahead and open that up and see. All right. So inside of our ticketer, we can see, look, oh, nice. We've got a table with a bunch of information added inside of it. Total tickets, example user IDs, creation times, locations, descriptions, IDs, the lot. Okay, and event data. So this gives us a nice starting place to go ahead and get started, right? Now, if you're enjoying this right now, smash that like button, quick little water break, because this is intense. Now we're starting to find our flow as well, which is awesome. You guys can see it's an absolutely phenomenally huge build. So dive into this one and smash the like button if you're enjoying this. Okay, so the next step is on the quick start guide is we need to go ahead and create, we can create our queries, but once this is basically setting up how we access the information. But before we do that, how do I actually access it, within my app? Well, firstly, I need to create something called a Convex client provider. Okay, very, very important. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this inside of my components folder. So if I close all of this, you can see inside of components, not inside of UI, just the components. Inside of components, I'm going to create a Convex client provider.tsx. Okay. Now this one is going to basically essentially be this. Okay. So what I want you to do is copy this, and we're simply going to paste it. Okay. And this is a client component, which is important here. Right, so now we have our Convex client provider. Now, while we have this, what we do is we head over to our layout. Right, and if you're wondering how am I jumping between files, Command P is how you basically get this quick search, and it basically it's a much faster way of jumping through. Command B to hide the sidebar. Now, inside of this, around the Clerk provider, I'm going to put a Convex client provider, and we're going to have to import this. So if we do Option spacebar, you can see it actually imports. Or the cool thing about what I'm using right now, which is Cursor, is I can just hit tab and it will auto import. So now we've got this. Again, refresh your app, make sure it's all good and working. All right, if you got to this point, tap yourself on the back. Amazing stuff. Okay, so really, really good. Now, from here, you can actually build and carry on building. The whole app has basically been set up. But I do want to show you another thing as well. And I haven't actually included this step inside the GitHub repo, but I do want to go above and beyond always in these tutorials. So I'm going to take the risk and show you how we can do it. So how do we connect Convex and Clerk? So our authentication with this. Well, first up, we've already created an account with Clerk, right? So what I can do is I'm just going to go here and I'm going to go into my Clerk dashboard. Okay. Now inside of configure, here we have something called JWT templates. What I need you to do is have this open on the side. Now, this is the Convex docs it's running us through. So here you can see create a JWT template. In Clerk on the right, we click on new JWT and we click on Convex, right? And then what we do is keep the name as Convex. It's very important we do that, okay? Then we need to do something as follows. We need to go ahead and do auth config. Now, very important thing is the issuer. The issuer here, you want to copy that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically create a file inside my Convex folder for this. So what we do is we say, sorry guys, I've got an accident there. Command B, inside of our Convex folder, we create a folder called auth.config.ts. Now here we can simply copy this, paste it. Now here for the domain, what we're going to do is we're going to copy our issuer here, okay? And I'm simply going to go ahead and replace it. So if you notice that if I was to go ahead and show you that this right here is the exact same, we just basically swapped it out. So I basically took the domain and I just pasted my value in there instead, okay? So that's the domain, the application ID is Convex. And now it knows that this is the connection that we're trying to establish. Remember, we have to save our changes as well, okay? Now with that done, we can actually go ahead and click on save. So let's click on save. We have a Convex template, right? Deploy the changes. Very simply, we can do that by going ahead and having our, here we go. It says, hit an error, invalid auth config file is missing a default import, which we've already fixed now. So I actually saved it and it says Convex functions ready. So if I hit save again, downloading, analyzing, there you go. So that's correct. So that's our old issue, okay? Now we need to install Clerk React. Again, in the code that I've given you guys, we haven't actually included this step. So feel free to follow along. And if you're doing this bit, then I know you're a real one because you've stuck with me for it. So let's go ahead and import that one. So we say Clerk React legacy here dependencies. And now we're installing the new wrapper. And then we need our Clerk publishable key, which we actually already got when we set up Clerk. And then you see this, guys. So now replace your Convex provider with Clerk provider, wrapping Convex provider with Clerk. Okay, so let's take that in a step-by-step approach. So we head over to our layout. Let's go ahead and see. Now replace your Convex provider. Okay, replace your Convex provider with Clerk provider, wrapping Convex provider with Clerk. All right, so we've got our Clerk provider is on the outside, and then we have Convex provider with Clerk. Okay, so inside of here we have Convex provider with Clerk, and then we put the children inside of there. We import this like so, and then we have to go ahead and pass in the client, Convex, and use auth. Okay, so we pass in client and auth. Now firstly, use auth is from our Clerk React. I believe it's from, let's have a look. So Clerk React, I believe it was from Clerk React. Yes. And Clerk provider was also from Clerk React. So we don't want this one. We want Clerk provider from Clerk React. Actually, you know what? I'm thinking about it. I don't know if I should try this live because this is React, whereas we're using Next.js. I have a feeling it's going to break it, to be honest. So I'm just thinking a Clerk provider here. Okay, let's try something quickly. I have an idea. So Convex is our client, right? Now the actual client, we need to set up our client Convex API. 1 second, guys. Where are we getting Convex from? Oh yeah, we need to actually set up our Convex client. So in order to set up our Convex client, we need to create a helper function for us, right? So Convex React client. So do I do it this way? I don't know if this is the best way. We'll try it, and then if not, I'm gonna revert on this approach because I didn't prepare for this bit. I just done it a different way. So we have our Convex React client, and then here we're not using this one. We're instead using process.env next public convex URL. Okay, so this one instead is what we're actually trying to use. Now this is probably gonna fail. Yeah, I thought so because it's using client stuff. Okay, so you would have to create a separate component. Okay, so I'll tell you what, I'm not going to try and do this live, but what I can do is I can do a follow-up video on how to connect the two together because I'm trying to mix together two different tutorials. So undo this to the point where we were at. We don't need the JWT stuff. So go back to the point where we had this Convex client provider. Okay. And we don't necessarily need this auth config now. So this is what you want to do. You want to import from these two up here. and then you want to go ahead and have this as your setup, and then you want to make sure that the app is running. Okay, so you can feel free to do this. I will show you how to do this in a separate tutorial. Okay, there's a reason why, because oh, there it is. Next.js is right here. Come on, man, should have seen that. This one actually does it. Here's development. Does it say it there? I'm wondering. Okay, yeah, so you can do it here as well. That's fine. Okay, well, yeah, well, we don't necessarily need it for today, right? So you don't actually need this step for today, but I just want to show you because you can connect the two if you want to have the backend bits be authenticated from a specific user. But for now, this is cool, right? So a little debugging bit out the way, done. Next step, right? Convex is already set up for us. So if we head back over to, let's simplify it now. We'll go back over here. So we've already done this Convex client provider. So back to the original Next.js tutorial, okay? Now, we've already done this step. It's all working, and we can go ahead and create our queries and everything in our backend. So a couple of things that I want to do now. Well, firstly, I'm going to pause on the Convex stuff and start building some of the UI so we can get warmed up, okay? So we'll go into our page.tsx, and let's just remove everything inside of the main down to the footer. Okay, so get rid of all of this, get rid of all of this as well. And we're just going to simply have a page which says H1, welcome to Ticketer, yeah. And in this case, there we go, right? Now what I want to do is inside of layout, I'm going to keep it very simple now, and we're going to start to pick up a bit of speed, right? Because this app is very big and we've got a lot of things to do. So I'm going to go ahead and create a header, which is basically going to be responsible for the application, which is going to be here. So I want to go ahead and just quickly pop it on. 1 second, guys. So I'm going to have my demo app here so we can use this as reference. So this header right now is what we're building. So I'm going to hide that. So this header over here is what we're essentially building right now. Okay, so header, and then I'm going to go ahead and do the following. So we need to create a header component. So in our components, I'm going to click into components. UI is the stuff that's been added from Shadcn, in case you're wondering, right? Now, RFCE gives us this. Now, if you're wondering, hey, Sonny, I tapped in RFC, nothing happened. We'll go into your extensions and simply install this extension right here. ES7 React Redux native snippets. That's how I did it. Now, once we have our header, we can go ahead and remove this, and we're going to build out the header, right? Well, firstly, inside our layout, let's import it so we can go ahead and use it, right? So we've got the header. Hit save, and now you should see your header pop up. Okay, now guys, we're actually the concurrent viewers is insane right now, so thank you so much. If you're watching, all I ask is you just stop, hit the like button, carry on watching. That's it, right? If you're watching the replay, drop a comment as well. It helps the engagement on this video blow up, right? It allows me to keep on building these things. Now for styling, we're using Tailwind CSS. So what I do recommend is you go into your extensions marketplace, install this one. Right now, again, I've given you all the code for free. Okay, so all the bits of code are absolutely free here. So a lot of the styles, I'm just going to go ahead and pop in as I've done them, and I'm not going to be fully explaining every single line. You can go ahead and feel free to understand yourself, but it's very self-explanatory. If you want to hover over it, you can see what the CSS correlates to. Okay, but here we're going to have a div within a div. So I'm using a bit of Emmet tricks here, and this div is going to have firstly a link with an image inside of it. Okay. So we need to import everything. This image is going to be for the logo. Now for this logo, I've given you the image inside of the GitHub repo. So inside of the GitHub repo, I'm going to go ahead and pop this underneath. If you go into here, inside of images folder, we actually created an images folder, and you can go ahead and download the logo.png here. And this is just a ticketer logo that I've created, right? So again, there's no ownership over that. It's there. I mean, like I've just literally photoshopped something together. So what we're going to do is at the top level, we're going to go ahead and create a images folder, and then I'm going to go ahead and actually copy. I've got the image on my local, so I'm going to copy my image. I'm going to paste it. So I've got the image here, my local, and then what we're going to do is we're going to import the logo like so. So inside of our header, what I do is I import like so. The import logo from images logo. Okay, and as you can see, the logo pops in. Right, it's fairly straightforward. Now a couple of bits of styling here. The outside div, I'm going to give it a bit of a nice bit of styling here. So let's go ahead and pop in flex item center, and then the surrounding div, we're going to give this a flex column on small screens, and then as it approaches larger screens, it will get bigger. So what I want you to understand is when we use when we use the anything in Tailwind CSS, everything is mobile first. Okay, so what we got to understand by that is you can see that on a small screen this rule will apply, and then as it hits these things called breakpoints on a large screen and above, become flex row, right? If you don't see it otherwise before that, it's mobile first, and then we can add these in. So as it gets to a big screen, it goes flex row. Now, clear demonstration of this is in flex column, right? As it gets to a large screen, so as we hit that breakpoint, it goes into a flex row. There you go. So column, large screen, flex row. Column, large screen, flex row. Okay, so very, very nice. So we've got the logo here as well. Now, next to this link tag, we're gonna have a div which is hidden on a large screen. Okay, so this is gonna be hidden on large screens, and essentially this is gonna have the sign in and the sign out button. Okay, so in this case right now, actually, you know what? I just realized something. Yeah, it's gonna be hidden because we show it in a different way later on. Right, so for now, we're just gonna pop in this. Now, these are a bunch of helpers, right? So I'll show you how we go ahead and use these. But in this case, we can import from Clerk React or Clerk Next.js. We wanna make sure we're using Clerk Next.js, right? Just a rule of thumb here. So a lot of the time, whenever you see any of these helper components, make sure you're pulling from Clerk Next.js, right? Now it's just a sign in button, very standard here. Now basically what it's saying is this wrapper means that this will only render the user button if you're signed in. This will only render the sign in button if you're signed out. Okay, so let's go ahead and test it, guys. Well, firstly, the sign in button should work. So if we go ahead and sign in right now, let's sign into Ticketer, continue with Google. Clerk out of the box works so damn well, right? So let's go ahead and log in right now. We can see it will take me to the login screen. Ah, here we go. So I can log into a page, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna showcase right now a quick little test of a login, right? So in this case, we could do this, or we could log in with Google, right? So in this case, I could have done that and it works. So that's multi-factor authentication in a nutshell, or we can click continue with Google. And the risk of not exposing a number, my Google account already had 2FA enabled, so it will go ahead and do it. But if you did want to do that, you could put your number in and it will go ahead and text it. Well, in this case, we have to do it anyway, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to type in United Kingdom, and I'm going to hide my screen to go ahead and just pop in a number right now, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and put in my number, and I'm going to click on continue. Okay. Now, what I want to mention here is I'm going to show this right now, and I'm being very careful here. So I've gone ahead and put in a text here. So we should get a number on my phone now. So I'm looking at my phone, and what I can see right now is I have Clerk Authentication verification code. So as you guys can see, I have a verification code on my screen right now. Okay. So that's the 2FA aspect of it. So I'm going to go ahead and log in right now. So Siren, I see you reposting me on Insta. Absolute legend. Thank you so much. I'm just going to double check. Where'd I go? I've lost it. One sec. All right. So in this case, 20. Okay. So I'm going to just show you this quickly. I'm going to hide my screen when I do the last digit. Okay. So I'm gone and done it, and then it said success, and it is now logging me in. Okay, so I'm just going to double check one thing, guys, so that way I don't accidentally slip something. Okay, so I know to be careful with that. Okay, cool. So at this point, guys, now what you can see is I have my user logged in. So that is multi-factor authentication done. Absolutely awesome stuff. So easy, right? It's crazy. Right, so in this case, we've got the authentication down, and we've got the user profile button. So you can go ahead and click in, manage your profile, sign out, change your numbers up, all that good stuff. Right, now next up we have the search bar, which is going to be in the surrounding div next door. So over here we have a search bar. Now this is going to be full width on mobile, and on a large screen it will be a set height. Right, so in this case, look, full width mobile, and then it'll be maximum width constraint here. The search bar, we're going to go ahead and create a component like so. So inside of our components, let's go ahead and do it here. So components, let's say search bar.tsx. Okay. Now the search bar, you can do this a couple of ways, to be honest with you. You can actually go ahead and have the brand new Next.js form component. I'm showing you the other way just for now, because I want to show you a couple of interesting things that we can do. However, actually, you know what? I may refactor this on the fly right now just to do that original form component. Yeah, I'm going to show you. Screw it. Let's do it. I'm up for a challenge. All right. So in this case, if we want to keep this as a server component, we can do that. And I can show you how by saying, basically we have a div, and then typically what we would have had is a form with an input field and then a search icon and a bunch of other stuff. So I'll show you what we originally would have. So this is what we're typically used to, right? We would make it a use client, and then we can get rid of this. We can go ahead and pop in a bit of, use router. Whenever you have this, make sure it's next navigation, use state, pull them in, and then we would have a handle search function for when we submit our form. I do want to mention as well here, let's just import the search bar so we can see what's going on. Okay, so I have a search bar here somewhere. Where is it? Oh yeah, it's not coming yet. So then we have a form, and this form will have a on submit function. So it will look something like this. All right, so we have a form, and then we have an input field. But I've already put in a bit of styling here, so I'm going to go ahead and show you right now. So we've got an input field with a value, and as we type in, it goes ahead and updates our local state. Okay, so that's all that's happening here. As we change the value, it will go ahead and update our state. It's just simple styling. You guys can feel free to pause the video, have a look at it. And then we have a search icon that I'm basically absolutely positioning to the left of this. We can import this icon with Lucid icons, which automatically gets installed when we have Shadcn. And then I'm going to have a submit button. Okay, so this is typically how you would go ahead and do, a search, right? And then you would go ahead and say query, trim the query, and then basically push the user to like /search with Q query, whatever. Okay, so that's the first way that you would kind of do this. Now in Next.js 15, we can actually use the brand new Next.js 15 form component. Okay, so here we have this new component, which is a form component. And what we can do is you can say action like so. And what this allows us to do is we don't need all of this extra stuff. So I'm going to show you, this is a lesson right now live, right? So I haven't prepared for this. So we don't need the router anymore. We do not need the handle search anymore. We don't need to keep state anymore. We don't even need that anymore. And then for the form, what we use is we use a special form component. So form, I'm going to pop this in like so, and then we need to import that from Next.js, which actually isn't there right now. So we're going to import it from next form. Okay. And this is freaking out because we've right now got this, but really what this should be is actually action. So, and this will be a URL. So we can say / the URL that we were sending to previously was search. Okay. Now, next step, we don't need any of this. We just simply pop in a name. Okay. And for example, here, what we did before was query. However, I just want Q because remember the previous search term was search and then the query parameter was Q. That stands for query. Okay. So this stands for query. Okay, cool. And then what we do is we update the end to be form as well. And pretty simply now, guys, we have a submit button, right? So we just style up and you see how much simpler that is, right? Now look, everything is good, works the same. However, now what I want to show you is if I go ahead and type in something like, let's just type in concert. Okay, hit enter. Guys, look at that. Like, I want you to pay attention to what I can see at the top of the page. What I can see is this. I can see localhost / search Q equals concert, right? So amazing. And what this is doing is it's keeping this as a server component using the brand new Next.js 15 server components, right? So that's absolutely awesome. That's part of Next.js 15. So yeah, your boy, and I literally changed that from client to server component live. That wasn't actually in the prepared code. So if you like stuff like that, then you'll absolutely love the course Zero to Full Stack Hero. This is our flagship course. And as I mentioned previously, the early Black Friday sale is live right now. Jay is modifying it. So you can actually go ahead and type in early Black Friday platinum sale or early Black Friday diamond coupon codes to go ahead and get off a huge amount. Jay, if you even update the pricing here to make it very clear how much this really is and tell them how much % they're getting off. So you will get over 50% off if you go ahead and use this right now. Okay. So there we go. Search bar is down, right? Search bar is done. So if we go back to our header now, we can go ahead and continue on. So we've got the search bar down. Now underneath the search bar, we're going to have the signed in block. Now remember, on the mobile view, we were hiding this, right? So on the large screen, sorry, we're hiding this. So on mobile phones, how do we go ahead and, you know, get the sign in looking as we wish? Well, here's where we have our My Tickets button and everything else as needed. So let me go ahead and show you here. So I'm going to pop this in so we don't lose it. Yep. So I want it so this is at the bottom or it's on the side over here. So we need to do a bit of dynamic styling here, right? So first up, what we do is we set up a div, which is, this div is basically hidden by default on phones, but on large screens, it comes block inline, okay? And then what we do is we're gonna add in the signed in components, right? So here we add in the signed in components. Now, of course, as I'm coding this, you can pause this video and and again, all of this code is available, okay? So it's all in the GitHub description down below. So the div is here. We have two links, one to sell the tickets with a bit of styling and it just sends the user to /seller, one to the tickets, which belongs to you. So it's your tickets, okay? Hit save. Now, as you can see, on a large screen, we can see these. On a mobile view, we can't see these, right? So we're gonna implement that as well, don't worry. And then what we do is firstly, we need the signed out buttons as well. So this works for if we're signed in. If we're signed out, we're gonna have sign in buttons. Right, so in this case, it would just say sign in and allow us to sign in. Now, outside of this, we have the mobile action buttons. So this is all for the desktop, right? So this is actually for the desktop action buttons. This one is for the mobile action buttons. So in this case, we set up a div, which is going to go ahead and be visible on the mobile only. And inside of here, we do the same logic with the signed in. Okay, so in this case, if you're signed in, it will go ahead and have the following. So I believe, yep, that's it. So now you can see these show on the mobile view. Okay, and that's how, if you really need to do dynamic styling to a level like this, where, you know, it's kind of breaking the rules of a flex or something like that, that's how you can go ahead and do it. So that's how we can have these dynamic views like this, which are really responsive, but they look perfect and they work much better, right? So if I click on these now, it takes me to the appropriate pages. Okay, so this is great. This is exactly what I wanted. Okay, now these 404s are existing because we don't actually have the page set up yet. Okay, so the header is looking great. I'm happy with that. We can proceed to the next step. Okay, so the first thing that I actually want to do as well is when the user interacts with the website, one thing I need to do is I actually need to make sure, and this is going to be our first query and mutation, right? So as I'm logged in, I always need the user of my Clerk logged in state to be synchronized to my user over here. So for example, there will be a users table here and I always need it synchronized. So I always need the user, so their email, the user ID and the name to be in the database, because we're going to use that in a lot of different areas in our app. For example, when we come to you know, attaching a user ID to a ticket that they purchased and so forth. So how do we do that? Well, you can do that initial step where you connect Convex and Clerk, but I'm going to show you a manual way as well. So obviously, I really like to kind of make it so you guys have all of the different solutions. There's millions of ways to build an app, right? So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a special component called sync user with Convex. Okay. Now over here inside of the components, I'm going to create it. Sync user with convex.tsx. Okay. Now this component is going to be essentially like a custom living component, right? So RFCE is going to be a client component. And what we're going to do here is we're going to need a couple of things. Well, firstly, I'm going to need the user, right? So I'm going to need the user themselves. So we're going to get this from the user. So this is going to come from used user comes from Clerk Next.js. So right now we've got Clerk React and it's kind of confusing me. So what I'm actually going to do is uninstall Clerk React because that's really annoying. 1 second. So npm uninstall. I'm actually going to uninstall this. Right, so because we accidentally installed that earlier. So uninstall Clerk, that might fail. Yep, so you do legacy peer dependencies, right? And what I want to install instead is Clerk Next.js. Okay, so npm install Clerk Next.js legacy. Come on, legacy peer dependencies. Okay. So at this point now we've got it. So my auto complete should be much better. So there we go. Right. And then we've got the user, and I'm also going to have a mutation, which is going to be something like update user. So we're going to have to build this, right? And this will be something which we need to build on our backend. Okay. So the user will basically, it will look something like this eventually. So it'll be something like that. Okay. And this will be connected to our API. It will be inside of our users table, and it will be a mutation to update the user. Then what we're going to do is we're going to run a use effect, which will essentially, every time the user changes or the update user is called, it will go ahead and run the following, right? So firstly, I'll run you through this. Do not worry. Use effect runs when the component mounts, as well as when any of these change. Okay. Well, right now this doesn't exist. That's why it's kind of freaking out. But what happens is every time the user may log in or log out, right? If there is no user, it will simply, die out here. However, if the user changed for whatever reason, it just synchronizes them to the backend. So what it will do is it will call this, and it'll say user ID gets set to the user ID. Oops, sorry guys. And then we have the name, which is going to be the first name, last name. I think we can actually do user.fullname. Yeah, we could even just do that. Right, so user.fullname. Jimmy. We can actually just do that instead. That's nicer, I think. Yep. And then we have the email, which is the user's first email. Otherwise, we have it blank. Okay. So you can go ahead there. Right now, this is a nullish coercing basically check, right? So at this point now, after all of this, we don't actually want to return anything from this, right? The main thing is we're just attaching this use effect as part of the setup. So what I want to do now, guys, is I want to create our first mutation. But before we do a mutation, we actually need to set up our schema. Now, the schema is essentially a blueprint for how the database looks, right? So inside of Convex. So it's very, very important step. So what we do is inside of Convex, we create a schema.ts file, okay? Now, this is where all of the magic essentially happens, right? So this is where we are essentially going to go ahead and create our schema for our entire database. And I'm going to go ahead and run you through the entire thing right now, okay? So what we can do here is we have the schema here. Now, the first table is the events table. This is going to be where all of the events belong, the different events. All of these are classified as events. They have information like description, name, the date, location, availability, price, and so forth. The way we do that is we define a table with name, description, location, event, price, total tickets, and so forth, right? Now, I do want to mention, if we go ahead and do this and I hit save now, what you'll notice is shortly or soon after, this will start to get checked against, right? So I will show you how this actually comes into play afterwards, but this will fully go ahead and get checked against, right? So I do want to check one thing as well. 1 second. I actually pulled this in, I believe, inside of our data. No, it's not that one. It's, oh, that's actually fine. Okay. Yeah, so it's fine. So this is our schema, right? So, and this was actually part of the quick start guide as well. We just kind of skipped past it. But now what we're going to do is we've got the events table. The next one is the tickets table. Now, as you'll notice, the tickets table will look something like this. So tickets will have an event ID, a user ID, a purchase stat, a status, okay? And then it will have payment intent ID for when we do the checkout that was basically responsible for paying that user. The reason why we keep that is because if we ever need to refund the user, that's going to be the payment intent ID that we can actually refund from. Then we have the amount. Now, if I want to search through this table, what we can do is we can create something called indexes. Now, indexes are basically shortcuts, right? They're basically ways that we prepare the database to say, okay, at some point in the future, I'm going to call this by event index, and where I'm going to pass the event ID, and I want you to prepare an index. So what this means is if I ever gave it an event ID beforehand, we've told it to prepare something called an index. And what this essentially does is it makes it way faster to search the database for that, okay? Sonny is alive right now, someone says. I am live right now, yeah. So in this case, we've got the tickets here. So that's the tickets, right? Then we've got the waiting list. The waiting list is very important, guys, right? So this is important because this is going to be responsible for the queue logic, right? So I'm going to give you an example of this. The waiting list is here. We've got the event that you're waiting for, the user who is waiting, and the status. Are they waiting for a ticket? Have they been offered a ticket? Did they purchase a ticket, or did the ticket they were offered expire? right? And then we also have an offered expire that. And then of course we have the indexes. And you can also have like composite indexes. So this one I can pass in an event ID and the status and say, what was there any, you know, for the Codeplay concert, give me the waiting tickets. So you can search for things like that, okay? So after the waiting, we've got one more table, which is the users table, okay? So in this case, we've got the users table, which is the name, email, user ID, and the Stripe Connect ID, which is gonna be used for when we handle the onboarding process, okay? So we've got that down. Okay, so we're doing really well, guys, for time as well. Just make sure you destroy that like button because yes, this is a long haul of a project. Right, let's keep going. I have electrolytes to the max in my water right now because it's a big build. Okay, smash that like button. Let's keep getting these likes up. Okay, so at this point now we've got the schema being the schema's handled. This is the full schema built. So what we need is this update user. Okay, now you can see API.users. So if we want to create an API, essentially a place where we can edit, you know, information in our tables, what I'm going to do is inside of our Convex folder, I'm going to create a users.ts file. And this is going to have all of the stuff related to a user, right? So a couple of things that we may need is we may need the generated things such as the mutation and the query. Okay, now let's go ahead and add that in that mutation function. So a couple of things to bear in mind when you handle this stuff, right? Firstly, the documentation is very good at giving you a rundown of how you can go ahead and create, for example, queries and mutations. So here, for example, query, take some arguments. These are just parameters that you'll pass in. And then you have the handler itself, which handles the response. So what should it do when I query it? Okay. Context, a bunch of stuff gives us access to, you know, the database and all this other stuff. So let's create a update user mutation. So we've got our update user mutation. The first thing is the arguments. So if you remembered clearly, we pass in 3: user ID, name, and email. So let's go ahead and pass in the arguments, the user ID, name, and email. The second thing is the handler, okay? So the handler looks something like this. Now the handler, the first argument is the context, right? If we look at this, you can see it's the context. The second one is, you see how it's pulling in, guys, type safety to another level, right? Look at this. So I just want to show you. So the next argument is the argument. So you can see like the handler is the context and arguments. So this is just basically pulling in the arguments, and I've got my IntelliSense. So I can basically go ahead and say, okay, give me all of the stuff, right? Give me the user ID, give me the name, and so forth, right? And then what we can do is we can basically check, we can handle the logic of the user. So the first thing is, I want to check if the user exists, okay? So remember those indexes we used. The first one we're going to actually make use of is we're going to say context.database.query the users by user ID. Now I want to show you guys as I build this out, I'm going to slow it down for the beginning because it's very important. So the schema is on my right here. If we look at our users table, you can see by user ID, takes a user ID. So the second argument is what we pass it, right? So in this case, let's go ahead and say here, if I just show you properly. So here, if I do comma, you see the index range, right? So what are you sending in? So in this case, we're saying query where basically where the user ID is equal to the argument that we passed in, right? Mario's, yo, what's up, go? Got stuck with a job, but couldn't miss this one even for a short while. Sonny, I'm sure you nailed it once again, dude. It's a huge build, absolutely huge build, right? So you're gonna love this one, right? So at this point now, we've got the existing user. And then once if a user exists, we're gonna go ahead and simply use the user, right? So we're gonna update the existing user. So we say, patch the existing user.id with the name and email. So simply update them, right? Otherwise, we're going to create a new user, okay? So what we do is, and remember what we did there is we returned the existing user's ID if that was it. So that would have ended it. Here, if the user does not exist, we reach this point where we create a new user. And then here we do context.database.insert into the users table the following information, right? And this is all type safe, by the way, right? So if I try to enter in, let's just say a number here, you see how it's going to complain. It's like, no, this is type checking at its finest, right? So in that case, we can do that. And then once the user is created, we can click on new user ID. Now, if I hit save, I'm not going to go ahead and run this just yet, but I want to show you in real time this in action. So if I go over to my backend, so let's go into here and we can see, oh, by the way, guys, look at this. You see, I didn't even do anything, but it automatically deployed my tables. So this is where it pulled from our schema and it automatically created the tables. So you can see just how powerful this is starting to already become. Now here, what I want to show you is, first I'm going to restart the music as well. I think we actually just went through the entire playlist. I actually want to bring on Jay's playlist. So guys, give Jay a round of applause if you like his tracks. We've got 50 tracks from Jay. Let's go check it out, okay? So here we are. Update user. We're going to import. Actually, no, I'm not going to run it. Yeah, we're going to update it, yeah? And now pay attention. This is real time, okay? So we do the update user. That comes from Convex users. And then here it's freaking out. Why is it freaking out? It says an argument for args was not provided. And that is because I've slipped up somewhere. I've actually done something wrong. I did update user. Sorry, guys. Users.convex. So argument. Save update user. And sync user with Convex. Okay, so here we are. So what I want to do is I'm actually going to go ahead and say, firstly, if I pop this open, we've got the context and a bunch of other stuff. So the reason, oh yeah, sorry, I'm completely messed up. You can't use it like this, right? You have to actually use it like this. You have to set up your mutation always like this. And then your API, this is automatically generated, okay? Now, what we do is we go ahead and we access it. So we say use mutation, API users, update user. If you're doing it server side, we have a Convex client, which I'll show you later on, right? So this is cursor, yes, and it's built from VS Code. It's forked off of, yeah? So then we've got the update user. And now you'll notice that if I do this, you'll see the arguments and the arguments itself, right? So in this case, I can pass in the user ID and the email address as well, right? And in fact, this is why I think I did the previous way as opposed to this. I went ahead and popped in the first name, last name, and then empty strings if it doesn't exist, which it won't, it will exist, right? And in this case, we've got the first name and then we trim it, okay? So we've got the update user function. Now I haven't hit save yet because the second I hit save, this is currently being pulled through, or here, or it is now. So if we import it, if I hit save here, and I go ahead and hit save now, look what happens, guys. My app will refresh, right? And then it will synchronize the user when I hit the refresh button. Look at that. Oh, real time. All right, look at that. Real time, synchronize the user. So look at that. So now when we signed in, sonny.sangha@gmail.com, Sonny Sangha, Stripe Connect ID in the beginning is unset, user ID is there. So now we have a real-time sync between our clerk and the user. This is great, right? So this is very, very good. And now we have the sync user with Convex done. So guys, I know that took a while, but that is essentially the backend portion, the start of its setup. So now we can start moving at speed to really get this app up and building really quick now. Because that was essentially a lot of the setup steps before I could run, right? So all of those things were needed before we can actually start running ahead now. So what I want to do now is firstly, while we're building out our different things for the users table, right? I'm actually just going to go ahead and create a couple of things that we're going to need later on. Well, firstly, when we use Stripe Connect, actually, maybe we'll do that at the time when we come to use it. Yeah, let's create another helper function inside of our users. And this one is going to be get user by ID, right? So it's going to be a query that we're going to use later on. And this one simply looks like this. It's get user by ID, query. The argument we're going to pass in is a user ID. And the handler simply takes the user ID and it goes into the database, queries the user table with the index by user ID, passes in matching user IDs, okay? And it gets us the first element, returns the users. Now I can use this to query the database. Now, if I do on the front end client, use a use query call to query that, it's automatically a real-time sync, okay? So no extra work is required for it to be a real-time sync. So that's damn cool, okay? So we've set up the Convex provider. So now let's go ahead and I think the first thing that we should do is start pulling in the events, right? Because that's really going to be like the main juice of our application, right? So the main UI, this thing, the upcoming events. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So what I want to do is I'm going to head over to the main page of our application. And what I'm going to do just for reference is pop this over here. head over to the page. So this is our main page. Okay. So inside the app /page.tsx. Now here, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and create a event list component. Okay. Now this event list component is going to list out all the events, and all of the components that I'm going to build today are heavily reusable. Okay. So a lot of this logic is going to be based off of, reusable component logic, because I want to basically have these rendered out throughout my app. This is going to be a client component. Okay. And it's going to say event list. So firstly, let's just pull it through so we can actually start seeing it. Okay. And remember, all of the code is available inside the Papa GitHub repo. And it's also available for free in the description down below. Guys, we're about to pass 300 likes as well. If you're watching this video in the replay, just destroy the video and drop a comment right now. Right? Remember, you can get the entire code for free in the description down below. Okay, so the event list. What we're going to do first is I need to go ahead and get all of the events. Okay, so in order to do that, I'm going to have a query that looks something like this. Right, it's going to have this. Now, of course, this is going to be api.events.get. So I need to create my API for getting my events. So we go into Convex where we had users before. We're going to create events.ts. Cool. Now inside of events.ts, what we do is we go ahead and firstly, we're going to go ahead and create a get query. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and create a get query. Now, in order to go ahead and do that, we need to firstly import a couple of things that we may need. So these two, right? So this is going to be the same for every single, backend API that we're building. So this is for the events table. That's why we named it events. And the query is a get query. It takes nothing. It just simply goes into the database, gets all of the events that are not canceled. So it checks for the fields where is canceled is undefined, and then it will go ahead and collect. All right. Whoa. Thank you so much. We got 100 check. I can't pronounce. Excuse me if I can't pronounce it, but 100 in the house. He just donated. So thank you so much in Czech currency. Right. So in this case, collects all of the so several different rows that come back from this. Okay. So Dorian, I've actually created something like that before, right? So let's go ahead and we got the get function. So now in order to use it, I go into my app, I pull in the use query from Convex React, and then I can pull in my API like so. And then you can see I've got the events. Now, if anyone's wondering how is that autocomplete, that is cursor, right? So you can also use VS Code with GitHub Copilot, but cursor is really nice, right? So in this case, we've got this down. So next up, we have the events. So what I should be able to see now, this is being rendered on the client, okay? So if I was to console log and I inspect the console, check this out, guys. You see this array of 10. Look at this, real time. Look at this, boom. All of the events in real time. So if anything changes on the back end, this will also go ahead and get re-rendered. Okay. Jay, you can reply to that in the comments, please. So in this case, all of the events are there. So remember, all out of the box, this is going to be type checked. So can you see the benefit against why this is so much more powerful than Firebase out of the box? Full stuff happening, right? Really, really cool. Now, what I'm going to do is if there is no events or if it's loading, I'm going to actually show something like this. I'm going to say if there's no events, I want to show a loading spinner, because in the beginning, it could be loading for whatever reason, right? And then I'm also going to say there's no events if nothing exists, right? Well, for now, we just need to create this spinner element. So I'm going to create a helper spinner element, spinner.tsx, RFCE. And the spinner element is just going to be something that I tend to reuse throughout the app. And I'm going to show you a little hack here. This is how you can basically create a spinner purely with Tailwind CSS, right? So it's basically saying like you've got a border and you're just animating it around in a circle, right? So this is how we do that. We go back out here and then we import the spinner. So now if I refresh, look at that. We get a nice spinner that as it's loading the event list, it goes ahead and it has a nice little thing. So Dorian goes, "You are amazing. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much." Right? So if events, there we go. Right? So now what I need to do is I'm going to separate upcoming events and past events. And I'm going to group them together in two separate ways. Right? So the way I do that is I'm going to have a helper functions here, which basically group them. So we're going to have upcoming events, which takes the events and it filters them. Right? So this is all ES6 functions. Right? So event, we're filtering by, in this case, we're basically essentially filtering this is filter out the cancelled events. Well, not really filtering out the cancelled events, but this is basically filtering by where the event date is greater than the current time. Okay, so in this case, this is filter upcoming event and past events. Yeah, you guys, it's self-explanatory, right? The past events, if the date's passed, it will go ahead and do that and so forth. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate the support. All right, and now let's go ahead and show them on the screen. Okay, so first up, we have a header. Right, so in this case, we're going to have a header. Now this header is going to be responsible for a few things, but firstly as well, the div, I'm going to style it accordingly. So we're going to have a bit of styling here. The styling is going to set a max width appropriate, right? So for the header, this is going to be for especially this part right here. So 11 upcoming events, for example, right? So here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show you in a block, and then I'm going to pause and just explain what I'm doing. So this header right here, it's a div with two divs inside of it. The first one is saying upcoming events with a p tag. Second one is a div. We're just going to import the icons like so. And then we're going to the span tag, which says upcoming events. And it's just been a couple of bits of styling here. If I hit save now, what we'll see is it will say upcoming events, 0 upcoming events, right? So obviously we don't have any upcoming events. I don't, well, actually in the database, we do have upcoming events. Oh yes, that's why. So the sample data that I gave you doesn't actually automatically have upcoming events. So the way you can force this in the demo environment is if you go to your events, see, notice how the event date, all of these are all in the past, right? So look, you've got this event date, so forth, right? So what I want you to do is just take one of them, for example. I like Codeplay, right? So take this, and what I would essentially do is you can just use any online tool, whatever you want. I'm just going to quickly use Cursor to do this. I'm going to say, come on, okay. I'm going to say, make this anytime in the future. So a year from now. Ask a quick question. So this one, for example. So I just use Cursor quickly, AI tool, and then I go ahead and replace the timestamp with that. Now, before I hit save, I want to show you guys what happens. Look, hit say enter, and now you can see one upcoming event. Okay, so notice how anything which is in the future is going to basically be there. So I can add another one and force its state as well. So let's just do, for example, witness the opening of something. I don't know which one this is, but let's just change that. And now you can see 2 upcoming events. So the whole thing is real time, automatically synced when we use query, use mutation, right? So amazingly powerful. You can just see for yourself right there. Okay, now after this header section, okay, we're going to have the upcoming events grid. So upcoming events grid. Now, what do we mean by this? Well, the upcoming events grid is essentially this, right? The upcoming events. And then afterwards, we have the past events. Right now, you can't actually see any past events because Jay didn't set this with past events, which is fine. But it basically will separate the two, which I can show you right now. So it's fine, right? So for the upcoming events, what we're going to do is we're going to render out the following. So I'm going to show you a grid. Now, here is more important that I basically pop it in, and then I will describe how and what we're going to be building. Okay, so first up here, upcoming events grid. What we're doing is this is simply a grid where as it gets bigger, we allow for more grid columns. We have this special event card component that we're going to create. This is going to be a very important component inside of our app for many reasons. Okay, now here, firstly, ticket, let's import the icon. So that's not going to complain. And then we've got this event card. Okay, now the event card will render if there's a event there. Otherwise, it will say, no upcoming event. Okay, now underneath this, the same principle will apply for past events. Okay, so past events as well. So now what will happen is, right now this will error because we haven't created an event card, right? But what will happen is the past events will render underneath, and the upcoming events will render like this. All we have to do is create this event card. And this event card, all it should take is the event ID itself. And then the rest of it should be a smart component. It should know, how to generate its information off of its own accord, right? So in this case, the event card, let's go ahead and create this component. So inside of our event card.tsx, let's go ahead and do this right now. So event card RFCE. And I need you to pay super close attention now, because this one is again, I keep saying it's a big one, but it is, right? It's just, you need you to lock in, right? So right now, the event card takes an ID. takes the event ID. And the more important part here, okay, what happened to my, okay, I think we're good now. Yeah, if my audio ever gets weird, tell me. So now in this case, the ID here. So, you know, typically we would say string. Okay, so here, if I go ahead and do then convex generated. So what I can do is I did control spacebar or option spacebar. And as you can see, it actually passes in the exact type from the ID table, right? So the events table. So this is really, really good level of type checking, right? So in this case, use client. It's going to be a client component. And then what we can do is, and again, to be honest with you, the reason why I'm making them client components, in case you're wondering, I want everything to be real time. If I make it a server component, unless I do revalidates where needed, it's not going to be real time. Okay, so a couple of things that I may need in the beginning. I'm going to need a router and the use user. Okay, let's go ahead and do that right now. I need the use user. I need the use router. Okay, from Next Navigation. Cool. Next up, I need a couple of things. Now, this is where we need to implement quite a bit of stuff in order to get this working. And as I do this, we're going to be building out the backend accordingly, right? So as we need it, we're going to build the backend now, right? First up, we need the event. So let's go ahead and get the event. So use query, use query, pull that in like so, the API, pull that in like so, and we need to create a get by ID event helper. So let's go to our events, Convex, and we need to create a get by ID query, okay? So inside of events, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a very simple get by ID helper. So it takes an argument, which is the event ID, and it returns the event ID, the database. It basically goes into the database, gets the event ID, right? So super simple inside the events table. Cool. Now we've got that, it works. And even here, you can see you've got autocomplete dot get by ID, right? So really, really nice. Cool. Now the next step is we need to go ahead and get the availability of an event. Now this part is a bit more interesting, okay? So availability essentially means how many tickets are left. And in order for us to understand this, we need to basically determine how many tickets were actually purchased, because the way that we're going to set this up is there's not going to be a counter which simply increments and decrements. We need a single source of truth. The single source of truth should be the tickets table. So if I've got an event which has 100 available tickets, and let's for example say that there's 6 purchased tickets in our tickets table, this will act as the source of truth. And this means that it will always be correct, which means that, for example, if for whatever reason a ticket was deleted, then for example, we would have 5 tickets sold and then there'll be 95 tickets remaining. So we use the actual tickets that were sold as the calculation, okay? So we're gonna create a few helpers. Number 1, in events, we're gonna create something called get event availability, okay? So this one is going to be like so. So get event availability is going to look something like this, the signature. And let's go ahead and wrap it like this. So get event availability. Now this will take an ID, the event ID. And then what we need to do is firstly, we need to get the event itself, right? If the event was not found, we need to basically say that, whoa, it wasn't found, okay? So that's the first step. Next step is we need to count the number of purchased tickets, okay? So in order to do that, what we do is we say, purchase count, go into the database tickets with the index by event, we pass in the event ID, and then we collect all the tickets. And now we basically say, filter out the tickets, only give me the tickets that are valid or if they've been used, okay? So if they're expired or refunded, they don't count as being sold. Now this is an interesting one. So a lot of the time we do string comparisons. So what I want you to do here is we're going to create a constant folder, a constant file. This constants file is going to help us out a little bit. So what I want you to do is we're going to go ahead and create a constant.ts file. And inside of it, a couple of things, guys. First one is we're going to have this waiting list status. This is simply a const, which has a record. So this is the type checking to make sure that it sticks in line with the waiting list status. And this is either going to be waiting, offered, purchased, or expired. And this is basically a safe way to ensure that we always use the correct string comparison. And the second one is ticket status, valid, used, refund, and cancelled. Okay. And same thing with type checking accordingly. Now duration is how long once you've try to reserve a ticket should you be allowed. Now, typically, yes, Ticketmaster and these apps do like 4 minutes or 5 minutes maximum, or even 3 minutes until your ticket expires. However, Stripe Checkout, which we're using to power this app, the minimum expiration time for a checkout is actually 30 minutes. So when you get offered a ticket on this ticketer platform, our assumption that we're going to go with is that you have 30 minutes minimum to, well, that's your actual maximum that we're saying. You have 30 minutes to check out. If you don't check out your offer, it's expired and it gets passed to the next person. Okay, so now what I can do is I can import ticket status from Constance. Okay, so now we've got the purchase count. So once we've done that, what we then do is we go back and we need to count the current valid offers. Okay, so what we do is the number of active offers as well. So what we do is we say, basically, I need to import the waiting list status as well. So what we do now is we go into our waiting list. So first one was getting all the actual tickets that were purchased. The second one is go into the waiting list and see how many tickets have been offered. So let's, for example, say there's 100 tickets, 95 were sold, but in the waiting room, 5 people have been offered a ticket right now. Well, technically, nobody should be able to buy any more tickets, because with 95 plus 5 in the waiting room, that's 100 tickets. So now what we do is we essentially go ahead and we say that the active offers, which are the ones that are basically been offered to somebody, so in this case, look, offered, right? Then what we do is we're filtering out if they're expired or not. Okay, so what we do is we say total number of reserved tickets are the purchase tickets plus the ones that have been offered out, right? So no more tickets available. Then what we're going to do is we're going to return a bunch of potentially useful information, right? So as we may need it. So we're going to return an object. We're going to have is sold out. The is sold out means, you know, is the total number of reserved tickets greater than or equal to the number of total tickets available in circulation. The total tickets as well, we send that back, the purchase count, the active offers, and the remaining tickets. Okay, so we use all of these calculations to determine the event availability. So now we've done that, our API is set up, we can basically forget about it, right? So on the event card again, now what we can do is we can go ahead and we can make a very simple call to this API endpoint. So we can say const availability equals use query, API events, get event availability. Now guys, literally just like that, availability dot, and we have everything we need. So this is what I'm talking about a true backend being built with type safety. So just by doing availability.active offers now, I can get that exact events, real time, remaining tickets or active offers currently going. Can you see how powerful this is starting to get, right? The next one is the user ticket. I need to know, is the person who is signed in, have they got a ticket or not? I need to know this because I need to know if I should say, here is your ticket. Okay, so essentially what we're going to do is we're going to have something like this, API use query. So we need to create a tickets API endpoint. So inside of Convex, we create a tickets.ts. Now, the first two imports, naturally, what are they? We're very used to this now. It's going to be these two, right? So we're going to need these two. Cool. The next one. So let's go ahead and do tickets. Thank you so much, Marius. I appreciate it. Sonny shows Next.js at its finest. Appreciate that, man. I appreciate you, dude. Right, so get user ticket for an event. So this one right here will have the following signature. So boom, something along the lines of this, right? So it takes a event ID and a user ID, and it should basically return the user, their ticket if it exists. Okay, so here, what I do is I will simply go ahead and say the following, boom. Const ticket equals await. Go into the tickets, by user event. So I hope you can see right now, the indexes, by preparing them in advance, it makes things a lot more fast when we search up values in Convex. All right, so now what we do is we pass in user ID and we check the event ID. If both match, give me that ticket. Okay, again, type checked, safe, amazing. Okay, so in this case, boom, you see how automatically the errors are gone. Now over on the client, I can say user ticket dot, and I can get the exact details from the ticket. This is crazy good. This is why I'm swaying away from things like Firebase anymore. Okay. Now the next step, waiting position. So this event card is a very clever component. If you're in a queue, I need to know where you are in a queue. The way you get put into a queue, which we haven't implemented yet, by the way, but I'm just explaining it to you because we will implement it down the line. The way you get put into a queue is, for example, if I try to buy a ticket and there's only like, let's say there's one ticket available. Sonny has been offered a ticket, but Jay tries to buy a ticket now that Sonny has offered a ticket. Because he's currently got an active offer and there's only one ticket available, whoever, I forgot who it was. Let's say Jay's got the ticket right now and he's got offered the ticket. Sonny's in the waiting room. Sonny will now be in queue position 2. And then the queue will build behind him. And then if Jay loses his ticket or cancels his ticket, that next person in the queue will get access and offered a ticket. And then it will just proceed onwards. And this will really scale up as well. So if you had 1 million people right now trying to fight for a Beyonce ticket, it will literally just automatically process each one individually with the cloud functions. So like, it's so good. Honestly, it's actually crazy good. Okay, so what we do now is the next step is the queue position. So the queue position will look something like this, right? So we need an API for the waiting list. So you see how we're building this out, right? So one last comment before leaving. Anyone wondering about getting in the community should get right now, because no more excuses in getting better in web dev. Can't wait for the upcoming coaching call. I'm covering all of this in the next week's coaching call as well. Make sure you heard Mario, diamond member in the community, Black Friday sale. Guys, no joke. This is a 50% off sale. You will save 55% off right now if you go to the website, use this code for platinum or this code for diamond. And if you head down, guys, look at this. This is crazy. This is only for a couple of days. So if you're watching this right now, you will get £500 plus off if you go ahead and join right now. So which is nuts. Like Black Friday, biggest sale of the year, period. That is it. After that, don't come at me emailing me, can I join at the price? No, you can't. You missed out. I want action takers in this course. Boom. All right. Waiting list. So let's go into the waiting list. Let's build out the API for this. So a couple of things I want to do. All right. So here you notice mutation query and internal mutation. Now internal mutation is very important for later. We will handle that when it comes to it. Okay. The one that we're interested in right now is get queue position. Okay, so get queue position. So let's go ahead and build this one out right now. Again, all of the code is in the GitHub description. So I do want to mention right now, if you're getting a bit like, whoa, what's going on? I need to reference some code. It's for free in the description. Simply head over to the link and you will fill out the form and you'll get access to, we'll send you an email with the code inside. Okay, long time VOD viewer. Nice. First time catching you live. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Right. I think we've got about 3 more hours. I'm going to be real with you. Right, so in this case, we've got the handler here. I'm pretty sure my camera is going to die, by the way, soon. So we're going to have to turn to the other thing. So I need to get a fake battery for that camera. I've learned. So when it dies, I'm ready for it. Okay, so right now, the queue position. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and basically, this is the signature. It takes an event ID and user ID. So firstly, we need to get the entry for the specific user and event combination. So what do I mean by this? Well, let's go ahead and do this. So we go into the waiting list. First, I need to import this as well. We go into the waiting list, and to be honest with you, we get the user ID. So we pass the user ID and event, and we filter out where it's not equal to an expired ticket. So has this user, are they offered or whatever, but just get their waiting list position for that event, right? So go ahead and find it. Now, what we need to then check is how many people are ahead of you, right? So how many people are ahead of you? So what we do is we say const people wide equals await context.db waiting list by event status, and we basically pass in the event ID and we filter out. Okay. Now here we've got entry.creation time. Now I forgot to mention as well, before we check that, if there was no entry that came back, we should return null, right? So it should just die at that point. But before that, we're basically filtering out where this is less than. So basically the creation time should be less than. So basically this is how you essentially sort the user. So created before this entry. So what this essentially means is basically get all entries before this one, right? That's essentially what we're doing. So I use Copilot to help me out sometimes. Get all entries before this one. So basically this is the one we're checking to see, okay, who is ahead of me in the queue? Who came in the queue before me? Yeah, and then we also need to basically make sure that we only get the entries that are either waiting or offered, right? So that way we can basically be sure that it's correct, right? And we're not getting like an expired or something like that. We collect them all and then we get the length of those now, okay? Now, after that, what we do is we basically say, we return the entry for the user themselves, and we pass the position. So the number of people ahead +1, right? So for example, if there was one person ahead, you're in queue position 2. That's why we're doing +1, okay? If there was 2 people ahead, you're in position 3, and so forth, right? So that way, if you're ever in queue position 2, technically you're next in line. So we'll show the UI and more effective like that, right? Now queue position will literally give me the queue position. Look at this. We can say queue position.position. Simple as. I can get the queue position. So you can really see how powerful this really is, right? So the final one is this image URL. Now image URL, we could actually build this right now, to be fair. Okay, yeah, you know what? Let's do it. Okay, so image URL, we're going to create a helper function called use storage URL. Now, using storage and a couple of other things is a little bit more interesting here because we need to create or interact with the storage mechanism behind Convex. But again, I've made it super easy. So what we do is we head down to our lib, into our utils folder. This gets created automatically with Shadcn. And what we're going to do is we're simply going to create a helper function called use storage URL. Now what this does is it goes into our query, gets the API, and we're going to create this special storage API, which is we're going to have a query here that will get us that value, okay? Now, firstly, we're going to make sure that the first one is an ID for storage, or it can be undefined. And then we're basically going to pass in the storage ID, and if not, we're going to say skip. And basically that means that it will skip the image if it doesn't exist, okay? So let's go ahead and create this backend storage API endpoint. So storage.ts, storage.ts, cool. Now here, what we're going to do is we need to create a get URL function. So get URL function is going to be a helper query. Boom, give it a cyber huge papa. Nice. All right, and then we're going to basically import the same two things for the way we see consistently with these. So this just takes an ID, storage ID. It goes ahead and goes into context.storage. And then it uses the get URL function from storage, right? So storage is a different function. So it's not part of our database, for example, but this is a more interesting one. This will actually get us the URL after we've uploaded it, right? So there's a separate process to uploading, but for now, what we can do is we can import that helper function, right? Now, if the event has an image storage ID, so if when it was created, it had an image associated with it, we will get that pass through from this. And this automatically comes through in a real-time fashion. So it's like a feed-through system. So this is real-time. Therefore, if that changes, the image URL will get re-rendered, and therefore the image will appear on the screen. I know it's crazy. It's absolutely insane. But the whole thing works. Yeah. So once we've done that now, we are essentially ready, okay, to proceed. So what I want you to do now, if there is no event or no availability, we're not going to show an event card. Okay, so that means that, for example, if it's cancelled or whatever as well. Now, two things. We need to get some helper functions. If it's a past event, we should basically be able to see like so. If it's an event, if the event is the event owner, then the user who is logged in will also be equal to the event.userid. Okay. For any questions, please join Zero to Full Stack Hero, and I will be happy to answer your questions. Right now, I can't be answering questions while I'm building it. Okay, we're almost reaching over 300-400 likes. Let's go ahead and smash that like button. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and head down to the main return block. Okay. So we're going to have lots of helper functions here as well. I'm not really live, but Papa give me a reason for live. Nice. I love that. All right. So we got the div. Now this div is basically going to be a clickable element. So if we go in here, it's going to be clickable. So as you click it, boom, it takes me over. There you go. Right. Now, again, if you have a ticket, remember, I don't know if we've actually shown a buy route thing. So I'm going to show you quickly as well. So I'm just going to quickly fill out this buy flow. So I'm going to buy the ticket. So I reserve, buy a ticket. Again, this is all part of the event card. I'm going to purchase the ticket. I'm going to hide my screen while I'm on the checkout because this one may expose a few details that I don't want to expose. So I'm just on the checkout right now using a dummy card, which is 424242. Putting in some dummy details, and then I'm putting in ABC. Right, so doing this now, and I click on pay, boom, 424242 is the test card that you use when you're using a Stripe test account. Okay, so that's done. I bought the ticket. Let's go back. Ticket purchase successful. If I go back here, you can see like you have a ticket. Okay, so if I go back to the main screen, this is also, I'm trying to show you that sold out, and we also have a ticket, right? So all of this is going to be built as part of the event card. So the event card is a truly important part of our app, because you see even here, it has everything regarding the interaction of, you know, of the event itself, all in one reusable component. So when you click on this, right, what I want to do is when you click on this, I'm going to have a router.push event, right? I'm also going to have a bit of styling, right? So here, the router event will basically push you to /event ID. Then we have the class name, which is styling, like all the styling is being applied. And then if it's a past event, it will apply some conditional styles. Okay. So event card is not defined. So I want to also go to my event list and actually import the event card now. So we should start seeing some UI, by the way. Yeah. So you can see that event cards are flying in now. Okay. So that's better. At least we can start seeing something. And if I click on this, it will take me to a page, event page, but that doesn't exist yet. Okay. So remember, we've got so much to do. Stripe Connect, everything is this is so cool. All right. So first up, if there is an event image, right? Now, of course, we don't have an event image in any of these dummy uploads yet, but I'm going to build it as if we did. So when we do implement that functionality, they will come through. Well, first up, we're going to import our next image. Okay. Now, if image URL is present, then only then we show an image. Now, I've done a couple of styling rules to make sure that it's, you know, correctly positioned and so forth. Object.cover ensures that it tries to spread its image out. For example, you see here how it's covering, it's a cover image essentially, right? Looks really, really clean. And you also notice we've got a bit of a gradient, like a little bit of a black faded look. Do you see how it's fading into the bottom? Look how nice little subtle black. This is how you do it. You do an inline div with a background gradient, and you inset 0 with an absolutely positioned element, and you make the surrounding parent relative. Okay. If you get rid of this, by the way, it'll become relative to the entire page, which is not what you want. Or it'll go up to the next parent, make it relative. Okay. So after the image, we're going to have the event itself, right? So it'll say if it's your event or if it's a past event, right? So I can't actually show you here, but for example here, so they will say your event or past event. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here is I'm gonna have a div like so, and I'm just gonna quickly comment this a little bit. So this will say the event details essentially, right? Now inside of here, what I'm gonna have is another div with a flex. So this is gonna be all the event details. Okay, so hopefully I can slowly break this one down to introduce you to the concept of what's going on. So here we'll have the event name and the event badge, okay, inside of here. So this one will essentially be the following. So I'm going to pop this in like so. I'm going to show you what we've done here. So again, all of this code is available in the GitHub repo, okay? So here I'm going to import Lucid React, so you can see at the top. All right, so come down here. And again, I'm not running over flex containers, grids, stuff like that. I've shown that in a lot of builds already, but here we have the star icon and pass. Now, all we're saying is if you own the event, render this, that it's your event. If it's a past icon, show that it's a past icon event. So now you guys can see, look, already we've got separation, upcoming events and past events. Remember, we built that earlier as well. Okay. Now, I want to just double check. So this is inside the next bit. So here we have the event. This will be the price tag, sorry, after. But you guys can see like Ed Sheeran past event. And if we own the event, it would say our event. Okay. So there you go. The next step is to implement the price tag. So here, what I want to do is I'm going to have a div with a closing parent. All right. And this price tag is going to span a few things. Now, here I want you to be very, very careful. You might just assume, oh, just put, you know, the number of sold tickets, and that will be the one thing that works, right? So in this case, if we just put this out here, I'll show you. So I've done a little bit of a mistake here, right? So here you go. So right now you can see the price, and we should be able to see if we refresh. All right, so right now nothing is sold out, which is correct. What we can do to force this into a state of sold out, oh no, we can't actually. So basically, look, availability.purchase count. So it's found all the tickets that are purchased, which is none. We haven't bought any tickets. But if that's greater than the number of total tickets, there will be a sold out element. So you'll see something like this. Okay. So that's if, like, remember the logic we set up earlier? That's how it's happening. The price tag is rendered out here as well. Now, below the price tag, we have the next element, which is actually going to be the event details, right? So this is actually going to be the event details. So here we will have things like the map pin and all this kind of other stuff. So in here, what we do is we have the first section, which is going to be the event location. Okay. So this one, I'm going to import from new seed, React. Again, every time I do that, I scroll up so you can see it. But you can see it says Javier, New York, O2 Arena, and so forth. Okay. The next one is going to be for the next one is going to be for the calendar days. Okay. So next one is for the calendar days. Again, I'm going to import that as such. And then the final one is going to be for the ticket. And this, again, we are going to use our calculation. We're going to work out number of purchase tickets. And then you can see that. So I need to import the ticket from new seed React. And now what I want you to pay attention to is that it says 50 out of 50 available, 200 out of 200 available, and so forth. Now, what is it doing? Well, firstly, let's have a look. So it's saying total tickets minus the actual tickets that were purchased. And because of our API, this is a lot simpler than it looks. Okay. Someone goes, Coldplay World Tour, I'm in. Nice. And then we say that / number of total tickets, right? So this will basically be a calculation to work out, and it also says ended if it's ended already, right? So that was because of that one. Yeah. Now here, what we're also saying is this many people are trying to buy. So if somebody has got an active offers are actually the ones which are basically being, so if you're in the queue but you've been offered a ticket, right? So this is important because let's say, for example, I'm on the Coldplay website and I can see, I don't know, let's say the weekend concert, right? If I'm here and I click on buy a ticket, if I saw right now, I don't know, there's 100 tickets available and I saw, for example, 900 people are trying to buy, immediately it drives demand, right? It drives this massive, like, what the hell? I need to be there. I need to go. Da, 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 da. So now you can have look, one person's trying to buy that ticket, right? So immediately it might even say 0 available, right? So really here you can determine, should it show that minus yet if it's been removed or not? But the point of it is if I release that ticket offer, it goes back to, oh no, yeah, so that's correct actually. So we already sold one ticket, I forgot. Yeah, but if you try and buy the ticket, you see how it says one person trying to buy, but until that person has bought it, only then will it drop to 98. So that's correct. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. There's a lot of underlying logic here. That's why I'm even myself checking over it again. Okay, so we've got the ticket. Now underneath the ticket, underneath that div, we have the event description, and then we have the render the ticket status, which is probably one of the most important parts, right? So this is the actual tickets themselves. So now you can start to see, look at that, guys. It's starting to look, oh, look at that. It's looking really good, right? I think the styling here is a bit busted, so we'll fix that, but overall, not bad. And then we need the is past event, right? So if it's not a past event, I should render something called the ticket status. Now, what is the ticket status? Well, that is essentially, sorry, I'm getting confused between production. So ticket status is essentially this. So, the ticket status could be anything. It could be essentially, basically, it could be if I'm the owner, it would be the edit event button. If I'm the ticket status could be the view ticket. If I own the ticket, it could be, for example, if I was in the middle of buying a ticket. So if I go, I've been rate limited. So I got rate limited from my own app. But yeah, it would show the actual, ticket reserved. All of that would be inside of render ticket status. Now, the reason why we do e.stop propagation is because this basically stops it where right now the overall div is clickable. So if I was to click this button, it would prioritize, it will propagate the route, the linking. So basically it will send me to the screen. I don't want that. I want to actually do whatever the click was. So you stop propagation, which stops it from propagating to the the router.push whatever, and instead it will just let you do whatever you decide it to do. So that's what e.stopPropagation is. Render ticket status, we need to go ahead and build. Okay, so let's build this helper function right now. So render ticket status is going to be a little helper function. Well, not little, it's quite big actually. And then what we say is if there is no user, return null. Okay. Otherwise, if you're the owner of an event, we're going to go ahead and return the ability to edit your event. So in this case, I'm going to give a pencil icon. Now, right now, we're not the owner of any of these events. Okay. But what I could do is here, you've got the event. So in this case, let's stop propagation, router.push. So in this case, it will push me to seller events, event ID /edit. And that is basically the edit flow, which we will then build later on, which allows me to edit that event for a user. We're going to have a reusable form and a bunch of stuff there, right? So crazy stuff going on. And then we've got the styling here, the pencil icon, edit icon, right? So eventually, now we've just technically built this portion. So if I was the creator of an event, it would now push me to this screen, okay? Obviously, I'm not the owner of any of these events. You can test by getting your user ID and manually doing it, which I'll show you actually right now. So the way to manually test this right now is you go ahead and go into your users, grab your user ID for the user that's logged in, go to events and go to the user ID and change, for example, Harry Potter, right? Now, if we go to Harry Potter, oh, that's a past event. So remember, past events, we can't edit. So you see it says your event here, but we can't edit it. So Coldplay, for example, I am the owner of the Coldplay concert. So Coldplay, that's my event. So now edit event. So if I click on this now, you see how it takes me to the seller events, right? So I didn't want that to open up, sorry. If I click on edit event, it will take me to / seller events, right? So I need to refresh, sorry guys. Edit event. So now it'll take me to / seller / events / edit, okay? So you see how it works. So this is how you can dummy things when you're testing out. But right now, you see how we're demoing all of this together, right? So as you can see now, what we're doing is we've got the edit event down. And then underneath this, what I'm going to do is if it's a user ticket, so if I had a ticket to this event, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop in the following. So this one's actually a bit more easier because we've already set the API up properly. So in this case, what I can do is I can say if the user ticket, right? So here, I'm going to do import from Lucid React, like so. Yeah, and then what we're doing here is, right now, we don't have any tickets here, so of course it's not. But what we've essentially built is this one, right? So you have a ticket. Now, what's cool about this, guys, is if user ticket, remember, because of our API, we were able to get a user for ticket for the event. So if you're wondering, how's he doing that? Well, a little bit of genuine, clean API work beforehand makes life so much easier, right? So in this case now, we've got a ticket, We'll render out a button which will push me to / tickets / user ticket ID. And that is how we can view the ticket. So in the future, what we should have is when you click it, we will have the ability to view that ticket, right? So in this case, we can go ahead and see the ticket itself. Cool. All right, nice stuff. Now, what I want to do is after, if we're in the queue, so you can see these are basically case statements, right? If I'm in the queue, oops, sorry guys. If I'm in the queue, then what I will do is I will render a queue position, okay? This one gets a bit more interesting because now, well, firstly, we have this purchase ticket button, which is that really cool purchase ticket thing that popped up. So in this case, I'm going to clear my rate limit because I do not want to be blocked right now. But I mean, to be honest with you, I'm rate limited. When your app is so good that you rate limit yourself. Convex dashboard, is it this one? Oh, god damn it. Okay. Yes. I'm in a different login. Okay, I'm not gonna log out and stuff. But anyway, I showed you, remember when we had the reserve ticket, right? So that's essentially the purchase ticket flow, right? Otherwise, it will render. So if you're offered a ticket, it will go ahead and show that. Otherwise, it will render the queue position logic, right? And then if the ticket expired, it will show offer expired, right? In fact, what we do now is we actually don't even show that. We just show that you lost a ticket, right? But the render queue position and purchase ticket, we have to create. So after all of that, if nothing happens, it will simply return no, the queue position, right? So a couple of things now. Render queue position we need to create. So render queue position, we're going to build a helper function above this. So const render queue position. Now, if your queue position was not equal to waiting, we're not going to show anything, right? So we only care about if you're waiting in the queue position, right? So the first one, if the event was sold out, how do we determine that? Remember, I showed you before, we basically check if the availability.purchase count is greater than or equal to the total tickets. Yeah, and yes, you could even do this on the back end and then actually return a parameter to availability.is sold out. If you want, you could do that. I think we actually do, to be honest. It is sold out. But the reason why I do purchase tickets is because this gives me that flow only in the second that somebody has actually purchased it, right? So in this case, we have the ticket, and then we say the event is sold out. Okay, so that's how we essentially determine if that's the case. Now, if you are next in line for the ticket, right? So if your queue position is 2, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a circle basically spinning around saying you're next in line, right? So this is basically going to go ahead and say you're next in line, and it's got a loader circle that's just spinning saying waiting for your ticket. So this will be a loader that's spinning saying you're next, right? And then I basically got a little bit of repeated logic here, so a bit of a cheeky thing to do, but underneath here you can refactor that if you want. But I'm basically just returning at the end. If you're not next in, if you're not the second in queue, then what we'll do is we'll essentially say queue position, and then it'll be like queue position 4, 5, 6. And then that will slowly decrement down until you become 2, in which case this one will render. And then until you get, and then you'll get offered the ticket. If you're not offered the ticket, it will say sold out because it would have sold out, okay? So all of this logic, trust me, I had to build all of it. It's crazy, it's wild, I know. But the main thing here really is now the purchase ticket button. So we go deeper into the levels of it, right? So let's go back into the create next app. Let's see ourselves. So the buy ticket button, okay? The purchase ticket, okay? So this is a very, very important element right now. So we need to create this purchase ticket.tsx component. Okay, so let's go ahead and build out the purchase ticket. So purchase ticket, and we're actually doing really well for pace right now. We're about to destroy 300 likes. The retention, by the way, absolutely incredible. Let me know if the stream quality is good, everything's happy, the music, everything. Okay, let's go. So we've got the use client. So purchase ticket. All right, so the first thing, we need the router, we need the use user. Okay, router always from next navigation. Cool. Next up, we need the queue position. So again, now that we've set all this up, the API is very easy. Okay, so in this case, now what I want to do is I'm going to say use query, Convex React, import the API, and the event ID. Now the event ID got passed through as a prop. Remember, the event ID got passed through like so. And again, everything is type checked, so I can be safe about running through with this pretty good. Okay, so I can move through this relatively quickly. Now, we're going to have a little bit of our own custom logic here with time remaining and a countdown timer. And I've done this for a couple of reasons. You can use external libraries, but I also want to show you how you can calculate the minutes and seconds remaining on a booking as well. So we're going to prepare a bit of this. Offer expires at. We're going to get the queue position, offer expires at. And this will basically tell me if I'm offered a buy to buy a ticket. At that exact moment, how long have I got left before this ticket is going to expire? Okay. So first things first, to calculate the amount of time remaining, I've got a simple timer function. Okay. So this will actually be responsible for, I really want to show you that. Oh, God damn it. Let me log into a separate user, right? So popular.team. Let me just log into a different user here. So I can show you because he won't be rate limited. Let's do team at Popular Sangha. Okay. And remember, guys, Black Friday sale on popular.com/course, huge, right? So let's click into this. And now what we're building right now is this buy ticket. So here, you see this? Expires in. So this countdown function, how am I doing that, right? So we're actually building this purchase ticket flow right now. So I need a use effect. Use effect mount runs every time a component is mounted, plus when a dependency array changes. Okay, so here it also is running like so. Oops, like so. Okay, so we've got our use effect. and this will run every time offer expires at changes or is expired changes. Okay, now we're going to create a helper function called calculate time remaining, and all this function essentially does is basically it will check if it's expired, and if it's expired, it will set the time remaining to expired. So it will present and show you expired. Otherwise, we work out a difference. We'll basically say, get the timestamp minus the current date. And then the minutes we determine by doing the following calculation, and seconds we determine by the following calculation, because we're dealing with milliseconds. And then what we do is, because basically these are in, I forgot the word for it. There's a special word. Oh God, what's it called? It's like the timestamp is basically a time from 1970. Don't ask, but basically, yeah, you can basically compare these two timestamps, and then you can work out minutes and seconds from it. And then basically we pass it accordingly. So if it has minutes, it'll say like 10 minutes and 5 seconds. And then otherwise, if it's just seconds, it'll just say this many seconds left. Okay, so calculate the time remaining. And then what we do is we simply just run the calculate time remaining, but we have to put an interval timer in the mix as well. So we calculate the time remaining to start off, and then we create an interval which says every second, go ahead and tick it down basically, right? So rerun in the calculate time remaining. So every second it'll do it. And then for whatever reason, if these were to update, it will need to do a cleanup function before it sets a new interval. Otherwise you'd have several timers being mounted, which is a horrible problem to have, okay? So after we've done that, that's going to be the thing that's responsible for ticking down the time. The next one is the handle purchase function. So handle purchase is going to be where we create a Stripe checkout basically. So I'm going to go ahead and just build a little outline for this. So here we'll say create Stripe checkout. So this will be when we do all that logic. But in the meantime, I think what we can do is we can say if there is no user or no queue position, or the queue position has not been offered, we don't want to show a purchase button. Okay, so for whatever reason, we don't want to show a purchase button if you're not in the correct place in the journey to get it, right? So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and return firstly our first bit of UI. Now, the first thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to have the, this is 1 minute. Okay, so we're going to firstly go ahead and do if a ticket was reserved. So in this case, if a ticket was reserved, we'll say ticket reserved expires in. So this part of the UI is what I'm building right now. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a div firstly, a space wire4. So, and again, all of the code has been given to you. So I do recommend at this point, especially if you're getting a bit lost or a bit kind of like, whoa, what's going on? The padding 6, just to make sense of it, is that little gap here. And then the space Y4 is all between all of these components. So that's what we're dealing with right now, okay? Now the first chunk is essentially this one right here. So it's going to be a div, which looks something like this. Now, again, the code is available in the GitHub repo, but you can basically simplify your logic by basically saying that this div right here is a flex container, and basically has the ticket icon saying ticket reserved with the expires in with the time remaining. And it says the ticket has been reserved for you and so forth. So when we click on the buy now button and we get into that state where the ticket is basically, we have a queue position, we're in the queue, or we've been offered a ticket, this will start to render. Okay, so a lot of this is theoretical right now before we actually can put it down. So the next block is the button. Now this one will say purchase your ticket now or redirect to checkout if you're purchasing, right? So if it's loading. So what we can do here is I'm going to go ahead and pop in a button, which is basically going to handle purchase. Now this is going to be this button right here. And when you click it, it's going to say redirecting to checkout, like so, right? So you'll go ahead and say redirecting to checkout. So in this case, this is how we disable it if it's expired or if it's loading, so you can prevent double click. And then we're going to have a release ticket button underneath it. Okay, now the release ticket button we haven't implemented yet, but essentially what this will be if you have a ticket. And remember, the good thing about this component is that it even shows over here. So even on the home page, if you have a ticket reserved, you can purchase it or you can release the ticket offer. And that essentially is going to remove you from the queue. So you do not get the access to everything. So you can imagine how much architecture and work was behind this, right? It's absolutely nuts as to how much goes on with this. But in this case, the first step is I'm going to go ahead and handle the handle purchase. Well, actually, let's do the release ticket because then I can build out the rest of the flow. So release ticket, fairly straightforward button here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a component, release ticket.tsx, RFCE. And this one is going to be a use client component. Okay. And we're going to need a couple of things from our API. So let's go ahead and pop those in. We're going to need a few icons and state from here as well. And then what we're going to do is it's going to take two arguments. It's going to take the event ID and it's going to take the waiting list ID. Okay. Event ID and the waiting list ID. Now here, what we're going to do is ignore that. We've got the waiting list. There you go. All right. So is 2 bits of state, making sure it's type checked. We pass it in. Now the first thing is we need to have a piece of state, which is for is releasing. And then we're going to create a mutation in the waiting list API, which is called release ticket. It's going to be responsible for everything. So in this case, we've got the release ticket, right? So waiting list, let's go to inside the API for the waiting list. And what we're going to do here is we're going to create a mutation. Now the signature for this is going to be, so here is all of our mutations and queries. It's going to look something like this. Okay. So we take an event, a waiting list ID, and then we need to manipulate in the database. So first up, we need to get the user's entry or the waiting list ID, right? So that person's ID. Now, if they don't have an entry in the waiting list, well, at this point, something's wrong, right? We need to say if it's not offered, then no valid ticket was given to you, right? So you can't release it because you've not been given it. So the next step is if you got past this, it means you've been offered a ticket and it's valid, okay? So at this point now, we mark the entry as expired. We go into it, we grab your waiting list entry and we say, set it to expired, okay? And then what we will do is we will process the queue. This one is so important, guys, right? So I'm going to comment it out for now, but this is really where the magic happens. Processing the queue is essentially where we basically go ahead and we say, okay, you had a ticket offer, you released it. So now that you've released it, process the queue on the back end. So this means that the next person in line, give them a ticket offer, and then it will basically, because everything is calculated from the positions in queue and the time left versus the expired tickets, it will automatically update everyone's UI. So this is crazy intensely well thought out. I really did think it through. This is a true event-driven architecture, right? We're a couple of likes away from 300. Smash that like button, guys. I love and appreciate all of you. So process queue, we will build shortly after, right? Because that one has a lot of logic involved in it. So we're going to build that in a minute. So heading back to release ticket. Now that we've got that down, we're going to have a simple button which simply says, let's just go ahead and pop it in. This is a simple button which has the handle release function triggered off, right? If it's releasing, it'll say releasing. Otherwise, it'll say release ticket offer. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to have a handle release. So in this case, handle release. Now, firstly, I'm going to just simply use that easy pop-up. Now you can obviously use custom ones, but I'm going to say, are you sure you want to release your ticket offer, right? So this is the main real thing that you want to be careful of, right? So we're going to have a try, catch, and finally block underneath it, okay? So now what we're going to do is we're going to say try, set is releasing to true. We're going to release the ticket, okay? And then if anything went wrong, it'll catch the error, console log it out. And obviously you can put toast notifications here. You can take that a step further and it will always set releasing to false no matter what, if it's true or false, the outcome, okay? Now, when we release the ticket, the logic on the back end would be to process the queue, which is a to-do, okay? So this one, we're going to do, and this is basically where we process the queue. Okay, and that would essentially have the concept of pushing the queue through. Okay, thank you, Sarah. This one's really, I tell you, this one's really intense, right? Now what we do is we simply pull in our release ticket. So release ticket's done. The next step is handling a purchase. Okay, so what we're going to do now is on this side. So if I was to click into an event, we don't actually have the event view, so we can't actually see a buy ticket button yet. But what we will do, so what I'm actually going to do here is, I think what we should do is, before we implement Stripe checkout, we should actually build the screen for the actual ability to see the buy button. Otherwise, it's kind of like I'm throwing you around and you're not truly understanding where the buy mechanism would be. So for example, if I want to buy a code plate, this is where you would see a buy ticket button. Okay, that will modify the queue, that will then modify the card component. So naturally, the next step that we should do is we should build this page, which is essentially going to be the /event/event ID. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that right now. So next step, and you can see naturally how we break down these incredibly complex builds in such a cool way, right? So let's build our first page, I guess, in our app, second page, right? So, oh my God, I just see how many pages we have to build. Crazy, crazy, crazy. We're gonna do it. Take your time. Oh, okay. So we're gonna build a /event/ID page. So in order to do this, it's file-based, folder-based routing. So inside Next.js, what we do is we say event / and then we have an ID, which stands for a wildcard. Now inside of here, we have page.tsx, which resembles the web page at this URL. We do RFCE to go ahead and signify that this is the page we're going to build. Now inside of this page, what we do is we're going to have an event page. So this one's going to be called the event page, and this one is going to be a client component. Okay. Now, a couple of things. We are going to go ahead and get the user who is logged in, as well as the params. So user logged in is going to be Next.js. Use params is going to be from Next Navigation. Now, when you have that's fine. Actually, you can do that. Yeah. Now, we need to get the event itself, which is easy with our API. So what we do is we import use query. We import this, we import that. So in this case now, we've got our event. So you see, when you build a good backend, it really does make life simple. Same with the availability, right? So look at that, it just works, guys. It's so clean, right? And then same with the image URL. We've already done the backend work for this. So you see how now I can just go ahead and use our handy libutil folder elements and do everything. Well, firstly, if there is no event or no availability, we're gonna load a spinner component. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and pop that in. Once that's done, what we should see now, look, it spins while it loads. It loaded the event. Now I just need to, show the event on the screen. So this next part is going to be very presentational. Let's put it that way, right? So at this point, we're going to have a surrounding div. This div is going to have a min height screen, and it's going to have a background. Oops, let me just go ahead and make this a bit easier for myself. A background gray of 50. So BG gray 50. Okay. So event page, very simple. Okay, then we have the event details. Okay, so the event details are going to be in a div like such. So this one is going to be, remember, we're building out this right now. Okay, so the event details are going to be like so. Now inside of here, first up, we have the event image. Okay, so the event image is going to be, well, actually, to be honest, it's not actually the event image yet. It's going to be inside of here, the event image, and then outside of here, this is going to be all of the detail, I guess. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to wrap all of the event details in another element inside. So this will actually be, you see how it's like a white wrapper? Yeah, so it's got like a white wrapper, which is like a nice floating thing that we're kind of used to. Mentality TV says, thank you, Sonny. I love you, man. Your videos are helping me out in a big way, man. Dude, I appreciate and love that. Thank you so much for letting me know. Guys, our viewership's just growing right now. Absolutely awesome stuff. Quick water break. We're killing it. The code is all free, by the way, for today. So feel free. Remember, all I ask is you do like this video. Just hit 300 likes. Keep destroying that like, especially if you're watching the replay. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and use all the links in the description if you haven't, or when you're setting up your Clerk, Convex, or lcl.host to test out your app. Make sure you go ahead and do that, please. All right. Okay, now inside of this, we're going to render out the event image. So event image right now is going to sit inside of here. And we're going to import the next image component. And I have messed up dearly because of this, right? So we have the div itself, the div, the image URL. Okay, it's outside of here now. Okay, so next up, we're gonna have the event. Well, this one I'm gonna put event details here as well, right? Because this is the actual event details in depth. Let's just say in depth, right? In depth. Okay, so this is actually gonna be all of this stuff. So this kind of panel here, right? Let's just say in depth. It makes it easier. right? So div, this one's actually going to be a padding of 8. So class name padding of 8. You'll notice that it's this same here. So padding of 8. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have a grid system. So this entire thing is a grid. Okay. You'll notice it's a grid because as we stack up in mobile view, it responds really well. So grid is very good for this kind of use case, better than Flex, right? So in this case, we've got a grid, and all we simply do is on a mobile phone, it's a 1-column grid view, so it stacks on each other. On a large screen, it's a 2-column, hence why it's side by side. Okay, so I hope this really starts to make sense of what like the easiness of it, right? So the first step is the left column view. So left column is the event details. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a div which holds all of that information, like so. The first bit is going to be the event description and the event name. So inside of here, we're going to go ahead and pop that in. So in this case, it'll be the NBA finals, co-play, whatever we're doing, right? Then it's going to be a smaller subdiv. Now the subdiv is essentially these 4. Okay, so this is going to be like a little column stacking thing here. So this one is going to be always in a 2 grid layout, let's just call it, all right? So, and it's going to have several of these repeated different things. Now the first one is calendar days. So I'm going to go ahead and show you. Now this one's going to be the date, right? So you see how it's in the first little block, right? So that's the first one. The second one is going to be the map. So it'll be the location. So again, the map pin, let's import it. And now you can see this one will go into the next column. So you can see location, Madison Square Gardens. The ticket is going to be the total availability of a ticket. Let's go ahead and make sure it's imported. And then the final one is going to be the users, or I get, sorry, this ticket price. And this one will be the users who have essentially bought the ticket, right? So I made a little silly mistake here, sorry. I forgot to grab the entire div, yeah. So this one is going to be the actual div here. Again, I've given you all of the code for this entire build, so you can feel free to follow along with this, right? So look at this now, boom, very, very nice, okay? So after this div, outside of the surrounding div, so here, we have additional event information, okay? So additional event information. Siren and Steven, I love you guys, man. Your energy is so cool. Honestly, this is what a community is all about. All right, so the additional event information, purely informational. Now, honestly, this one you can really customize, connect it up yourself. Right now, I've just put some generic stuff, right? Age restrictions, 18 plus, tickets non-refundable. Please arrive 30 minutes before the event starts. Right? I'm just put some generics for everyone, but you can actually take that further, connect it to the back end, and do whatever you want with that. But yeah, I'm trying to keep it relatively simple. Now, the right column is the purchase ticket card, okay? Or the ticket purchase card. So we've already done the left column. Now we've got the right column. So the right column, very simple div, to be honest. Everything is inside of there. And again, you could even call these sections on your page for SEO, right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to have another div inside of it, because we're going to try and basically that sticks, right? So it will stick inside of it. Now, the first step is we're going to have the event card. Now, why is this so good, this design that I've shown you? Well, firstly, the second I click save, see how everything automatically will get pulled in, right? This is really good. This is clean. I need to fix this little bit of a flaw with the logic here, the styling. But otherwise, you see how we can just reuse components and it just works so nice, right? And it's just, honestly, it's so powerful, like I said, yeah? So in this case, we've got the user. So if you're logged in, I'm going to show a join queue button, which I haven't created yet, but that join queue button is so important, it's unreal. And otherwise, we're going to show a sign-in button to buy a ticket. So in this case, I'm going to have a sign-in button, import from React Clerk, and then this is going to be from our component buttons itself. Now, join queue is another really important element. So the join queue is essentially going to be this is actually going to be the buy ticket. So this is called a join queue button. All right. So buy ticket is technically a join queue. So because you click on it and then you're joining the queue. Okay. So this join queue is what we're looking at as the buy ticket that you just saw. And then everything renders through the event card afterwards. So this is rendering through the event card. I hope that makes sense, right? So now we need to create the join view component. So here I do what did I do? Don't do that. No. Okay, yeah, join queue.tsx, right? So let's do a join queue.tsx. Now again, another marathon. Let's go. Okay, so this takes two things. It takes an event ID and a user ID. Boom. Okay. This has, you know, the following. And again, why can I move this fast in such a confident way? Well, purely because quite honestly, we have type checking, right? Without type checking, I would not be this confident in moving this quick, period. It just would not be the case, right? Well, firstly, we are going to be using toast notifications here. So in order to use the toast notification, I actually want to go ahead and set up our React toast, right? So in this case, what's it called? Before I do that, I want to mention as well, because I know we're getting in depth right now. This gets really tricky. So what I would recommend right now is, if you are stuck at any point, like I said, we've got amazing members in the community. Definitely check out our Black Friday sale, because like I'm saying right now, this is deep. This is going really deep. It can be a bit overwhelming at this point. You can get kind of in your head about it. But what I do recommend is that you check out the early Black Friday sale. It's early Black Friday sale because those people who are proactive are going to get even better of a sale than the actual Black Friday sale itself. So if you join in right now and use the coupon code EARLYBF Platinum for Platinum or EARLYBF Diamond for Diamond, you will save 55% off. So you guys can see right here, that's the cheapest we've ever sold this course for, period. The ultimate win, honestly, is Diamond. That's over £500 discounted off, which is nuts. And it's only for a short period of time, right? When this what's it called, expires, our Black Friday sale will officially go live, and it will drop down to 50%. So right now, the early Black Friday sale is even better than the Black Friday sale. So make sure I'm doing it because I want people who are watching this video to basically benefit, right? So in the meantime, what we're going to do is going to go to Shadcn, and we're going to go ahead and actually implement the toaster notification. So the one I'm using today is this one, right? So boom, that one. So MPX Shadcn latest, boom. Digital Alchemist goes, I'm 20% in with the course and I already love it. That's what I'm talking about, dude. So in this case, MPX Shadcn latest add toast. We might get the pop-up here. We say legacy peer dependencies, boom. Next.js, some breaking changes. Definitely things to be aware of, yes. But we will cover a lot of it today. And I do cover it in the course, right? Now, once we've done that, you have to put the toaster in the highest level of your app. So in this case, layout.app. So in this case, if we go down underneath the children, we put a toaster like so. And the toaster is going to come from our component, which is this. Yeah, that's correct. It's actually this one here. Yeah, component UI toaster. Now, if I want to use it, I go back into my app, and now I can pull from our handy helper functions at hooks. So in this case, now I can go back to my I can go back to my here at hooks use toast. Cool. Now I can call that toast whenever I want to do something interesting with it. Okay, so a couple of things that I need now. I need the waiting list. I need the Hello, testing. We're back. Okay. Honestly, don't know why that happens. Roadcaster, fix your stuff. Okay. Freaks me out. That's live debugging in real life. Okay. We're back. So in this case, API events, crazy. I have to like debug real stuff. Okay. So in this case, the join waiting list events, we do not have that created yet, but we have queue position, user ticket, and so forth. So we need to create the join waiting list as part of the events. So let's go to events. And now you guys can get the flow, right? I think you're starting to see how we do this. Like, so if a user wants to join a waiting list, yes, we're going to deploy it to Vercel, yes. So if a user wants to join a waiting list, we're going to put it inside the event schema. So in this case, oh, not that. Oops. We need firstly join the waiting list for an event. And let's put in this. So this is our signature. It takes the event ID and the user ID. Okay. Now, the first step is we need to firstly check on the rate limiting, right? So I will implement the rate limiting. However, for now, I'm gonna go ahead and just put a pause on the rate limit. Okay, so we will do the rate limit to do afterwards. We will implement that, right? But firstly, we should check if the user already has an active entry in the waiting list for this event, right? So active means any status except expired. So if you're waiting, if you're, in the queue, whatever. So let's check if you've got an existing entry and the energy is coming back. I can feel that, right? So existing entry, we're going to the waiting list. We do our index search, so user and event ID, and we check if it's not equal to status of expired. So we basically check all of that. Now we check, is this user already in there? All right. So are they, already waiting? Because if they are, we shouldn't be given that, right? So in this case, you're already in the waiting list. So we should throw an error at this point saying, yo, you're already in the list, right? So in this case, the next one, we need to verify if the event even exists before we try and join something, right? So in this case, we do a simple check here. And then what we do is we check, are there any available tickets currently there, right? So in this case, we check if there are any available tickets right now. Now, in order to do this, what I'm going to do is create a check availability. So I'm going to pause on this, come up here above the join waiting list. I'm going to create a inline sort of, helper function. So this one is like an impromptu function, and then we'll go back into the other one. So this one is going to basically, firstly, check that the event exists. So again, a lot of defensive programming. We're going to count the number of total purchase tickets, right? And then we're going to basically check the number of valid offers. Okay. We're going to check the number of valid offers. And then basically what we're going to do is we're going to return all of the available information that we talked about before. So similar to what we did previously, available spots equals event.total tickets minus the purchase plus active offers. So in this case now, check availability is going to give us the available spots, total tickets purchased. I think, to be honest, get event availability. Okay, no, it's not Zustand. No, we're not using Zustand for this build, right? So I mean, I've repeated it there, the function. But anyway, I'm not gonna try and change it on the fly because we've got so much to do. I don't want to get into it. But basically, you can already see how you could easily use the other one for that. Okay, but now we go back. Now we got the available. Okay. Because I think I got a Boolean out of it, but yeah, it's fine. It is what it is. Cool. So at this point now, we get the current time, which is const now, and we basically see if there is tickets available for you to go ahead and join the Q4. Then what we do is we go ahead and say waiting list, database insert waiting list, and I need to pull in my constants. So basically inserting you into the waiting list with a offered, right? And now here is the interesting, powerful part, guys. Well, firstly, I need to basically go ahead and now what we need to do, and this is why I need you to lock in and pay attention. So when a user is added to our waiting list, what we need to make sure is that after exactly the expiration time on the back end, it must be on the back end because this will never, go ahead and essentially fail. Well, it could fail on the back end, but the point is it's way more secure than the client. You shouldn't rely on the client for this because not everyone's going to sit on the computer for 30 minutes, whereas the server's always going to be up. Yeah. So at this point, what we want to do is we add a user to waiting list, but we set a scheduled cron job, which is like a scheduled task, which is going to happen in the future. So we use the scheduler as part of Convex, which is so powerful, it's nuts. Yeah. And then what we do is we create an internal function called expire offer. So we're going to do all of that right now. And this is going to be incredibly powerful because every time you join the waiting list, there's a future scheduled event, which is automatically added in. So a cron job, which will essentially go ahead and make sure that at the exact moment that ticket was supposed to expire on the back end, a little toggle will happen and it will basically expire your ticket. You could do it based off time as well if you didn't want to do scheduling. But however, I want to show you all of the abilities and I think it's really cool to see, right? So we've got the run after tickets offer. So we basically go ahead and now this will run after this time frame, right? And then we pass in these arguments, right? So in this case, this is ticket offer. So this is like run after 30 minutes. So duration is ticket offer. In this case, is 30 minutes, right? And then, so the second we add to the waiting list, it will basically add this to the scheduler. And then what we could do, if you want it down to a T, you could do by time as well, right? But in this case, I think it's okay, right? Now, what we can do is we need to trigger this function. So in waiting list, we have internal, because think about it, this is called from an internal scheduler on our server. So we don't want to expose expire offer to anyone, right? We have got cron jobs, yes. So waiting list. So now if I go to my waiting list, I'm going to show you, we're actually going to create an expire offer. So this is called an internal mutation. Okay. So what this will do is, let's go ahead and do an internal mutation. So the internal mutation takes an argument and has a handler, right? So in this case, takes arguments and it has handlers. So firstly, it takes waiting list ID and event ID. Now the first thing is we need to check. We need to get the offer and we need to make sure that the offer is, firstly, it's not already, it's not equal to unoffered, right? So in this case, this is because we need to, if the offer is found or is not in the offered state, do nothing. Because yeah, unless you're in the offered state, we shouldn't be expiring you, right? It's only expiring if you're already in an offered state. And then what we do is we update the database. Okay. So in this case, we update the DB here. Okay. So const database patch waiting list ID, and then we do waiting list dot expire. So we basically expire your waiting list entry. Okay. And then we process the queue. Okay. So remember, I told you processing the queue was a very big task, right? So at this point, I do believe we should essentially be doing this, because why is this coming out? I'm interested. Get queue position, release ticket. Oh yeah, we paused on that, right? So processing the queue again, because what happens when you expire an offer, you have to process the queue at that moment. So firstly, heading back over to the events, let's finish off the events flow, and then we will implement the process queue. Okay, because I don't want to get you mixed up. Right. So over here, the scheduler will run. The scheduler will run and it will expire the user's offer. Now, if outside of that, we say else, okay. Rahul, what's up, dude? We got Carl here in the house. Now, in this case, we go if no tickets are available. So for example, this is if there was a ticket available. So if at the moment that you tried to purchase your ticket, there was a ticket available, it would go ahead and insert you into the waiting list with the status of offered, and then your UI would reflect with the purchase button to allow you to buy. Now, if the ticket became expired, or if there was no tickets available, then what we should do is we should add you to a waiting list. Okay, we should add you to a waiting list. So in this case, we need to go ahead and say if no tickets available, add to the waiting list, right? So in this case, if no tickets are available, we add you to the waiting list with the status of waiting. Okay. Now, after all of that, we should return an appropriate status message. Okay. So in this case, we can say return success true, status available, waiting list. Basically, if it's available, waiting list is offered, otherwise it's waiting. And the message, if it was available, ticket was offered, you have 15 minutes to purchase. Oh, actually, that's wrong. Here, this one should be, you have durations, ticket offer, minutes to purchase. Okay. So it should be 60 minutes. Oh, this, yeah. So you need to calculate the tickets. So this will be, you have 30 minutes to purchase, add to waiting list. You'll be notified when a ticket becomes available. Okay. So that is how we do it. Shout out Genji, nice. He's back in 3.5 hours, which we have to get this app built by then. Okay. So in this case now, we've got this down. So the events are looking good. Okay. My camera is probably going to die soon, so I need to change that. I'm just debating, do I change it before it dies or do I anticipate this ahead of time? Anyway, if it dies, we'll change it over to my webcam. Okay. So then that's that done. Okay. So join waiting list mechanism. Now, what I will do is we'll go back into the join queue. What we're going to do is, and remind me if I go off track with this, we're going to go back into the join queue. And then what we're going to do now is we're going to implement that join queue button, finish that part, go to the process queue, implement that part, and then we're going to continue forward with it. Okay. So join queue is the next part. So now we've got the join waiting list functionality, user ticket functionality. We need the availability and we need the event itself. And then we need to check if the event is the owner of the event. Okay. So a couple of things here. Again, our APIs are all built, so it handles everything super nicely. Okay. Now this bit's cool. So what we can do is we're going to have a helper function called handle join queue. Now this handle join queue is way more simple than it appears, right? So all it's doing is it's a function. We catch. If anything happens, we basically just throw the error. We say if it's a convex error, we're going to show a toast with the error.data, which is essentially what we return from the backend. Now, yes, given you shouldn't always trust what comes from your backend, but but in this case, I built it, so I know what's happening, right? But in this case, you should be using like, numbers and stuff to basically say if this, then show the front end this message. Anyway, point of it is that what we're going to do is we're going to try to join the waiting list. And if the result was success, we say successfully join the waiting list. Okay. And you could even show a toast notification if you wanted. Right. So you could even say result.message and so forth. Yeah. So you could do that as well. Cool. Which I didn't do in the main one, in the main build. Right. So now after the handle queue join, handle join queue, what we'll do is we'll say if the queue position is still, if for whatever reasons, if any of these are met, so if it's loading, if the availability isn't there, we're going to show a spinner. So this is typically if it's loading. If there is no user ticket, oh my neck. If there's no user ticket, then we're going to return no. And if it's a past event, I should know about it. So we're going to do that. If it's a past event, I should know about it. Now, okay. So next, final bit of UI. Now this one is a bit messy, I ain't gonna lie, but I think it will do, right? Basically, I've got a massive conditional here, okay? Now you can feel free to download the code and check this for yourself or rewrite it yourself, but we have this massive conditional operation here, okay? So firstly, I'm gonna import these like so. But this essentially is going to render out, render out the following. Okay, now I've got a double here, which is not good. There you go. Okay, so if there is no queue position, or the queue position is expired, or it's been offered and the expiry date is before now, so 3 conditions where it could have been wrong, right? Then we should show the following. Now again, I have a layered ternary. You guys are going to hate me, but I've given you the code for it. So please just download the code and feel free to do it yourself. But there is a nested 3-way ternary operator. Now I am proud of this one, but it was a big build and cut me some slack, please. Right? Logic seems very hard. No, it's not. Honestly, it's because I'm throwing it all down your throat in like a space of 3 hours. So it can seem tricky, but I promise you it's not actually that bad. Right? So the first step, if it's an event owner, right? So first up, if it's an event owner, then what we should do is say you cannot buy a ticket to your own event, okay? Else, we're gonna have another operation here. Else, if it's a past event, we're gonna go ahead and say, yo, it's a past event, okay? And then we're gonna render a clock. So the event has ended. Else, we're gonna render if the ticket's sold out, we're going to go ahead and show the availability. Remember the same logic as we've done previously. All right, so purchase count is greater than or equal to that. I've messed up a little bit there. Sorry, guys. We should have done here. So this should have been, yep. Else, we're going to show a handle join queue button, which says buy ticket. Okay. And again, can you refactor this to make it as clean as you want? Of course you can. Yeah, take it as far as you want, do what you want with it. Yeah, the point of it is really, this is just like, again, I built all of this in a short period of time. You can refactor it, you can build it however you wish, just do whatever you want. Okay. Honestly, I built this is free. Okay, go get the code if you want to slow down on it, right? But the point of it is now, these will all be blocked, these will all be blocking events until you can buy a ticket, right? So if it's sold out, it won't show the buy button. If this event is ended, it won't buy it. You can't buy your own ticket if you're an owner of it, and so forth. Okay, cool. So now the join queue placement. So in this case, the actual component, we pull it in. User ID could be undefined. So in this instance, actually, I made a slight mistake on the page itself. So on the page for the event.id, we need to check if the user is present. So right now, if the user exists, then interesting. So Okay, join queue. Oh, okay, so I know why. Join queue. So this is not a ID string of users. Oh, you could. No, it's not actually that. It's a string. It's a basic string. Yeah. It's not the actual ID because the user ID is different. So now, look at this, guys. Woo! Buy a ticket. Nice. Cool. So before I click this, yeah, so I'm going to click it right now. We should join the queue. I think we've been playing great. Let's click it. Okay. So something went wrong. Failed to join the queue. Attempted to schedule function, but no exported expire offer found in the file waiting list. So I forgot to save the waiting list. So waiting list is unsaved because we haven't done process queue. Okay. So now we're going to process the queue. Okay, trust me, we're almost, believe it or not, the hard stuff is almost done because the buy logic in the queue was the hardest. The rest of it is like the Stripe I ain't gonna lie, we got bits to do. All right, so let's keep it going. But I told you, this is serious builds, guys. But this is why I gave it for free as well. So yeah, don't cry. Come on, you guys have got this. All right, so in this case, process queue. This is an extremely important one. Now, I explained the logic previously about how this will work, but this essentially is going to be where I need you to truly download that code and, reverse engineer it with me, look through it with me, really take your time with it. But yeah, like try and keep up with this. I know it can be overwhelming, but again, I will be going over this entire tutorial inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero, inside of my course, inside of a coaching call. Okay. So mutation to process the waiting list queue and offer tickets to the next eligible users. Check current availability, purchase tickets and active offers. So firstly, let's do it. So we need to check, is the event found, right? So defensive programming always, right? Second up, calculate the available spots, right? So in this case, we need to go ahead and get the available spots. So this one, okay, there's many ways I could use. I could probably have used my availability here to simplify this one. But I'm going to show you how I built it here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop this entire chunk in and explain it to you. So here, okay, so here we have it. So firstly, import tickets here. So available spots, we go into the database. We query, we're checking for the event ID. We get the first one and then we go in. If there was no event not found, okay? So the first thing is we get the purchase count. We go ahead and we filter through for any of the valid or used tickets. And then we basically go ahead and get the active offers. So essentially what we're doing here is we're getting all of the tickets which were offered, right? Then what we do is the available spots is basically the total tickets minus the purchased and active offers. So this would become 0 essentially. If you're sold out, right? So after all of this is done, what we then have is outside of our then block, we have if available spots is greater than or equal to 0, then we should return, okay? Otherwise, get the next user in line because we now need to go ahead and process them and update them to become basically a limited, like give them the offer, okay? So what we do is we get the next waiting user. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So get the next user. So basically we grab the event status. We say, go ahead and get everyone inside of the event who is waiting, order it by ascending, which means the first person who joined will come in, as in that the person who deserves the next ticket, who's next in line gets it. Then we take the number of available spots. So actually this one was interesting. I forgot. Execute and return the first time results. Okay, so this is basically gonna execute it. Yeah. And then what we do is we create a limited time offer for the selected users. Oh yeah, sorry. Yes. So in this case now, what we actually do here is, for example, this is really cool, yeah? Because what we're doing here is, let's say there was 3 spots that were available. What we're then doing is we're taking the top 3. So we're processing all 3 at that exact moment. So imagine like, it won't just do one by one. It will then, it will do it, but it will actually, this is how we know who to process for, okay? So in this case now, so if say there was 3 spots that suddenly freed up and it processed the queue, the 3 people would get the offers. So 3 people will get offers. So it's more efficient than just doing 1, right? So now what we do is we get the time. So we get the time now, and then we loop through for every single user, and we basically do the following. So firstly, I need to implement, bring my constants in and bring the internal from API. And what we do is we say for every single user who is waiting, who basically deserves that ticket, who we calculated up here. Then what we do is we basically get this, we update their offer expires at to now plus 30 minutes. And then we basically change their status to offered. Okay, so that way they've been given a ticket. Then we need to remember, once you give any ticket anywhere, we have to schedule the expiration of that ticket in a cron. So here, what we do is we do context.scheduler.run after, and again, the same thing that we did previously over there. Now, what is this? Why is this freaking out? So this right here, I want to actually uncomment that. Okay. And then we can actually undo that now. So when we release ticket, it will process the queue as well. So guys, we just did the entire processing queue. So I've explained it a couple of times. Someone needs to take this and make an anti-scalper ticketing system. Yeah, dude, take it, run with it. You know what I mean? This is what it's about. So in this case, now we've got the waiting list down. So to regroup and to understand where we're at right now. So let's go ahead and try and buy a ticket. Okay. So if we did it all said and well, now what we do, if I buy a ticket, this should put me in a queue and give me a ticket. Okay. Purchase ticket is not defined. Let's go to our event card. Purchase ticket is not defined. We have to import purchase ticket. Cool. Let's do it again. Now, so, oh, look at that. Oh, if I release the ticket offer, nice. Look at that, guys. All real time, all working just the way we expected. So let's go ahead and buy a ticket. Boom. Ticket offered. You have 30 minutes to purchase. Guys, that's some cool stuff right there. All right. So in this case, now if I was to go ahead and purchase the ticket, this is now where we go ahead and we have to, okay, so this is where it gets interesting. So now we have to pause. We have to go ahead and do the seller flow. So now we have to basically have the ability to onboard a seller, create events. So that way, when they create an event, you have the Stripe account that you should be sending the money to for the sale of a ticket. So we need to basically now pause before we create Stripe checkout, because we're going to need to implement Stripe Connect now. So it's an interesting mix of stuff, but we got this, right? So let's go ahead and do it. And yes, just for anyone who's wondering, this whole implementation is for single ticket purchase. You can implement quantity, but honestly, you guys can see for yourself, like this is already complex enough. So a challenge of mine would be to literally go ahead and take it and implement several ticket purchases from it. Okay, 523, we're going well. I think it's going to be one of my longest builds, period. All right, let's do it. We got this. So now even on the home screen, you guys can see for yourself, look at this, like firstly, incredible stuff. And let's quickly fix the UI, which I believe is happening due to this being dropped on the next line. So event card, quick little patch here. I do not like how the price is here. So price tag, my price tag sucks on the event card right now. It's got like a missing margin left or something here. So where is the name? The event name. So I just want to check, is this div the same as the div that I've done? So okay, so div, I just want to check one thing, guys, sorry. I am start. Okay, where's the damn name? Sorry, I'm completely getting lazy. What am I doing? All right, the name, event name and owner badge. All right, so price, event name and owner badge. So price tag is here. P6 image URL relative items start just for between. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not going to spend ages on figuring out what this tiny thing is. The code is available and it's just one line, right? So there's one thing which is not styled correctly right now, which is annoying me, that I'm trying to find. I'm spending too much time on it. Let's go ahead and do it right now. So it's not that one. It was maybe the price tag. This is the price tag. This is where you know I'm obsessive. All right, let's do the div. Maybe this price tag. Is it here? I want to know where this is. No, it's not the price tag. It's not the P6. It's not that. Oh, for God's sake, where is that? like that. Oh, that's so annoying. It's because the price tag should be absolutely positioned, I believe. Absolute position. No, it's not absolutely positioned. Stress. All right. Oh God. Oh God, it's so annoying. I know where it is. Where is that? Damn thing. Name. Oh, okay. I think it's just justify between items start. I think it might just be this, you know. Items end. No. Start. Event name, item start. I think, is it the star icon your event? Event name, items end. Start. Justify between, justify end. Oh my God. Okay. I'm spending way too long on this. You can tell why I spend so long on these builds. Anyway, I'll fix that, right? But the point is, in the final code, it's that, right? So, it's just driving me crazy. Where is sold out? Oh, God damn it, man. This is why I spend too long on stuff that sold out. Where is sold out? I'm going to fix this. I don't care. I'm going to fix this. Sold out. The whole block is on the right. Yes. This whole block is on the right. So this surrounding parent block, event name P6, the surrounding div, opacity relatively hidden. Yes. Okay, so somewhere between here, I'm just doing something obsessively. 1 second. Give me 1 minute. I want to check something. Okay, so I messed up somewhere here, right? And I need to know where. I'm gonna do a quick little check, guys. Forgive me, but I'm gonna show you how I would use. Oh, you know what? I'll show you. Screw it. It's a very good learning curve, right? So what I'm gonna show you right now is, here is my code. So I'm gonna use cursor for this, right? Here is my code. Right now, obviously, I'm in a tutorial sense. So here is my code. Boom. Push it in, right? Somewhere I made a mistake. The correct code is this. And then I'm going to paste in my actual code, the one on my production build, and then boom. Okay. Figure it out. So look at the main difference in instruction placement of price tag. So price tag is where I messed up. So move inside the justify between. So I screwed up. Let's click apply. So price tag. I put price tag in the wrong, before it was outside the div. Okay. So before it was in the wrong div placement. Okay. There you go. It was in the wrong bloody div. Okay, but there you go. That's how I would figure it out, by the way. Yeah, so I mean, to be honest with you, I already had the production code that I finished, but just FYI, if you're ever in a predicament like that, you could just ask it and be like, why is it not sitting next to each other? And it can help you out like that. So again, this AI helps out a lot, right? So anyway, let's get to it. So sell tickets. So when I sell a ticket, I need to now do the Stripe Connect flow, because Stripe Connect, essentially what we're going to do now, before my camera dies, what we're going to do is we're going to have Stripe Connect. So now as a seller, I'm going to show you the actual onboarding flow, rather than explain it like that. Right, we're gonna build this. So on the onboarding flow, if I sign in to here, guys, oh God, I almost smashed my water over. Give me 1 second. I have like a mad shoulder ache right now, so I'm taking like a tablet for it. I injured my shoulder in the gym. So uno momento, this is just painkillers. Okay, we're back. Let's refresh. Why am I not signed in? So, okay, here we are. Sell tickets. Don't worry, there's no like flow tablet or some shit. So let's go sell tickets. So here, I need to create this. So the reason why I need to create this is because basically we need to, for your user, we need to basically go ahead and allow you to create a Stripe Connect account. So lots of server actions are about to happen. Once we've created a Stripe Connect account, we need to basically onboard new users, and there's test details that we can use. We're then going to have a bunch of UI and updates and stuff that happen. We're going to have action required, a bunch of stuff like that. Then what we're going to do is we're basically going to attach your Stripe Connect ID, which basically means, let's say I'm a seller. I come onto the platform, I want to sell. I need to basically onboard myself as a seller. So I connect my bank account, all this kind of stuff. Then I create a ticket, and on that ticket now is my seller ID, let's just call it, which is actually my Stripe Connect ID. Now, anytime any user comes on and buys like Code Play Concert, when they buy the ticket, during the checkout flow, we pass this special Connect or seller ID. What this means is the money is routed to their account. So in the seller dashboard, they get the money and they get the payouts. Then what we do is we strip out an application fee of 1% or whatever you want to do. So that's the entire flow that we're going to do now. Then we're going to go ahead and do, oh my God, there's bears to do, right? Let's just carry on. All right. So in this case, we need to go ahead and do this right now. So, oh God, damn, right. It's going to be a 5-hour build. So we got /seller. So here, so destroy that like button, guys, please. That's all I ask you to do, right? Let's go to the /seller page. So right now, if we go to sell tickets, we go here. So /seller. So let's create that ticket, that UI. /page. So here, app /seller. Oops, not select, seller. And then page.tsx, right? RFCE, boom. Okay, there will not be a seating map. Guys, come on, give me a break. I can't build everything, and I built this entire app in like a matter of 3 days. So it was insane amount of stuff to come out. I can't do everything, but yeah, I will try to maybe introduce that in the future. You're welcome. So in this case, we're gonna have a few things here. We're gonna have a seller dashboard, which I'm gonna eventually create. Okay. And then inside of here, we're going to just double check. We're going to see, is the user actually authenticated or not? Okay. This is an async function because this is a server component. Now on the seller dashboard, what I'm going to do here is I'm essentially going to say the div ID class name. I'm going to give it a 1 minute. We're going to go ahead and do min height. So this is it, seller page. And then here I'll implement a seller dashboard component. Okay. Now here, this component, let's create that quickly. So seller dashboard.tsx, RFCE. The seller dashboard is really where the magic is going to happen. So the seller dashboard, oh my goodness, this is massive. All right, so this is a client component. Let's pull that in. So here we have it, seller dashboard. So here is where we build the Stripe Connect flow. So right now, what I need to do is I need to go ahead and actually create a Stripe account. So stripe.com, head over to stripe.com. I'm just going to make sure I'm not signed into my work account, so everything else comes out. So right now, oh my God, mom is hanging. So right now, papareact.com, Mr. Frank, yo, what's good, dude? I was wondering where you popped up. So in this case now, I'm going to show you how we do it. So we're going to go into Ticketer, and then we're going to click on create new account. Oh my God, my shoulder is hurting. Ouch. All right, we're going to click on create a new account. And then here I'm going to say, let's just call it Ticketer YouTube, right? And I'm going to do country operation United Kingdom. Now, of course, United Kingdom, US, safe ones to work with. I understand it doesn't work everywhere. I can't fix that. But for now, we're just in the UK, right? So dashboard.stripe. And now we're in, okay? Now we're gonna stay in test mode for now, which is completely fine. We're gonna go into more and we're gonna click on connect. And then we're gonna power your platform with connect. Connect is very powerful, by the way. It lets you do a lot of ton of things, yeah? LV Crispy, yo, what's up? Please zoom in. So, yeah, I mean, you guys can see it, right? So let's go ahead and click on this, get started. Now get your personalized setup guide. This is very good, by the way, yeah? So we're gonna click on continue. And it asks us a series of questions. So seller will collect payments directly, or buyers will purchase from you. Now, I know you might think it was this one, but this one has a lot more liability that that is involved, right? So right now we're going to do, technically they buy from the seller, but they're just through our website. Okay, so Shopify, Squarespace, that kind of thing, right? So in this case, let's click on the top one, continue. Okay. And now in this case, look, what kind of industry describes you best? Well, ticketing, look, Eventbrite or Ticketmaster. There you go. Continue. And then onboarding hosted by Stripe, embedded, or build your own onboarding. So you can really go at different levels of integration. We're going to do onboarding hosted by Stripe, continue. Okay. So at this point now, we're going to do Stripe dashboard. That's where they'll manage their account. And then that's it. So risk, and we're basically trying to, we're shifting a lot of the liability to this right now. Okay. So let's go ahead and do continue. And then verifying session details. There's a couple of things that you will have to accept liability for. And of course, when you go live, you're gonna have to do a bunch of other stuff as well. Let's click on test mode, and then you got add branding. So you can add your branding. So obviously what it will tend to say is Ticketer tends to partner up with this person, Stripe, to go ahead and access your payments. So now we click on access your integration guide, click on view, and this will give us a custom integration guide. So in this case, use the onboarding quick start. And this is really good, by the way. Yeah. So this is a bit of an old, outdated thing here, to be honest with you. Don't do that. This threw me into a world of trouble, to be honest. Don't do that. Just do this command without the at 13.4. I don't know why I'm going to shout at the Stripe team. If you're watching right now, Stripe team, fix your stuff, please. Just because this is such a good flow, but that was silly, right? So in this case, we're going to go ahead and install Stripe. So install Stripe, boom. And then we should be like version 17 or something. And then we got the environment key. So in this case, boom, I'm going to copy my environment key. Boom, okay. Oh yeah, I'm sorry guys. When you install it, -- legacy peer dependencies. And we're going to install. And now we need to add our Stripe secret key. So the entire line. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to shift my screen a bit so it kind of hides a little bit. And I'm going to pop in Stripe. Cool. And then we pass in our secret key. Yeah. Now, once that's down, what we do is we head back over and we need to add platform branding. It's fine. And then use platform branding. It's fine. Add an endpoint to create a Stripe account. So what they've done is they've included API endpoints. Now, of course, your boy does better than that. We created server actions, which are way simpler. We're going to go and do that right now. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and create our own Stripe connection. So this is going to be where basically you create an account for the user and then we call it to create the account. And then what we do is we have an onboarding section, right? So you have to onboard the user. Then we have this special thing called an accounts link. This is really important because it's where you essentially link to the user's account, right? And then you have to have return URLs and refresh URLs. For example, if they were refresh the page or if they, clicked out or something. And then we're going to have a bunch of endpoints and so forth, right? Then we redirect them. We basically bring them to the front and so forth. And then we can accept payments. So all that stuff. But I will show you, yes, you can look at this documentation, but I will show you in my terms how we do this, right? So at this point now, what we can do is we go to environment.local. It's happy with that. Let's just carry on. I don't care. So at this point, I'm going to create an actions folder. So not outside of here, sorry. At the top level. So go into your package.json level, do actions. And now in here, what we're going to do is we're going to build out quite a lot of actions, to be honest with you. To be honest with you, I actually did it inside of my app folder. I don't know why I did that. I don't really need that in my app folder, but anyway. So first one, create Stripe checkout session. So I'm going to go ahead and just create a bunch of these, to be honest. So create Stripe Connect customer firstly. Okay, so first thing before we do any of that, we need to go into our lib folder and we need to create a Stripe helper. So stripe.ts. So first things first, boom. Import Stripe from Stripe, and then we need to make sure we do this. Now, this changes, by the way, yeah? So this needs to be the most up-to-date version. So here, 2024 1120 is my latest one, but for you, it might be a different version, right? So just make sure whatever version it is, it's the one that's relevant with your version that you're installing. Just for reference, my Stripe dependency right now is 17.4, okay? So the API backend is at this version right now, and then there you go, okay? So that we're gonna use this throughout. So we go to our actions, we're gonna create our first action, which is gonna be create Stripe Connect customer. So create Stripe Connect customer. Sorry guys, let me show you the entire thing. .ts, okay? Now what we do is, the first thing we need to write at the top is use server, because this is a Next.js server action. Import a bunch of necessary things, a bit of defensive programming at the top, okay? We already do the Stripe secret key, so we don't even need that, right? So now the next step is we need a Convex HTTP client, okay? So this one, we basically have from earlier, the next public Convex URL, I believe. Did we get that? Next public Convex URL. Yeah, there you go. And then what we do is we got the Convex client, right? So this is good for when we do a bunch of stuff on this. Oh yeah, that's awesome, man. Thank you so much, Digital Alchemist. I always forget that Steven was here. It's Steven. I did the Winter 2024 release with them, which was absolutely awesome. Co-founders, very cool team. So yeah, very, very cool stuff. See, we're so busy behind the scenes. Okay, so now this is how we basically create the function. So this is what I love, server actions. It's so cool. And we can use Clerk directly in it. So what we do is we say const user ID equals await auth. So we have access to the user's authenticated state. First off, if they're not authenticated, we deny it, right? We say you're not allowed to do that. So we basically throw an error. Now, firstly, we check, does the user already have a Stripe Connect ID? Okay. So the way I do that is I basically go ahead and I use our Convex interaction. So convex.query. Notice how this is different from use mutation or use query because we're on the server. Oh my God, my shoulder is killing me. So now what I need to do is I need to create a get users Stripe Connect ID endpoint in my users table. Okay. So forgive me if I'm leaning on my side because I think I've really hurt my shoulder and I'm trying to not while I'm coding, but I had a painkiller earlier and it must have worn it off. So we're going to our users and then at the top, I'm just going to add it here to make it easy. We've got a Stripe Connect, get user Stripe Connect ID, which is simple because in the database, if it exists, we'll just pull it. We're going to the users. We get based on the user ID that we pass through. We filter through and we check if there is, we basically ensure, get me a record of the Stripe Connect ID. And it may also not be there. So in this case, it may be undefined. But if it's undefined, so firstly, save that. If it's undefined, we can check against it. Okay, so if it's existing, so in this case, if it exists, we can return the user's ID. No need to contact Stripe and create another one. If it doesn't, then what we do is we basically, we call the Stripe API. We go stripe.accounts.create. We're going to use a express Stripe Connect connection. Okay. Oh my God. Wow. Okay. So we're going to do Stripe. Okay, sorry, forgive my this is throwing me off a little bit. Okay, so we have an Express account that we're using with Stripe Connect, and then the capabilities that we have to enable: card payments, transfers. I believe you can even do Apple Pay as well. So Apple and Google Pay. Can I enable these? I forgot which one it was. Yeah, so you can do Apple Pay, Google Pay. All right, there you go. I think it was there genuinely there. Yeah. So let's just see. Apple. Is it there? I mean, I didn't see it. Apple Pay, Google Pay, G. I can't remember where it is. It's one of these Amazon payments. Because would it accept that? I was just wondering. Yeah, see. It's going to accept that. Okay, but anyway, there's a special one here that you can do. I can't remember which one it is, but one of them enables Apple Pay. And then you can use lcl.host to test that. So please, if someone can Google it right now and let me know. I've done it I made a whole video on this, to be honest with you guys, so you guys can feel free to check it yourself. But anyway, okay. So once you've enabled card payments and transfers, then we need to update the database to ensure that we don't have to make that call again. So we basically store the user's ID, right? So now we need to create this update or create users connection in the database. And very simply, we go into our users table, which is the same table that we had here, and we create a mutation. So update or create user Stripe Connect ID. Mutation, we give it a user ID and a Stripe Connect ID. We go into the table, we find the user inside the table. If there is no user, we throw an error to say that this user is not found. Otherwise, we patch in the Stripe Connect ID. So basically now we can create a Stripe Connect customer. What this will do is inside of Stripe now, on the back end, what we can do is in Stripe, inside the connected accounts, you will see a connected account here once we've done that. Okay. So I'll show you just an example of this ticketer, you will see tons of connected accounts here because we've connected a bunch. See, so connected, restricted to, and complete, so forth. Right, so it's me testing a bunch. So in this case, that's essentially what we do when we connect it, and then inside of Convex we store the connected user's account ID, and that's going to be what we attach to the event when we create an event from their user profile. So that's how we know how to go ahead and do all of that. Oh my God, we've got refunds as well. Wow, I need to speed through. Right, anyway, we got this. All right, so that's the first action that we're going to create. A couple of more actions, let's go ahead and do. So secondly, we're going to go ahead and do Stripe Connect login link, right? This is going to be another helpful one. And in fact, I'm going to just pop this one in and show you. So we're going to import, this is a server action. This one is going to be for when the user needs to log into their profile, okay? So we simply pass in a Stripe account ID, and then what it will do is it will go to Stripe accounts and create a login account. And this is basically allows them to access that dashboard that we saw earlier in the beginning demo, right? The dashboard which allows you to see your payouts, everything on the Stripe dashboard. So that's how we do this. Very straightforward, right? Now, another one, we're going to do get Stripe account, get Stripe Connect account. So here, this is another one here. So the API, we're going to go ahead and pull in. So again, this one, we go ahead and we get the user, we check they're authenticated. We simply query and we get the Stripe Connect ID, right? So if we ever need to get the ID, we can do that. Get Stripe account status. This one is really important, by the way. This is basically how I'm able to go ahead and pull this kind of information. Is the user set up? What account, what details do they require, and so forth. So in this case, the next one is going to be get Stripe account status, right? So another server action here. And what we do is we return a custom object. Is active, requires information, requirements, which is going to be an array of such requirements, charges enabled or payouts enabled. What this one will do is it will give us back the information. Are they ready to accept payments? If they are, then allow them to create tickets. If they can't accept payments, don't let them create a ticket. That's what we do. So we basically retrieve their Stripe account, and then here you can see account details, account requirements, and basically here we're mapping through and we're showcasing all of the requirements that are on the account. So that's how we basically render out this. Okay, so this is how we get their account status for Stripe Connect. The next one is going to be for the account link, right? So another action we're going to need is get Stripe account link. So this one right here is going to be really important for basically, we have to do this step. So it was in the documentation. You can read, feel free to read through it. But once we have an account, we need to link it, right, correctly. So what we do is we basically go ahead and we get the origin. Okay, so you can do it that way. That's fine. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know you could do that actually. I kind of forgot. This was AI helped me write that bit, to be fair. Okay. So in this case, yes, it does return a QR code at the end. So account link, Stripe account links.create. We create the account, right? We refresh URL is basically when we're refreshing the return URL. And then this is where we do the onboarding. So this is where basically we've created an account, but nothing's been set up like an onboarding. So this is where we essentially do that. And then they can start collecting the information. So this account link.url will essentially take us to a page where we can start uploading the information to get everything set up and running, right? And the final one that we need is create Stripe checkout. So this one is going to be really important for later on. So this one is going to be like super important, to be honest, one of the most important things. And this is actually going to be for, sorry, get Convex client we need to create as well. This one we will build out now as well. So when we eventually come to buy a ticket, right, is that a Stripe thing? Yes. Account onboarding is a Stripe thing. Yes. So basically when we come to buy a ticket and we go to the checkout screen in the actual production app, so, you know, the final checkout that we saw, you know, the one where basically here. So this checkout screen, that checkout screen is basically built through this function. So we have the metadata, which we're going to store on every single ticket. But basically what happens is we take an event ID, we check the user's authenticated, we get a Convex client for the server use, we query to get the event. If the event isn't found, we throw an error because it should be present in database. And then we get the queue position. If there's no queue position, then we said, no, well, you're not offered a ticket. You have to be offered a ticket to be able to create a checkout session. So we're defensively programming. Next, we're going to basically get the user's Stripe Connect ID. Now, what are we doing there? We're essentially actually getting the owner's ID. So the Stripe Connect ID is, this is the owner of the event. The reason why we need that is because when we create a checkout event, we need to know where do we send the money? Like which seller account are we actually sending that money to? So the Stripe checkout event will need to have a Stripe Connect ID attached to it. Oh my God, my arm. Right. And now here we say if no Stripe Connect ID, then Stripe Connect ID not found or for the owner of the event, or if it's expired, there you go. Or if it didn't even have an expiration date, there you go. Then we create some metadata to store to our ticket session, our checkout session. And the main thing is this. So payment method types, card. I think here you can do Google Pay or something. Google Pay. I don't know. Did someone figure that one out? Yeah. But anyway, the point is that we've got the line items. I think it's Apple Pay. Is it here? Can someone check that, please? Like, I'm sure it's Google Pay or whatever it is. No, it's somewhere there, right? Please, but like, I can't remember which one. I don't want to spend too long on it. It was like express payment or something. If someone can check that, it will help me out. So, but there is I literally shot a whole video on this. Allow promotion codes. Anyway, all right. Anyway, so the point is that payment types card, line items. This will be the ticket itself, essentially, right? Quantity 1, we're doing all for quantity 1 at the moment. We send in the price. Everything in Stripe is subcurrency, right? So it expects the amount in cents, pence, and subcurrency. We pass in the details. The payment intended. This is a very important part, by the way, guys. So this part. So I'm choosing a 1% fee. So 1% fee, right? And basically the platform, so us, the SaaS owner, is going to make 1% off of every single transaction. So if it's a £500 sale, you're going to make, 1%, 5%, £5 or whatever, right? So depending on how much it costs, you're making 1% every time. And then there's a ticket fee as well. So in this case, we basically, this is the crucial part. Yeah, do not forget this part, because the payment intent data, that strips off the fee when a user buys a ticket, and we earn that, right? So in this case, we also need an expiration date. So the reason why we do this is because, for example, at the moment we create a Stripe checkout, when you go to buy, it should be 30 minutes. Now this can be argued, this point. Yeah, because you might have reserved the ticket and then 15 minutes in, then you click to create a checkout session. So you can refactor this, rewrite it. So maybe it creates a Stripe checkout session at the moment you're offered a ticket. I think that would be much better, to be honest. And that would fix the issue. So I'm aware of that. But I'm just putting it out there. This is the simplified version, right? So after 30 minutes, if you click and create checkout or buy, it will expire. So I would suggest you create this and maybe store the checkout session ID. Yeah, it's probably a better way of doing it. Yeah, okay. But anyway, now you're aware. Mode payment, success URL, base URL. We're going to create a helper function to give this value, /tickets, purchase success, and it takes me to the success screen. Then we got the cancel URL to go ahead and cancel an event. If you canceled out, take me back to the event page, pass in the metadata to store. And then the second argument is the most important, Stripe account. This is where you basically pass in the Stripe Connect ID for the seller. Right, for the event owner, okay, the seller. Basically, without this, it's not going to work, because essentially this is so important here, because you need to basically be able to send the money to the right account. Okay, so once that's done, now we then go ahead and we return the session ID and the session URL, and then we can redirect the user to the right place. So a couple of helper functions I need to build. The base URL. So inside of our lib, it's a very, very simple function that we're going to add in. It's base URL. So in this case, in the lib folder, base URL is this. If we're in development environment, localhost 3000. Otherwise, Vercel project production URL. This gives me the production deployment. The reason why I'm doing that is because I only want the production one, because I'm going to set up my webhook to eventually only work with production. If you want to do test ones, you can set them up and so forth, but I ain't going to get into that too much. The next one is Convex.ts. So this one is a Convex client. This one basically goes ahead and initializes the Convex HTTP client. You can use what we did before with this. Remember, I showed you some. You can do it both ways, to be fair. So in this case now, this should get rid of this error. So this should no longer be an error. This should no longer be an error. There we go. Okay, so now we've got all of our actions. I believe the one that I will just do while we're here, I believe, maybe it makes sense. No, the refund we will do at the end. Yeah, when we do the refund part. Card includes support for Apple Pay. Oh, thank you, Amen. I appreciate that. I was really waiting for someone to tell me that. Okay, cool. So at this point now, what we can do is there's also an auto feature. Nice. Okay. Sandwich from Kenya, nice stuff, dude. Okay, so in this case, cool. So we got the actions complete. Okay, so let's go back to the seller part of the screen. So seller dashboard, and let's complete the seller dashboard. Okay, so seller dashboard. So a really, really huge. This is like a 5-day challenge, to be honest with you, in one video. I'll be honest, this is really that level of work. I hope now that everyone can see that. This is no joke. Okay, so a couple of pieces of state to prepare ourselves. And then I'm going to just check if the account is ready. So in this case, I'm just going to jump through. Again, all the code is available, but we have to move at this pace. Otherwise, this build is never going to get done. Right. So at this point, the use state, we're going to pass in the account status as well. We're going to pull from Stripe actions, use router from Next Navigation, use user from Clerk. Use user from Clerk, use query from Convex, and then API is self-imported and generated. Cool. So now because we've done all of this, we can go ahead and get everything set up. So is ready to accept payments. Great. Now the use effect, basically, I'm going to have a use effect on mounting of the application. It's going to run this, right? And we need a fetch account status helper function. So in order to do that, I'm just going to have a helper function here, which is going to be called get Stripe account status. And this is the action, which basically will just go ahead and it will run. So I'm going to import the use effect. So basically this is going to go ahead and run. You can go ahead and have it the correct way if you want to do that. I mean, it runs, it evaluates the whole file anyway, but still. For readability, this one basically fetches the account status, and then this will give me back all of the conditions. Remember, like, is the user valid or are they not valid, and so forth, right? Handle manage account is the login link that we just created, the Stripe login link. So in this case, above here, we can just go ahead and pop in handle manage account, create Stripe login link. We've already created the action. So this will give me the managing my account section. So in this case, what I can do there is I can go into my account, manage all my Stripe Connect dashboard setup stuff, right? If there is no Stripe Connect ID, for example, if it's loading, we're going to return a spinner. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and show, to be honest with you, the use effect should be at the top because it should break the rules of hooks otherwise. Cool. All right. So at this point now, we've got everything we need. So we need the UI, right? So let's go ahead and pop the UI in. So here we have the actual UI itself. So the UI, first step, we have a surrounding div, right? So in this case, this div goes around the entire chunk of what we're going to put out here. So this is going to encapsulate everything. So what I want to do actually is to show you it. So inside of here, sell tickets, right? So right now, I mean, it's this what we're building here. And then we've got the header section. So first section here, manage and sell stuff is basically what I'm going to say. Seller dashboard, manage and sell, slight little gradient, very simple. Okay. Now, next up, we have the main content, right? So if you're ready to accept a payment, I will chunk in this bit here. Okay. So here, this is what we're going to do. So if you're ready to accept payments, which we've already set up previously, to go ahead and pull in and evaluate up here. So it's active and if payouts are enabled. Then what we're going to do is we're going to render out a fragment which says basically sell your tickets for the event, list your tickets. I'm going to have two links. One will take you to a create event screen. One will take you to a the create event screen. One will take you to a view at my event screen. So they just send you off to different pages. Right. So now this seller is not onboarded. All right. So I'm going to go through the entire flow fully in the beginning once. Right. Then after all of that, outside of this, what we then have is a P tag, which has the remainder of the entirety of the UI, right? So in this case, this will have the rest of the chunk down here. So first up, we have the account creation part. So account creation is going to be the first major important part, right? So do you invest in startups? Yes, I do. I do. Yep. So in this case, we've got P6. So in this case, class name P6. Boom. So let's pop it in here. So now Again, all of this code is available. So we check if you have no Stripe account ID. So here, look, and there's no account create pending, then start accepting payments, create your seller account, and so forth. Yeah, this is the dashboard. Yes, correct. So we import our actions. We already created this before. Okay. And now what we're doing, guys, is we already handled all the logic up above. So set account pending and so forth. But now what we do is the second I create this now, what it will do is it will actually create in the backend a Stripe Connect account, and it will associate it with my user. So we should be able to see this live in the dev environment. So in this case, I've got a user. Stripe Connect ID is empty there. Click create seller account. Watch this. Watch here. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. So what happens is the first time you do this, you have to accept some of the platform requirements. So head over to that. Go back. Oh shit, we got Hein in the house. What's up? So you need to go to platform and you need to basically waivers and agreements. So I'm not legally giving you any advice here. Read through this and you would have to choose whether or not you accept or decline it. Essentially, you can go into a negative balance at which you're responsible for a portion of, right? Same here, data collection, that kind of stuff, right? You need to basically waive that. Cool. Now that that's done, let's go back over here and then let's go ahead and do, now we try it. So refresh, there you go. Watch this. For this user, create seller account. Wait, watch it. On the back end. Yep. Aha. Look, you see that? Stripe Connect ID. Right. So now we have a Stripe Connect account. And on Stripe's end, if we go to our connected accounts, we refresh, we can now actually see the connected account in here. Boom. There you go, guys. We have our connected, all accounts restricted. There you go. So it's that one here, business. So now this requires information now, right? So in this case, you've got the account details and all that kind of stuff here. So you see, you need to accept all this kind of stuff and do blah, 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 right? So I don't want to scroll too far down. Don't know what's there. So in this case, boom, right? There you go. We got the account details. So at this point, what I want to do now is go into build the next chunk. So P6 inside of there, yes, outside of the, yeah, cool. So now we've got the account status section. So account status, wow, this is a big chunk. Wow. Okay. Oh my god. All right. So good luck with this one, guys. Account, I'm joking. So here we have it, account section. I'm going to just slowly pop it in, right? So we've got the account section. The first part, we've got a div with a y of 6, right? So hopefully I can break this down for you a lot very simply. All right, so first off, the status cards, right? So what's in what section? So this is going to be an entire grid of what's going on essentially, right? So I'm going to pop this in. Again, this part, please do look at the code, please, right? As in you have all the access to all the codes, but this status card bit here that I popped in essentially is this account status and payment capability. And all we're doing here, guys, is we've got the grids, the account status card. So we've got the account stats. And then here we're saying if the account status is active, it's going to be green. Otherwise, it's red. We show different active or pending setup if you're active. Payment capability. We basically are saying if charges are enabled and so forth. And then here, I've just got some SVGs that, to be honest with you, AI has helped me out with. But you can feel free, and all it is a tick mark, but you can feel free to refactor these. Again, all of the code for that is in the GitHub description, right? So the status cards. Now, outside of that div, what I want you to pay attention to is the requirements section. So next up, outside of this div, we have the requirements section. So yeah, you can collapse as well. So the requirement section is this chunk over here. So this one is more important, to be fair, because here, so requirement section. So if the account requires information, so remember we set this up on the back end to handle this. Firstly, I'm going to import my Stripe Connect action. So now required information will pop up. So look, you can see, look, it pulls in a list of everything that's required, and it has a button, complete requirements, which will take us to the URL that we returned from our Stripe action. So this is part of the account link area. Okay, the camera died. Give me 1 second. I knew this day would come, guys. I knew this day would come. Give me 1 moment. All right, so, and we are back. Okay, so there you go. Now you're gonna get the front side. So what I'm also gonna do now is I'm gonna change this one to here as well. So there you go. So now, oh, I don't like that. I don't like, what the hell? Okay, I mean, I can't really change that, to be fair. So I'm gonna keep it in this view now. So I'm gonna tell you what, I'll keep it in here. It's fine. Oh, what I will do is I'll let the camera change and then ignore this for 1 second. I just need to change the setting. I'm gonna put that back so the camera is basically charging in the back, because when at the end I want to dummy through it all. So now I can look this way. All right, in order for me to get through this build, I reckon it'll be another 2 hours. Yeah, I need to wait 1 second. I need to take painkiller because this is like absolutely, my shoulder is like completely, I don't know if it's dislocated or something, but it's dying right now. So just taking 1 minute. Okay, when you're on a live stream, it's so awkward. Anyway, we're back. All right, let's carry on. So at this point now, I also want to make sure my flux is off because I don't want that coming through from what you guys are saying. I don't think it was, but anyway. Was it orange? Let me know. But anyway, oh, I need to keep my screen like this. Cool. Yo, what's up? This is like old times. All right, cool. At this point now, we've got the account link pending. So basically, I will leave this here for you so you can feel free to review the code for that section. But the main aspect that I want you to focus on there is the requirements section. So if you go down past there, underneath it all is, after requirements, we have action buttons. So this is the kind of final chunk, I would say, of what we want to do here. So I'm going to have action buttons with a refresh, with a div. So action buttons go under it. Okay, cool. So action buttons go here. And these action buttons, again, just going to have a cog and handle manage account. So in this case, you got a refresh status. You won't see handle manage account unless you've onboarded. So the account linking. So basically, you have to do the account linking first before you can manage your profile, right? Otherwise, you shouldn't be able to do that, right? So again, underneath this div, we should have a little bit of an error situation, unable to access a dashboard. If you're that, we've actually blocked them from accessing it in the first place. And then the final two will be two loading states where it will say creating your seller account and so forth. So this would have basically been done. This will show in the beginning when we originally clicked that Stripe start accepting payments button. So let me show you now. Anyway, so we've done all the steps to get up and running with the accounts and everything. So now if we click on complete requirements, preparing account setup, ignore this. It's just trying to redirect us, right? So you don't need to worry about that. It's like a server mismatch. Now here's the interesting part, guys. So here you can basically, this is where your seller would onboard. So this is what they're going to see when they want to sell, right? And then you can add branding, coloring, all of that stuff in the Stripe dashboard. But here you want to click on the test phone number. So we can just bypass this when we're testing, use test code. You can click on that right now. And you can see this is essentially what's going to happen for them, right? So they're going to essentially go ahead and do this. So you need to double check one thing. Yeah, cool. And then they'll basically put in all their details. Yep, I'm an individual person. I'm just trying to sell something. And basically you're shifting liability to them in this essence right here, right? So in this case, we can just say Sonny abc.com 1212 1990 square 123 lane 123 lane 123 lane and just say 1 2 3 4 5 6, right? And then let's just give a phone number here of, I had to check something, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and let's just give it a continue. Okay, let's just do 9. All right. Please select your industry. Again, they would choose software. Don't have a website. Fine. Example description. Honestly, the point is that they would do this correctly, right? So this would be where they would onboard themselves as a user. Everything would basically be set up, and then account. So this is where they'll put their bank account so they can get paid out. So this is a full market. I'm not joking. This is a full marketplace, right? You can click use test account when you're starting out. All right. So now, after all that is said and done, yeah, you see this Stripe test account, blah, 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 agree and submit. Cool. right? So after that's done, it will redirect us to the success URL. So now, remember we gave it a success URL. That success URL is connect/return/account. So we're gonna have to create these URL endpoints to go ahead and get this up and running. But with that said, if we go to sell tickets now, the account should be in an active state. There you go, right? You only have the individual verification document, which is basically, I don't know if it will give me the option to do that now, but we can go ahead and see if it'll do it. So I'm back. Wow. My audio just like had a little heart attack. You guys could hear that, right? I think we're back. Can you hear me? Just let me know and then I can carry on. So yeah, okay, we're back, right? So in this case, boom. Nice. So in this case, yeah. So after a certain point in time, they will have to go ahead and provide their requirements and then you can go and do it. But for now, I'll fix that, by the way. I don't know what's going on there. Seller dashboard. If I click on the seller dashboard, it will create a login link for me so they can now go ahead and see their account as well. So in here, we'll get the full seller dashboard experience. So let's go back. We still got webhooks, still got so much to do. Wow. I hope to God, Jake, I don't know if you can push Kenji to 9, right? But like, please do if you can, because I'm trying my fastest there. But in this case, look, you can see the overview balance, and this would be for the specific user, their section of it, right? So in this case now, 2 things. One, I need these 2 buttons over here. So boom. Okay, seller dashboard. Oh, I like this track. This is intense kind of music. Okay, so I want to do view my events. So view my events. So for some reason here, it's getting collapsed. I don't know why exactly. So tickets to your events, and then we have a BG white. So this is one of those other examples where the entire code base, by the way, is available in the GitHub repo. So I'm probably just slipped up somewhere silly. No, those buttons are actually, that's weird. Interesting. Okay, well anyway, the account is working, but those 2 buttons are being crazy stupid. Right now it should look like this user's not logged in. So pending setup, there you go. Let's log in as a final account. Come on. Terraform, yeah, it is, right? So let's do it. So tickets, so the dashboard, create event, view my events. Right, so I don't know why this is kind of freaking here. What the hell is going on here? So background, so max and max width, max auto. I just don't, the demo gods, come on, help me out a little bit. Is it sell tickets for your events? No. So I have done everything right. My import, that's why. My imported link, maybe. View my events, imported link. Is this? Oh, okay. There you go. Boom. Wow. See? IntelliSense can kill us sometimes. There you go. All right. So this should have been next link. Huh. Suck on that. All right. So in this case, we got it. All right. So create event, view my events. All right. So now the next step is to naturally produce the next flow. So what we're going to do now is we're going to do a create event. Then we're going to be able to create an event which will have the ability to be attached via a Stripe Connect account. But what I can do, guys, is I can actually test one thing, because basically now that I have a Stripe Connect account ID, you can actually test this manually. So what you can do is you can take your account ID here, you can go to your events, and you can actually attach the user to, oh no, sorry, not this one. You can take your user's ID. So this user ID, I go to my events, and I can now say that, for example, this user is belong to him, this user is belong to him, and so forth. So a couple of them, I can now see that I'm the owner of those ones. So if I was to now go into Ticketer, we should see that we are owner of some of these events. So look, my event, my event, my event. So if I click into this one, cool, you can edit the event. But we can also buy now from this user, and it should go from, so this event now, I should be able to buy in another account from this user. So now if I was to go into team@popularreact.com, okay, this is my dev account, so I can't do that. All right. If I sign in, I'm gonna hide my screen on the checkout because it may pop up with a couple of things, but don't worry, it'll be okay. And then we've got the phone number, so I'm gonna quickly hide my screen for a second, guys. So give me one moment, sorry. Okay, you know what? It's not worth ruining the flow right now because I don't want to focus on that. But the point is that, yeah, you can buy it because there's an account that's connected to it, okay? But irrelevant of that, we've got lots to build, right? So we need to build it. So right now, that flow is done. Seller dashboard is done. We need to be able to create an event. So create an event is our next focus. So create an event is seller/new event. So let's go ahead and do that. So seller/new event page. So in this case, let's go ahead and build that. So cool. So here, seller/new event. This is where I tell myself, Sonny, I don't think you got carried away. You know, when I'm building it, I'm like, oh, Sonny, you got carried away. Like, too much. Way too much. Okay, so in this case now, what we're going to do is, this one's actually fairly straightforward. So create an event form. We have a bit of designing, which say list your event and start selling tickets. The event form is the interesting part. I've created a reusable component, which can either be in mode create or edit. So it's a reusable component that we're going to go ahead and build, and it's going to use the Shadcn library. So in this case, let's go to our event form. So we're going to create an event form.tsx RFCE. Now this event form, of course, it's a client component. We need to install Shadcn's, so Shadcn form. So form is here. We go over here, so install Shadcn form. Someone says off. Oh no, yeah, it was off because the screen was off. Use legacy peer dependencies. Cool. Destroy that like button, guys, because honestly, this has been one huge build for me. I don't know if you can tell, but it's been a massive one. We also have input, I believe, so I'm going to add input. And then, yeah, that's good. So now what I'm going to do is, we've got this down. Okay, so event form. So let's build the event form. The good news is, by the way, believe it or not, we've actually done most of the craziness. So I have a couple of things. We have a webhook to do. We have a, oh yeah, we still got a bit too. I'm not going to keep talking, but okay. The event form, let's build the event form first, and then we can do the connect, refresh, return, the webhook, the search, which is very quick. And then we can do the backend UI checking in. Oh, okay, well. Oh, event form. I'm 4 hours in. Wow. Okay. Your GitHub is one of the greatest I've ever seen. That you're bloody great. Thank you so much, dude. All right, so in this case, this is gonna be a big one, right? So okay, for time's sake, I have to be genuine here. You have access to the entire code base, so I'm going to take a shortcut here with the imports and stuff like that. So feel free to download the entire code base. These are the imports. That's my fine. Basically, we're gonna jump through a little bit because in the essence of time, I want to show you. I don't want to sit here and write out text that you already have, which doesn't make any sense. So I'm going to add text area here. So a couple of things. So first up, we have the text area. Now text area, we have to have a form schema. The form schema is how we essentially define what data is allowed to go inside of a form. And the next step is we create this is using Zod, by the way, right? So we have form data, which is inferred off of the form data. We also have some initial event information. So if you're trying to edit and pre-fill a form, we can do it that way. And then we have the interface, which is essentially the props, right? So that come through. Now, two things. We have the mode and the initial data, right? Zod is very good, I agree. Yeah. Now, a couple of things that we're going to have here is we're going to have a few sort of setup things. We've got use user, use mutation, start, blah, blah, blah. And then we need a few things. Event, we have to create and update event. Okay. So we're going to do those right now. Inside of events, we have create.ts. Well, create, where is it? Create. Okay. So here, this is going to be a mutation. Straightforward, to be honest. Straight up mutation inside of create. So inside of events, I'm going to pause open. So this is in our event form. This is in the event schema. At the top, I'll just put it so we can see easily. We're going to have a mutation. It takes the following and it just pops an event inside, right? So we're creating an event. Very straightforward, pretty easy, right? The next one is update event, right? So update event, this one has a bit more of an interesting take on it. So this one is actually going to be a little bit more intricate. So what I'll do is I'll make this full screen. So update event takes a bunch of the same arguments, except now what we do is we destructure the arguments. We get to the event and we check if it exists, because you're trying to update an event which may not exist. Then what we do is we check if there's any sold tickets. Okay. So what we then do is we have to ensure that the new total tickets is not less than the sold tickets. So what does this mean? It means that, say for example, 100 tickets were bought. Well, you can't suddenly change the total to 90 available tickets. It would break the entire thing. So we have to basically ensure that that's not the case. If it is, you throw an error and you scream at the user, basically, right? Otherwise, you let the update carry on and you return the event ID. Now, that's basically the two updating steps that we needed. The next step is the image uploading. So we're going to basically prepare ourselves for the image uploading step. So we're going to have api.storage. So we're going to go ahead and create a storage section, and we're going to generate upload URL, update event image, and delete image. So we're going to go to our storage Convex, which we've started to build already, and we're going to build a couple of them. Now this is actually fairly easy. So I'll show you what we're essentially doing here. So the first two are the generate. So I'm going to add them at the bottom. Generate upload URL, a mutation, which simply returns a generate upload URL function. Yeah, so super easy. And the second one is a update event image. Okay, so update event image takes the event storage ID and it patches in the new storage ID of that. Okay, delete image is basically whenever we click the little X and we save it. Okay, so in this case, this will just delete the image already. So by the way, guys, this is as simple as it gets to actually upload images, right? So they've made the uploading even so easy as well. So really, really nice. Then we declare the form. We basically set up the form. So in this case, we have the removed current image. We have the form itself, and then we need to create a onSubmit function. Now this function I will go ahead and handle afterwards, but for now we're going to keep it empty. Abo, every time. I appreciate you so much, bro. That's huge. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, man. All right, we have handle image upload, which is going to be a more juicy function. So in this case, this one will take a file. The file will be an input form. So we're basically going to have an input form, which is basically when you click it, you're able to select a file. This is basically how we do it. We get the post URL, which is, this is an upload URL. It gives us like a special URL that we can post an image to upload, right? And then what we do is we simply pass the file in the body, right? And then we get the storage ID. It's very simple. It's way easier than Firebase. You don't have to mess around with anything, to be honest. Now, if the image changes, right, we're going to have a local function, which basically selects it from what you've gone ahead and clicked on in the input. So the pop-up that comes up, basically, if you selected a file, it will store it in the local, it will set the image preview, and it would read the data into the file. So that way it's in the right state that we can upload. Now, the next step, we basically have to render the actual format. So in order to go ahead and get this up and running, basically what we do is we have the following. We say a form. This form is a self-closing form. And then what we do is we put the actual form itself inside of it. So we have a form like so, okay? Form.handle submit, and then we wrap our form. And then we've got the form fields. So now what we're doing is we're populating the form fields. So I just want to go ahead and show you guys something. So new event, yeah, form fields. So here we're going to start pushing out the form fields. So number one, let's go ahead and do it. So firstly, space X, space Y4 between everything. Cool. And then we're going to have each of the form fields. So each one is controlled by this form field element. And you can view the documentation. Hats off for the dedication, saying, Sangha, I appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much. So we've got the event name, okay? The event name with the form message. If you made a mistake, if it didn't follow any of the validation rules, when you submit, the form message will come up underneath here, right? So we've got the form message. Then we have the form field underneath there. Same thing with description. And then we have the location. Yep. And then we have the form field, which is down here, which is responsible for the event date. And so we'll just do a normal date field. So I'm going to let the native, form entry, the native form picker come up. You can customize that to be as you wish. If I was going to push this to prod, I probably would customize all this stuff. Right now, of course, no. Then we've got the final one, which is price, not final one price, but I'm setting a minimum of 0. And then the next one is going to be the total tickets. Okay. I'm using Arc browser. Yes. Total tickets comes in here. Boom. Guys, the number of viewers is growing. I love you guys. Wow. And then we have the image upload, right? So underneath this is where we are responsible for the image upload. So the image upload goes here. And now for this one, I've got a label with the event image, and I'm basically styling it out and including a bunch of stuff here. So we've got the label, and then we've got a container to hold what we essentially are going to be doing in here. So basically this is going to have the image itself. Okay. So in this case, this is going to be the, I'm going to have a ternary condition. What I'll do is I'm actually going to pop it all in here, and then I'll show you guys, because this bit makes more sense to do that, and you guys have access to the code. So if there's an image preview, or if there's not a removed image and you have a current image URL. So basically these are accounting for the two flows. If you're uploading a new image preview, or if there was currently one in the edit flow, right, and you haven't removed it. So in this case now, we're going to basically put the image preview there. So it's going to have a preview of the image that you've uploaded. There's a button which will go ahead and actually have, basically you click it and this will go ahead and have the X, right? So this will remove the image from the preview. And then we have the handle image change, which will essentially accept any type of image, which will go ahead and do the following. So in this case now, no file chosen, but if I was to go ahead and click it, you can see I've got like images here. These are just pictures of me when I'm posing for thumbnails. If I click that, for example, you've got, look, we've got thumbnail images, right? So there's me, right? So in this case, boom, that's what we've essentially done here, okay? Now, underneath all of those divs, we've got a button for submission, right? So in this case, the button will go as something like this, right? So we've got a button to submit, and this one will essentially have the information to create an event, right? So in this one will basically also be, if the mode is create, it will say creating event. And if we're in the pending state, it will say, updating event or creating event. So let's give this a try right now. So you can say test, description, this is a test, location, London, say 25, price per ticket, 999, 999, right? Create an event, boom. And it did nothing because we did not handle our submission. So the actual logic for everything comes down to the on submit, right? So on submit, this is where we do the magic essentially behind it all. So it's a big function. Right, so what we do is the values come in here. What we first do is if the user ID is basically here, we got if there's no user ID, we basically end it. Now, one of my favorite functions, and I will create a whole video on this, is called start transition. And it's so good because anything you wrap inside of start transition, it basically is in a pending state if there's any promise going on, right? So I just love that. I think it's so clean. I think it's really, really awesome. So in this case, we've got a try catch block. Inside of the try catch block, we're going to do a couple of things. First up, we go ahead and we say, we got an image storage ID, which begins with no, right? If there's a selected image, we basically store it inside of there. And then what we're doing here is basically, so if you did select an image, it will go ahead and upload. So it will upload it and then it'll give me the image storage ID, which is the image storage ID of the uploaded thing inside of our app. So in this case, it will be inside of files. So you can't see here, but this is where the file would get uploaded and it will have an ID. Okay, think of it like Firebase storage. Okay, now once we've done that, we'll have the image storage ID here. Then what we do is we handle the deletion or updating in edit mode, right? So if we're in edit mode, we basically need to assume. So if you put in a new image and you remove the old image, we have to call the delete image on the old one. So in the bucket, it will go ahead and get rid of it. If we're in a create flow, we have a slightly different setup. So the create flow would be where is it? So the create flow would be here. So it'd be if the mode is create, then we basically create an event, right? So we basically create the entire event. If we've uploaded the image ID, then we update the event image. So we basically first create the event, then we attach the image to the event because it's faster that way, right? Then what we do is we push the user to the correct URL, right? Otherwise, what we need to do is we're basically going to go ahead and have a situation where if you've already started with initial data, we need to account for that. So what we're actually doing here is we're saying else ensure initial data exists. So if there's no initial data, otherwise what we're doing is we're updating the event details with the initial data plus the values that you've changed. Okay, so if this is in the edit flow, all right, update image, this again does the same thing, except now if we have a new image, use this ID. Otherwise, if we're removing the image, pass no. All right, so that accounts for if you delete it and you save. So lots of edge corners here that we go ahead and do. And then we send a toast saying event was updated successfully. And then we push them back to the event screen. Now, for whatever point at any issue, we have an error, we basically show console.error and then we show a toast, right? So in this case, console.error, we show a toast. And with that, I think your boy just did the event flow. Okay, so in this case, boom. Oh, I didn't need to save it. Okay, so in this case, test, we can say test description, location, London, 25, price per ticket, 999. And let's go ahead and click on a picture of me, random one. There you go. Interested face. Click on create event. Boom. Creating an event. Okay. It's uploading the image. It's doing all the magic behind the scenes. Let's see. So right now, this should be doing it all unless we've hit an error, which is taking a bit long, to be honest with you. So that's fine. Oh, no. Okay, it did. It just took long. Okay. Ah, that's good. That was very good. Okay. I mean, it just took long. The demo gods are against me today. Now, this is good. All right. So a couple of things now. This is because Next.config needs to whitelist or white label our images. Okay. So what we do here is inside of Next.config, in order to render the images, we have to add in something called images remote patterns. And we pass in an array of objects here where the host name is essentially what we just got passed in the error message. So this one here. And you can also send the protocol, which is going to be, in this case, protocol is going to be HTTPS. Done. All right. Now this will also be needed to be updated once we go ahead and deploy. Right. So you have to redeploy once you have your production Convex Cloud URL. And this could be you could really change this up as you wish. So let's give it a try and see if something showed up. Hey, look at that. That's cool. All right. Now, if we click on edit event, now we're coming in with, okay, we haven't done the edit flow. So I need to do the edit flow, but already, yes, look at that. Test. Let's just see past events test. Yay, look at that, guys. Nice. Okay. Now let's do the edit flow because we're on fire right now. So boom. Let's do this. Status update. Jay, we good? I need to go ahead and go into my event ID, seller events ID edit. Right. So seller event / wildcard ID / edit. Right, and then inside of here, I'm gonna have a page .tsx. Now this page is gonna be the edit page, right? So what we do in this page is essentially, it's gonna be similar. We're gonna reuse the component, but I'll show you how we do it. So essentially here, so it's a client component. When we hit this page, few imports, that's not very important. The params, this is important. So we need to get the ID, which is the wildcard on this page. So whichever ID we got sent through, we can get that. So then we get the event based on the params.id. If there's no event, we render null, okay? So in this case now, what we do is we say edit event, update your event details. And the main thing here, guys, is we're passing the initial data, which is the event in. That's the most important part, right? So that's really what we need to focus on, which makes this whole thing work. Let me know if you guys are happy with the quality and everything right now as well. Okay, so in this case, let's go ahead and do a edit flow, because right now I don't know, James may be driving. So in case we go ahead and click on this, I'm gonna go ahead and click on edit. Now we should have a page. Boom, look at that, guys. And I also added a little disclaimer which says, like, you know, you can only increase number of total tickets provided that many haven't sold, right? So in this case now, look, all the pre-filled data. Let's just say, for example, I was to remove the, for example, let's look on the website now in real time. If I do test 1 2 3, so 1 2 3, hit save. Yeah, the updating event, guys, immediately there. Look at that, immediately there. And if I was to go ahead and get rid of the image, boom, update the event. Look at that, wow. Click on this one, edit the event. Let's go ahead and put a new image of me, one of these ones, life of a YouTuber. Sonny, Sangha, boom. And then let's go ahead and hit on and update. And you see updating event. And we should see in a second, it will update this image. It's slow because I'm online, because maybe my upload right now is pretty slow. What's it called? But here, what we should see now is an image pop up. Okay, so let's go ahead and see, and boom. Okay, so in this case, your event has been successfully updated. Hey, look at that, guys, amazing stuff, right? So there we have it with the 2 seat in front, please. Oh yeah, nice. 2 seats in front, please. I got you. This is a front row seat to Sonny. 999 tickets available. It's a little bit pricey, but it's worth it. All right, please arrive 30 minutes before the event. All right, cool. So now what we can do is when you buy your ticket, so a couple of things we need to do. So firstly, a little bit of admin around it before we've got the sell tickets. We need to do the create flow is done. We need to basically do a couple of things. Still got refunds and everything else. But one thing, let's close the ending on the Stripe Connect area. So Stripe Connect had 2 redirects, right? It had Stripe Connect, which sent us to either a return URL once you had finished everything, and also a refresh URL. So I'm going to quickly implement those because you're going to need them. So this is when, you know, when you do the onboarding flow with Connect. So it's going to be Connect / refresh / ID. So this is going to be one of those pages, page.tsx. Now inside of here, the refresh, I've saved you a ton of hassle, honestly. Like, this is essentially the refresh, and I will show you what's going on here. So that's wrong. Okay, so the refresh, basically it's a client component. It will simply, if the user lands on this page for whatever reason, it's because they've refreshed or they've gone into an expired or not yet expired account onboarding URL, which has redirected them back to the front page. So if they do reach that page, what it does is on the mounting of the page, it simply triggers a new Stripe Connect account link, and it just sends them there. And you can obviously use the router to do this instead, but it'll say complete your account setup to start selling tickets. And then it will say something went wrong, you know, if for whatever reason it did have an error. during your account setup, right? But otherwise there's a button which will take you back over to that screen. So this is one. The reason I'm not spending that long on this is because it's more of a formality here with this part, so it's not really that interesting. We've got this, and then we've got the return. This one's more important, to be fair. The return is once you've successfully completed everything inside of your onboarding. So once you've gone ahead and given all of the information, this will be the page which you'll get sent to, which is more so important, right? So in this case, this one, I want you to, this is probably the one that you should pay more attention to. So here, it's going to be a client dashboard, and it just basically says success, account has been connected, your Stripe account has been successfully connected. What happens next? You can now create and sell tickets for events, payments will be processed, and you can go to your seller dashboard. Now, give you an FYI heads up as to what that looks like. On side the front end now, if you go to, for example, I believe it was connect/return/ABC. So it really doesn't matter. So this is where you'll get to. And obviously the reason why I put the ID there is because you can honestly go to the extent of making sure that you actually have filled out the information, which I'm not doing right now. I'm assuming that you did, but then you go to seller dashboard after that, and then you can resume with the flows that we're used to. So formality for that was done. The next thing we need to do is we need to do a webhook, right? So a webhook, now when somebody checks out, right, first up we need to do the checkout, so the ability for someone else to buy a ticket. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So right now, if we were to go into, for example, my event, so we've already created an event, which is good. So I need to go ahead and log out and log into a separate account where Sonny can buy something off of this event, right? So in this case, continue in, is it going to log me in my account? It will. Okay, so in this case, let's go into this account. And by the way, did you see that? So the image has been uploaded. Oh, they're taking long because I'm uploading massive images, my bad. They're like super HD, right? So let's log in as a separate account. So let's just say I'm team@popularreact.com. Right, now what I'm going to do is we're going to do the purchase button flow. So here, let me quickly just log in. So I'm hiding my screen, guys, for a second. You can still hear me, don't worry. Okay, 1 minute. Oh, come on. Okay, what I'm actually going to do is right now, multi-factor is kind of shooting me in the foot because I need to have more than one account, one phone number to test it. So what I'm going to do is inside of Clerk, for now, I'm going to deactivate the phone number just for now. Okay. So I can test easily because I need to do that right now. But you guys saw how you could do the MFA, right? So sign in, let's do it now. And then there you go. I deactivated MFA, and whoa, that was a scary close call. And then, okay, so this is the flow that you would typically see. I'm logged in. Okay. Now, once we're in, I can see Sonny's, availability. Let's go ahead and buy a ticket. One person trying to buy. Purchase your ticket now. Okay, so obviously this ticket event has got a Stripe account connected to it. Now, let's just double check that it did that correctly. So Stripe, I think the purchase button was the one, purchase your ticket now. So we need to go into our code and just double check purchase ticket. Purchase ticket. All right, so here, handle purchase. So here we are. So right now, to create the Stripe checkout. So this is what we're going to carry on with now. All right, so purchase ticket is where we need to continue our flow. Cool. So handle purchase, we're firstly going to check if the user exists. Then that's the case. So now, for example, here, when you click the purchase your ticket button, we need to go ahead and assume. So we've got a try catch block going on with a final. So try catch with a finally with set loading is false, right? Now in the beginning, what we're going to do is we're going to set the loading as true, and you could use start transition here as well, which is probably my preferred route. And then here, so now you set as loading true, you set the const session URL. Now bear in mind, yeah, if you use the sample data earlier, your checkout flow would fail because the connect ID that is on those ones would be undefined. So it would probably say, oh, it doesn't count. So use the sample data in the beginning to go ahead and have the UI set up, and then you need to create a couple of yourself to make sure all the account IDs are connected, right? Or you can mock it with the real connect ID. So in this case, create Stripe account event ID. The event ID itself has all the logic on the back end to go ahead and do all of that. And then we have if session URL router.push session URL. So in this case, it will redirect the user after. Okay. Now, after that, we're good. So in this case, purchase ticket is done. So hot reloading should kick in. If I click purchase your ticket now, right? So purchase your ticket, redirecting to checkout. So let's see. Okay, now I'm gonna hide my screen for a second because I've got a card on here. So I'm putting in my details. So right now I just want to show you guys. So I'm going to fill out these details with 424242 and a bunch of other stuff, right? So I'm going to hide my screen in 3, 2, 1, go. Right, so I'm hiding my screen. Give me one moment because I can slip so easily with this. The joys of being live, eh? All right, so yeah. So in this case now, if I go ahead and click on, see 424242 is the perfect test number for a Stripe card. I click on pay, okay? So now two things are gonna happen now. Well, firstly, okay, well, this went through. Well, firstly, it went through, but purchase success, okay? Which is, this might seem like it's all perfect. However, reason why we get a 404, one, we don't have this page. So we need to create this page and create the ticket component. The second thing, we need a webhook. The webhook needs to be hit from Stripe's end when we complete a Stripe checkout session. Otherwise, you're in a dangerous position that the payment goes through and no backend update has happened. There's no record of the payment except in the Stripe dashboard. I can prove to you that it actually went through by going to sell tickets and then going to here. So sell tickets. Seller dashboard. And now you can see there will be a charge of $9.99 in here. So firstly, I just want to show you that it does work. I'm confident in this. So $9.99, there you go, boom. All right, and the fee is bigger because it's 1% of $9.99, right? So in this case, you as a platform just made, $9.99, which is awesome, right? So in this case, the checkout works, but obviously the webhook is not there. So we need to create a webhook now to go ahead and facilitate that. So that way we can listen to the webhook on Stripe's end and then have everything set up the way we need. So what we need to do is create a API route. So in this case, you don't need to use API / blah, blah, blah. But for simplicity purposes, I've done that. So that way you don't mess up, right? So over here, I'm going to go ahead and inside of app, I'm going to create a new folder called API / webhooks / Stripe. Smash that like button, guys. Come on, I know there's a lot of you watching that aren't subscribed or liking video right now. Just destroy it because there's so much work that goes on behind the scenes. It's deserved. I'm sorry it is. Okay, so in this case, go ahead and click on route.ts. So once you got the route.ts, this basically, the documentation for this is all inside of Stripe, but I'll show you how we get there because it's important. So over here now, we go into Stripe. Next step is to go into developers. In developers, event destinations. This is where we manage all of our Stripe stuff. So create an event destination. Test in a local environment is first. Now you need to go ahead and download the Stripe CLI. I've already done this, okay? Then you want to go ahead and do Stripe login, which I've already done. Actually, I need to do that again here because I'll show you why. So what we'll do is inside of my extra terminal here, Stripe login. Now I'll show you. Your code is free sweet favorite cozy. I hit enter, and now what it will do is it will go ahead and prompt me. It'll say which account. So verification is required. So give me one moment, guys. I need to verify my account with my 2FA. I've got a bunch of providers. 1 minute. So I've just verified. Okay. So now I'm in, and then Ticketer, YouTube, free sweet favorite, allow access. So this is now how I connect it on the emulation side, okay? So I go ahead and do that, go back over here, and now you can see it's gone ahead and done this. Now, pay attention. Your ID is here, so I want you to next up, go back over here, and then you want to do Stripe, listen to, forward to and then this is your route. Now, for us, it's slightly different because our one is going to be / localhost 3000 API webhook Stripe. So here I'll do Stripe listen forward to localhost 3000 API webhooks Stripe. Is it webhook? Yeah, webhook Stripe. Now, when you do this, it will give me a special webhook signing secret. Okay, so now I go into my environment.local and I need a special webhook signing secret. So at this point, I just don't care about hiding it. It's fine. You guys, I'm going to, hide it all afterwards anyway. But Stripe webhook secret. So this one. Okay. Now this is really important for the next step. So what we're doing here is this will listen and basically emulate, or it will listen to all the events. And then what you can even do is you can split terminal if you really wanted to. Split terminal. I can split the terminal, and I could even trigger a test event. So to test that it's all working, you can do something like this. Look, so you can do payment intent and just and then if you trigger it on the left hand side, we should see like that. So if you see that, good, right? That's a very good sign. Now, so we've got our emulation set up. You can go ahead and close that if you want. We don't care about that now, but that's how you basically test that it's working. And now with the route, what we want to do is we basically have the code here. If you're wondering, you've got a bunch of code here. So that received events for, that's an example. This will give you an example of how to implement one. Now, do you want to do this? You can change it to Node.js. Well, I've got a better way of doing it, right? I'm going to show you how to do it in our Next.js way. So here we go. So first up, I'm going to do import my stuff that I have. So we need to add the events.purchase ticket, which we'll do in a second. So right now here, so a bunch of imports, we have a post, webhook received. This is all for debugging purposes mainly, right? So the main thing is we get the body from the webhook. So Stripe will send out a webhook when the Stripe checkout session succeeds. Once that happens, we get the headers list, and basically we have to verify that it actually came from Stripe. So in order to do that, what we need to do is reconstruct it by this call. So we have a try catch block, and basically here we're checking to make sure that it came from Stripe. Now, how do you do that? You take the body, you take the signature, which is sent from Stripe, and you combine it with the Stripe webhook secret. Now this webhook secret, we get a new one every time we start the emulator, right? And then when we deploy, we also have another one, which we have to update in the environment variable. So deployment is a whole nother chapter here, right? So we have this now. Now, once we've done that, we get our Convex client. And if that went through, that means that's genuine. It came from Stripe, otherwise anyone could send it. We get our Convex client and we basically say, if the webhook event that fired off was a checkout session complete, we go ahead, we get the session, we get the metadata, then we do a try. Now here what we're doing is we need to basically, in our database, we're going to trigger a purchase ticket event where basically we will store the ticket, right, with all the payment information and everything else inside of it. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So inside of events, what we're going to do is we're going to have a purchase ticket mutation. This one is fairly, wow, that's a long one, but it's fine, we'll do it. I didn't realize it was so long. So inside a purchase ticket at the bottom, we're going to do a purchase ticket, and then I'll show you how we do it. So first up, we're going to do a console log, and then we're going to have, I've got a few debugging logs here because I was trying to figure out what was going on. But in this case, we verify the waiting list entry exists. So basically, we're doing a bit of defensive programming here. We're making sure that you actually had an offer that you're allowed to purchase, because think about it, many different scenarios can happen where it could really be a case of that you weren't actually offered it, but you somehow got a payment link, or somebody else sent it to you, and someone else's account is trying to buy it and so forth. So at this point, if you're not in the waiting list or it's expired, then it will not process that, right? So it will not let you add that to the database. Now the next one is if the user IDs don't match, freak out and tell them off, right? So again, you can get this from the Convex and client integration, or you can do the pass-through like we did right now. Then you want to verify that it actually exists. If there's no event, we're going to say, an error, or if the event is cancelled, we're going to basically go ahead and say, yep, the event is cancelled here as well. Then we have a try catch block. Okay, so the try catch block over here. Now inside the try, we're going to try to essentially insert the record into the tickets database, right? And then what we do is we have to process the queue, because think about it, right? You basically enabled a buy, which means that now you've inserted into the ticket database. Then you want to basically update your position in the queue as purchased, so someone else can get another ticket in case you're blocking the way. So we process the queue, which means we have to import this from the waiting list. And then that will allow the second person behind you, if there is a spare ticket, they can now get access to it, right? If they're in the waiting list. And then basically we show a console.error and we throw an error for whatever reason if an error occurred, okay? So a bunch of reasons why we can throw an error, right? Now, once that's done, we now have the appropriate result kind of thrown out. And then the response, we really don't need to basically give anything crazy back, right? Just a 200 is fine. Okay, now with that in mind, we have our webhook emulator listening. So now we can do a full test through. So how do I emulate the conditions perfectly? Well, what we do is we go over to our files. And what we can do here is, because everything is single source of truth focused, tickets are not there, so waiting list is out. So we can delete the waiting list to get rid of it, and we can reset our conditions. So now what we can do is we can have this user. Is this a user? I don't know. Okay, so this user can go into Sonny's event. Oh, they're the owner, so I need my other profile. So this one. So what I want to do now is, this is the owner of the event, so they should see the charge come through and so forth. Oh, you know what I'll do actually? I will show you in a different light. So I'm going to have this open. I'm going to have the dev data and then here. So firstly, I'll show you in flow. So here we've got upcoming tickets. I want to buy a ticket, so I'm joined the waiting list, and you can see that I immediately got it. I offered one because there's so many tickets available. So immediately I'm offered a ticket. And then if we go over here to the tickets, now let's see what goes on. So I can purchase my ticket, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide my screen in this next bit to basically not expose my card. I'm going to fill out the card details. So I'm hiding my screen, filling out a bunch of card details right now, and then 4242. Give a bunch of the demo cards, and then there you go. So now what I can do is I can click on pay. Now what I want you to pay attention to is I'm going to push this on the left, push this on the right, and I want to show you something. So very main focus here is just look at this bit, right? So if this all goes successfully, this will have messages on it because it will hit the webhook. This will get updated with the ticket and everything is great. So now this means Stripe will send a webhook. There you go, boom, and there you go. But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like all in one, boom. The user now has a ticket, right? And as you can see, because they bought a ticket, we should now have one less available ticket. So $9.98 out of $9.99, boom. And also, guys, you have a ticket. I can view your ticket. So we have to build the tickets viewing screen. So webhook done. There you go. You're welcome. Absolutely incredible stuff, right? And then the waiting list, his record becomes purchased. Boom. Cool, right? So like so nice. I swear to God, it's just crazy like how it all comes together. But now what we've got next is the ability to view a ticket. So view my ticket. And then what I need to also do is on the back end, I want to be able to view my events. So 2 flows that we need to implement. And then I'm going to implement the refund functionality. And then we're going to basically go ahead and I think we're good to deploy. So unless Jay can think of any other reason, which I haven't done. Okay, so next up, the ticket screen. So tickets/ID. So over here now, we're going to have a tickets and we'll search as well. Sorry. So somebody remind me search as well. Yeah. So inside of here, we've got tickets, /tickets/ID. So inside of here now, I'm going to have firstly the ticket itself. Do I even show that? Yeah, I do. Okay. So there's 2 actually. So purchase success, I believe would be a cool one to do first. So tickets, ID, no, just be purchase success, which basically this one just pulls the last ticket that you bought. Because that's the only reason you'd end up on that page. So in here, purchase success. So this is a server-side component. So in this case here, you can see it's just a server component. We get the user. If they're not authenticated, we redirect them to the home page. We need to get a user tickets function, which we need to go ahead and create. And then if there is no latest ticket, we redirect them as well. Now also, by the way, here we're going to go ahead and say ticket purchase successful, and then we've got this special ticket function. Now this ticket function is going to be the one which is responsible for the beautiful UI that we saw inside the actual final demo, which was here. So I want to show you right now so we can see what we're going to build, right? So if I go to my tickets, you guys can see right now. Okay, that's annoying. Oh my God, talk about multitasking. Wow. Right. Thank you, Marius. I appreciate you. Thanks, everyone. I appreciate your hard work, man. Thank you so much, man. I'm trying my best to knock it up in an hour now. So we have a ticket for anything? I don't know. Do we have a ticket? I hope I have a ticket. Yeah, okay. This one got canceled, but there you go. That is a ticket right there. So this ticket card, come on, look how beautiful that ticket card is, right? Not the picture, I mean the card. All right. So in this case, we've got this. So what I want to do is to get user tickets. Let's go ahead and build that out. So that ticket card you saw was the tickets component. Cool. So get events. So events. So first up, firstly, what was it? Get user tickets. So what we need to do now is the get user tickets is this one. So I need to create a query. I'm going to show you down here. The query that we're going to create is this get user tickets. Takes the user ID. We've got the ticket. We're simply searching by user ID. We're passing user ID. And then what we do is we do a promise all. So basically we're fetching all the tickets and we're mapping through and we're getting the event itself from it. And then we're basically bubbling it up. Right. So this is a kind of a cool little trick. So this will get you all of the users tickets, right? And it'll do it in a parallel fashion. Now, once you've done that, we've got all of the tickets for the user. The latest ticket will be present on this screen. So what I want to do now is actually just start building out the ticket component itself. So the ticket component, let's go ahead and do that. So ticket.tsx rfce, and then the ticket component is this one's gonna look. This is honestly a beautiful component, to be honest with you. It's quite a big one, so bear with me. But what we do is we basically have a bunch of imports at the top. React QR code we're going to actually install as well. So this is going to be responsible for giving us a npm install react QR code -- legacy -- peer -- dependencies, and basically from a value it will generate a QR code. It's more for aesthetics right now. It doesn't really do much, if I'm honest, but here it's installed. There you go. So now we've got the ticket itself. Now what I want you to do as well is inside of the purchase page, now we can just simply takes the ticket ID. Okay, so hit save inside the ticket. Let's go ahead and start building it. So the actual ticket ID, it takes a ticket ID. Now ticket ID is actually the ID with a reference to tickets, and then we've got a couple of things. So a few helper functions that we have here. API calls. The one that we need to build is get ticket with details. So if we head into our tickets, so this is the thing I like about the API work, right? So it's actually so powerful because someone could be building out these API endpoints and then you could just constantly pull from them. Again, this one takes a ticket ID, goes and checks if the ticket exists. If it does, it will get the event with that ticket ID and return it with the following data, right? So in this case now, we have the user's ticket, type protected, the user, the image URL, and everything that we need for the next step, which is essentially just we need to go and say, if it's not loaded yet, show a spinner. And then we're going to go ahead and basically draw out the ticket. So this right now is going to be essentially a div, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and pop in the different chunks of it. So firstly, the event header with the image, right? So this one here, the event header with the image, all of the code is available in the GitHub repo. So I do just at this point, go and check that. At this point is my honest advice here. So I also want to make sure that, so I can test this. I can go to /tickets /purchase success, and it should find the last ticket that I bought. Yep, so here you go, guys. so that you can see ticket. It'll bring up the last ticket that was purchased. All right, so now we can start building this out. So we got the image header. So after this, all of the code is available in the link in the description for absolutely free. So this entire next chunk is basically the ticket content. So the entire next chunk that I've basically popped in is a div with a left column, which basically if I save, this left column is all the information about it. Then you've got the right column, which is the QR code, which again takes a QR code. The value is what derives and produces this. Then we have the ticket ID itself. Okay, then we have the additional information underneath it, very slick, super clean. And then underneath all of that, we have a ticket footer. All right, so in this case, underneath all of that, I have a very simple ticket footer for sort of simplicity purposes, right? So valid ticket and so forth. Now, the good thing with that is, look, ticket.event is canceled. So when we come to build the next step, which is going to be eventually, you know, the dashboard, the refund functionality, after that, right, what we're going to do is this will be immediately responsive to is canceled because of the way we've styled it out. So this event basically has, this card has been styled on a bunch of different things if it's cancelled or not. If it's cancelled, it will basically appear like this and say cancelled, right? With the text being things like a refund will be processed and so forth, right? So a couple of things now. I need to go into my tickets page and be able to see all of my tickets. So in the my tickets page right now, we can't see anything. So we need to go ahead and build that out. So over in the tickets, what we're going to do is this is actually, /tickets. So inside of here, we should have a page.tsx. That's purchased. So here, so we're going to say page.tsx. So much golden content. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, dude. So it's going to be the tickets page. So, let's just say tickets or my tickets or whatever, right? You can do it. You can save that if you wish. So tickets. This will also be in the Papa GitHub repo, FYI, just in case anyone's wondering. Yeah, so it's in both places. Now, here, a couple of things. So it's going to be a client component. I want it to be real time. The ticket card component is like a miniature ticket component. So we're going to go ahead and create that one afterwards. And then we're going to go ahead and basically derive the following values. So here. We've already built out the API endpoints. We've got the user, we get the user's tickets. If there's no tickets, we return nothing. Valid tickets and other tickets. So basically we're separating them into two groups. Then we have upcoming tickets and past tickets because I want to render out the UI based on that view. All right. Now the actual UI here, to be honest with you, is again similar approach to before. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pop this out and I'll show you again. This code is available in the GitHub repo, so I kind of want you to look at it there. But here the point is that what we have is we have the styling, which will look something like this. So essentially this is what I popped in. This will go ahead and show upcoming tickets and separate them. So the upcoming tickets will have their own section, past tickets will have their own section, other tickets which don't fall into that category will fall into their own section. And then Sonny is him. Thank you so much, Greg Peters. I appreciate you, dude. There's so many things left to do, man. Yeah, we still got a bit. We got refund as well. So tickets.lend. In this case, we've got, then if there's no tickets, when you purchase tickets, they'll appear here. So the only thing that I need to do here is the ticket card, right? So in this case, this card component, right? Which again is a responsive card component, reacts to a lot of things. So going over to our ticket components, create ticket card.tsx. So ticket card.tsx over here. Now this is a big component as well. Oh my God, wow. All right, so in this case, we've got this ticket card, which takes the ticket ID. Now, a couple of things. We basically can get ticket with details by passing in the ticket ID. I think we have this API endpoint. Did we create it? Yes, we did. So this one right here, we've already created it over there. So you see why this is so good. The backend is so good. Like once you have that. Now I've got a couple of helper things like status colors and this kind of stuff that I popped in here. So if it's valid, it'll be this kind of colors. And if it's a past event, it'll gray out and so forth. So we're going to use that to help us out in the styling. And then we've got essentially, this is pure UI. So again, the reason why I'm hopping through these parts is because this stuff, you can genuinely go to the GitHub repo and just grab it. So you have access to all of this for free. All right, so here, again, I'll run you through it to be honest. So we have the link, which will take you to the ticket. And if I show you here now that this is the ticket that you're seeing. So if we go back over here, the only issue that we have is that's Cron. So now the ticket card is rendering, and basically just a bit of styling. So you can feel free to go into the GitHub repo, have a look for yourself, but it would essentially say purchase that. And also if it's canceled, you'll see this UI. So I'm showing you both appearances of it. And then if we click into it now, this is the next step that we need to do. So we need to show the my ticket screen. So that's what we need to build next. So /tickets/ID, right? So that's the next screen we're going to build. So in this case, we go to tickets/ID page.tsx. And then inside of here, we have the actual my ticket, right? So in this case, we can just call it my ticket page. And then this one, same flow, guys. So really like this is not going to change much now. Same principle behind it. It's a client component because we want it to be responsive, real time. Again, imagine if we didn't have the real time capabilities of things like Convex here. Really, just imagine doing this in Firebase, how long that would take you. Right, again, getting the tickets fairly straightforward with the backend. Now what we're going to do is we're going to have a slight little easy redirect, right? Again, this is just to show you that you can do this. Do you need to do this part? No, right? You don't need to have this. But the redirect here is essentially just going and saying, if you're not logged in, redirect them. If there is no user ID, if it's the wrong ticket for you, then redirect them. If there is no ticket event, redirect them, and so forth, right? So you can do that here, or you can do that somewhere else, or you can have a server component which does it before it even shows anything. It's up to you, right? But in this point, once you've got that information down, again, it's just a case of rendering it out. So this again is no different to, this is purely UI. There's no special component that I've gone and created afterwards for this part. So this is genuinely just UI. So this part here is all UI with a link that basically says back to my tickets. The download and share buttons are purely aesthetic. They don't do anything. You can go ahead and implement that if you want. The event info is literally a couple of divs which styled in a certain way. You can see again, responsive to is cancelled. The only thing I want to mention is that we do reuse the ticket component in between, right? So if I go ahead and hit save, now you can see, look, boom. Now I've got the entire ticket, need help, contact team@popular-ticker.com, right? So whatever it is. And now in this case, you can see for yourself, you've got the ticket, back to my tickets, you've got the upcoming events, and everything is available there, okay? So the next step is I want to implement search, and then I want to implement my tickets, right? So a couple of things. So we've got a few things. No, so sorry, my tickets is done. Sell tickets on the other user. So here, for example, the view my events. We need to view my events. We need to do the refund events. We need to do the search. So right now, I think the funnest thing is search. So search is fairly straightforward. If I type in, for example, Sonny, I should see Sonny being searched up here, right? So fairly straightforward. Is this easy? Yes, I'll show you how to do it. All right, so we're going to create an endpoint called search right now. So a new URL we'll call inside of here, and it's going to be search. And this is going to be a page.tsx, right? RFCE, this will be the search page. All right, so search, just call it that. Now, inside of search, you can imagine this ain't actually that hard because we've already, just think about how much stuff we've already done. This ain't gonna be that hard, trust me. So, implement search, a search icon, cool. Now in this case, we've got a couple of things. We need to get the search params. Now in this, what we do is, here, so we need to get the search params, which is we basically send the user here from, oh, get away. I need to see, search Q Sonny, right? So in this case, the Q Sonny is the interesting part. So we get that from here, query params.getQ. The only thing is the events.search we need to create in our API. So we go to our events. And then inside of our events, what we need to do is we need to go ahead and create a search. So search, which is a simple query at this point. GitHub link for this project is in the link in the description. Jay will feel free to send it in the chat as well. So what's it called? So in this case now we've got the search, right? So search term as well. This is a totally non-branded app, by the way, right? But I see what you're saying, yeah? So good to see you, Manpreet, as well. So look at this, we've got the search term. Now all we're doing is we're filtering. Now what we're doing here, guys, is we're filtering and checking against this or this or this. So we're checking the name, description, and location. So when you search, it's essentially a fuzzy search that will allow us to go ahead and search across those different things. So in this case now, the search results will basically check for the description, the location, and the name. Okay. Now, once we've done that, if there are no search results, we're going to show a spinner. So if it's loading, otherwise we're going to separate upcoming events from past events, go ahead and hit refresh. And now what we should be able to see is if I type in Sonny, there will be a result that comes back from here. So the only final thing to do is render out the event cards. So this part is purely UI. So fairly straightforward part here. Then what we do is we pop in the UI part. So in this case, this is again, no new custom components need to be added here. Or the only thing that isn't correct is the search icon there and the search icon there. Right. So in this case now, I want to show you guys, look at this. It found it, boom, search results for Sonny. So this again, UI, you can find all of this Papa GitHub repo. The fuzzy search part was actually here. So I'll show you guys the way it works, right? So if I typed in London right now, so if I typed in London, hit search, boom, everything here with search, you see past events, current events as well. Fuzzy search worked by basically doing this. So we're filtering through the events. We basically make your search term into a lowercase, and then we're returning this is a filter condition, right? So basically, if any of these are matched to be true, then basically it will go ahead and match against it. So we get all of the events and we're filtering them down based on if the event name includes the search term, if the event description includes the search term, or if the event location includes the search term. So imagine here you've got all of the events and then you're basically filtering them down. So would I say this is the most optimal? Not ideally, but in this case, you could use Elasticsearch to further implement, but this is like a surface level search, right? But in this case, boom, it works, right? Search results done. So we've implemented search just like that, guys, boom. Right. Now in this case, look at this. The whole thing just flows so well. If I go ahead and do Sonny Sangha 1, 2, 3, boom. Right, everything's real time. Everything's amazing. The queue system works. It's absolutely sick. Right. So now if I was to go ahead and do Coldplay World Tour or NBA Finals, I believe Jay added that one in as well, which is perfect. So in this case, NBA Finals. In this case, these two. And if I buy a ticket. You can see here, 2 people are trying to buy the ticket. So in this case, 2 people trying to buy. If there was only 1 spot for this ticket, it would have gone ahead and showed that. Now I can actually force that into that condition just to prove to you the point that this works by going into data.dev, going into the actual event itself, going into the, what was this thing? NBA Finals, NBA Finals, Madison Square Gardens here. So NBA Finals, and change the total tickets to 1. So for availability, right? Now what I'll show you is, we can go into localhost. Now, let's say 2 people are trying to fight over this ticket, NBA Finals. I'll show you that it just works. Look, so we go buy ticket, boom. I bought the ticket. Oh, I'm in the queue. I've got the offer, and this person's in the queue. Now, adding to the waiting list. Now, if I go ahead and click on release ticket offer, boom, he gets the ticket. He can purchase the ticket, boom, it goes through, funnels through. Now, the only thing that we're lacking is, for example, if someone was to buy this ticket, how can the seller go ahead and see the ticket inside of their, dashboard? So in this case, let's look at sell tickets. I believe it was this user. Yeah, so this user. Now view my events. We need to implement the view my events screen, and we also need to implement the refund events, right? So 2 things we're going to do. So first up, the view my event screen. So let's do that. So and then we need to deploy, and then we are Gucci. All right, so in this case, we're doing a very good flow right now. All right, so we've got seller events ID. What am I doing? Edit event, we done. Okay, here. So seller events, seller event ID, seller events. Yeah. So inside of seller events here, page.tsx. So RFCE, make sure you be careful when you're adding those in, by the way. Yeah. So this is a seller events page. So this one's going to be the seller events page. Okay, so oh God's sake, 1 minute. This is going to keep us a server rendered page, right? So seller event list is what we need to build. But what I'm going to do is, this is a server component, so I'm giving examples of how you can do both. We simply have a return block with a bunch of UI aspects, and then the most interesting part to it is the seller event list. Okay, so in this case now, let's just wrote this out. So here, so if we go into, for example, the seller dashboard, view my events will show my events, right? And then from here, create event will allow you to create an event, but we should see a list of your current events. So in this case, if I was to go to sell tickets, does this user have it on the production one? Do they? No, they don't. Okay, so it's fine. But anyway, I'll show you. So now what we need to build is a list that will show you all of the metrics and everything else that you need. Okay, so in this case, the seller event list. So here is going to be the magic component. So seller event list. And from there, you should be able to edit. You should be able to refund all orders or cancel. We're gonna call it. So in this case, let's do a seller event list.tsx. All right, so I just joined the project. Nice. What's up, dude? Seller event list. So this one now, a couple of imports at the top. This is going to obviously be a client component because we want it to be real time. We're going to have a cancel event button, which we're going to implement shortly after as well. And we're also going to have metrics that we're going to pull through on Convex events, right? Which I need to go ahead and build. So a couple of things. Let's go ahead and firstly get the seller events. Now, what does seller events means? Well, we'll get into that now. So seller events is essentially going to get us all of the events that belong to a seller, right? With the metrics. And we're gonna set up the metrics in a really clean way. So I'll show you what I mean. So we go into our events on the back end. I'm gonna create a get seller events. Now, this is gonna be handy for us because I wanna show metrics that matter, right? So in this case, we've got the query, get seller events. We pass in user ID, handler, blah, blah, blah. We query, we get all of the events that belong to the user who is logged in. So the seller, right? For each event, get ticket sales data. So in this case, we're mapping through every single individual event and we're basically bubbling it up. So this will be an array of events. Now here, what we're doing is we're getting the event, we're filtering through to basically only show the valid and used tickets. And then we're basically bubbling up the valid, refunded tickets, cancelled tickets, and so forth. And then the main thing is that we're returning is the number of sold tickets, number of refunded tickets, number of cancelled tickets, and the overall revenue that this is driven. Now the metrics are going to be a type definition that we're going to export. So essentially what we're going to do is at the top of the file, because that's the way you should be doing it, or export this out, metrics is going to be basically that. And the reason why I do that is because I want to safely type and access this. We return this when we call the command, and now we import metrics here. So now when it comes to rendering it out, I can actually go ahead and directly do that. So I love tuning in from the USA. Yo, what's up, guys? If you're tuning in, by the way, and you haven't been here for a while, remember, do not miss out Black Friday sale. Please go check it out. popular.com/course, and you have access to Diamond, £500 off right now. So yeah, go and get it. Right, the link is in the description. Make sure you don't miss out on that. I want everyone to get benefit on it, right? So in this case, we got that down. Now, upcoming events, past events, I'm going to bubble them up. So in this case, underneath here, we got this. And then I need to go ahead and render out the overall thing. So in this case, we've got the div here. So div, we've got the, why is that freaking out? 1 second, sorry guys. Okay, yeah. So in this case, we've got a very simple bit of UI here. So we've got seller event card. Now, the seller event card, I've actually done it underneath it, although we could do this in a separate component, to be honest, which we should be doing. I don't know why I did that. Yeah. So seller event card.tsx, RFCE. Now again, all of the code is available, but this seller event card, it will be the thing that displays the metrics. It takes the event and then it can basically go ahead and get those metrics. Okay. So seller event card. Now, seller event card will actually be, it takes a event. So in this case, this will take an event, and this event will basically be a document, but we're going to extend it with the metrics. So for the type definitions. So let me clean this up 1 second. And metrics, I need to import from metrics. Yep. So what I'm doing is this is a document. However, it also has these custom metrics which I've added in. Now we need two things. We need to determine if this event that has been fetched is has an image, and also if it's a past event, right? Because that would basically be a nicer way to look at it on the back end or the front end. Cancel event button. We are going to implement that inside of the seller events. We don't actually need that here. That will actually be here. So what we can see now is seller event card, seller event list. This is not being rendered anywhere, is it? This needs to be rendered in the seller event list. So seller event list. So now what we should see is, here you go, upcoming events, past events. Okay. So now at this point, inside of seller event card, I'm locked in, guys. I'm focused as hell. Seller event card, I want to basically go ahead and build this out. So this part, again, it is, I'm not just saying this for laziness or time's sake, but really the whole thing is in the code, right? So here, the only interesting part that I need to pay your attention to. So this UI, this is all UI, right? What I want you to do is start importing the things that we need. So in here, this stuff is actually belongs in here. So I need you to import, sorry. And use client. Okay, so right now, what I want you to do is, yeah, so you guys can see for yourself, right? So this is literally just UI stuff. So all the code is in the link in the description. You can go and get it right now, what I just pasted in. But you guys can see, keep going, seeing you working on it for 6 hours motivating. Thank you so much, dude. The event image will render in. We got the event details, this is all UI stuff. But again, we style based on if it's cancelled as well, which is really interesting and nice. And then we got the cancel event button. Now this one is the final piece of the puzzle. So TXX, cancel event button. Oh, this song gets me hyped every time. So cancel event button is going to be this button right here. So this one, I'm going to show you right here. So refund event tickets we haven't created yet. So we have a cancel event button, which takes an event ID, a bit of state over here. We need to create a API event, which is for the cancel event. We need to handle cancel event, which is basically when you click on the button itself, it will say, are you sure you want to cancel the event? Now, if you do click on, if you want to cancel the event, it will go forward and start processing. Now, what it first does is it refunds the event tickets. The second thing it will do is cancel the event, right? So in this case, refunding the tickets comes from this server action, which we haven't done yet, but we need to create this. So it will map through everyone who's bought a ticket and refund them. The second one is it will cancel the event, which essentially means it will cancel it in the database. Then it will go ahead and push the toast notifications. So with that in mind, what we're going to do is firstly set up the backend so we can cancel an event. So events, I want to go ahead and do the cancel event first. So canceling an event, fairly straightforward. What we do is, boom, so here, cancel event, we take in event ID. Firstly, check if it exists. Then we get all the valid events for the event, right? So these are all the tickets which are valid, right? Then we basically say if there is no length, we don't have to refund anything, right? Then we mark all the events as cancelled, right? Because before this step, we would have refunded the users. Then what we do is we delete any waiting list entries for the cancelled event, right? And then what we do is we delete through all of the waiting list entries, right? So we basically get all of the things that have been cancelled and then we return success true. So that is the database manipulation part. The first part, however, is the refund event ticket. So this part is the really more powerful part. This is where we refund everyone based on whoever paid. Remember when we paid for something, we had something called a Stripe intent or payment intent ID. That is really the crux here of what we do. So the action that we're going to add is refund event ticket. Now in here, you can see It's a server action, import Stripe, and all a bunch of imports. But the main thing here is it takes an event ID. Now, what we're doing here is we get the event details. So we basically get it by ID. If the event is not found, bit of protection, right? Now here we get the event owner's Stripe ID. So this goes into the event and it basically will make sure we get the owner's ID. We need that because the owner themselves has the connect ID, which we need to know about because we need to refund money to that account. So they get their money back as well, right? Or they need to basically get it deducted so the customers get the deducted money from the owner's account. Next up, get all valid tickets for this event. So at this point, we can basically go ahead and create a new endpoint called get valid tickets for the event. So inside of tickets, I need to go ahead and create a new helper function, which is going to be this one right here. Very, very easy helper function. So this one basically takes an event ID, simply returns back all of the valid events. Simple as that, right? So at this point, we've got all the valid tickets, sorry. Then we process refunds for every single one of the valid tickets. So what we do here is we map through each ticket, and this is basically, this will only resolve if they were all successful, hence why all settled, right? So in this case, this is basically only going to settle or confirm once it's all done, right? So here we say try, if there's no payment intent ID, you cannot refund. And then at that point, it'll say failed to refund ticket and it will show you the exact error. And that's really important, guys, because at that point you would have to implement an ops flow, which will basically say for some reason someone didn't get refunded, right? So that's super important. At that point, what I would do is I would push it into a separate database of, potential entries in a row, which basically essentially say that so-and-so person, for whatever reason, didn't get a refund, right? Issue refund through Stripe. So this is the main crux of it. So you say stripes.refund.create. Payment intent. This is basically the payment intent ID is the ID of the transaction in Stripe that we now need to refund. The reason requested by customer. Well, actually here you could do fraudulent duplicate. Requested by customer, yeah. And then after that, because if the event's cancelled, essentially we're just triggering a requested by customer refund on everyone, right? Then we've got the Stripe account to send them or deduct the money from, okay? Then we've got the update ticket status to refunded. So in this case, we need to add another update ticket status addition to tickets. So inside of our tickets, we need to add in update ticket status, which basically takes in a status of either of this and it will update it based on what we passed in. So in this case, that will allow us to update the ticket status to refunded on the back end. Now, once all of that's done, we check if all the refunds were successful. So all successful, we go through all of the results and we check to make sure that all of the refunds were successfully fulfilled. If something failed, it will throw out an error. Some refunds failed, please check the logs and try again. Again, here I would say if you're actually in production, create another table, shift them out into there to say these are the ones that failed. But hence why, this is why you do it individually, refunding them, right? And then you do convex mutation, cancel the event. Okay, cancel the event instead of deleting it. Cool. At this point now, what we can do is we can go ahead and refund the event tickets. So here, I'm going to import this as such. And now we have the ability to cancel the event. And then seller event card, we can pull in the event button that we just created. Oops. Okay. Sorry, guys. Import that button. And now let's see, guys, did we do it? Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Nice. So now we can see, for example, Sonny's event, Sonny Sangha 1, 2, 3. This one has an image, this one don't. So it provides everything. We can edit it from here. Say I don't want to have this. Sonny Sangha 1, 2, 3. Sonny Sangha, click on update event, boom, go back. And as you can see now we have this. But if I go back to the sell tickets, go back to the dashboard, and I want to say, okay, you know what? My meetup's cancelled, guys. I don't think I want to do it anymore. I'm going to cancel the event, right? Now, what I want to do is I want to prepare you for this to show you in advance what's going on. So the user here. So what I need to do here to show you this is I need to open up the Stripe dashboard as well. So same user, both sides. I'll go to sell tickets. I want to go to the seller dashboard here. So seller dashboard right now, we must have got a $9.99 charge in here, right? So when somebody bought the ticket. Cool, $9.99, yeah? This was when I must have been testing before. So at this point now, guys, I want to show you, in theory, that what's going to happen now is if I cancel the event, this is going to cancel the event, which means in the database it's going to be canceled. So in this case, let cancel processing. Cancelled, event cancelled, and refunded. Look, and now it changed the UI to one refunded, amount refunded $9.99. If we hit refresh on Stripe, let's see that it did it on the Stripe side as well. And as you can see, look, refund of $9.99. And as you can see, the whole flow has officially worked. And because of this, now as well, the Sonny event is no longer visible in search results because that event has been cancelled. So you guys can see now as well, boom, the whole thing perfectly works well. So we got the whole flow down. That is so sick, so powerful, and we just crossed over a crazy number of likes and loads of people are tuning in. Wow, this is awesome. Okay guys, so we got the seller dashboard, absolutely crushing it. The main focus now, that all we have to do is goddamn deploy this app. Okay, so firstly, what I want to mention as well, so I think we're done on terms of functionality, right? Now we're going to deploy this app. I'm going to bang this track because the deployment is a whole step, is a whole thing. Right, so at this point now, a bunch of debugging, get ready for this, right? So the app works, fully functional. Now we need to get it to the state of this deployment. So this is an actual production ready app that I'm gonna give to Jay that he can share in the link. Well, actually, I'll just chuck it in the link. So you guys can actually see for yourself. Oops, sorry, I actually gave you the /seller one. Stripe will refund the whole amount of ticket. Yes, because it doesn't account for the fees. You can really choose how much you want to go ahead and refund as well. Yeah. So now you have to pay attention because this is really where stuff can go wrong, right? So what I want you to do now, install the Vercel CLI commands. I've already done this. Okay. So in this case, I'm just going to type in Vercel and basically go ahead and do yes, set up and deploy Sonny Sangha's team. And link to existing project, no. Okay, what's your project name? Yes, fine. Now, what I do want to mention, guys, is here, there's a few steps. So Convex are very good with deploying to Vercel, right? So deploy to Vercel. If you type in Google, if you type that in, modify settings, no. So on the left-hand side, you can see using Convex was Vercel, hosting and deployment. This is the one you want to see. Now here, if you aren't using that, you can follow the customer. Okay, so here, Vercel. Deploying to Vercel, creating a Vercel account, import. So we've already done this. So this freaked out. What happened here? Oh yeah, so that's fine. That's expected. So what we now need to do is go into the developer panel. There's a couple of steps now that I want to do before we carry on with the deployment step, right? So this will fail because of the dependency management. So first step you need to do while React is not officially released, go to build and development settings and go into override for the install. Type in npm install npm install legacy peer dependencies. Okay, hit save. Now, once you've done that, there's another step. So here, I want you to replace npx convex deploy command run build. This one here. So you see this? You have to also change the build command. So this is very important, guys. Make sure you do not skip this step, okay? The build command. So you need to go ahead and do that one. Cool. Those are the two settings for the deployment. Now the next step is environment variables, okay? So if we go over to our application, go to our environment.local, we've got a bunch of environment variables now. Now, here's the deal. These are all, you're going to have to swap all of these keys out for production keys, right? But the main thing that I want you to pay attention to is Convex deployment. This will change, okay? So this is the one that you need to really pay attention to. This is going to change, right? And you also have something called a Convex deploy key as well, right? So the deploy key, I believe, I'm not 100% sure which is what right now, but I'm trying to remember. Let's just double check. So here, a deploy key, I believe. Yes, Convex deploy key. So you also have a deploy key, which is why I put in the thing. So this one we'll also get as well. Now I will show you how to get this. So in the Convex dashboard, so let's go to our Convex dashboard. Here, what I want you to do is go into production, right? So now provisioning your production deployment. So production is going to have a whole different fresh set of tables, which is awesome, right? Now inside of here, what we do is deployment URLs. Notice how these are different, okay? So a couple of things are going to change here. So what I want you to do is inside of here now, it's going to be this one is going to be the deployment URL. So, okay, so what I want you to do is basically copy these. Yeah, copy these, go into your YouTube and then paste. And then basically here, we're gonna replace things now. So Clerk key is gonna say the same, Clerk secret key is fine. Convex deployment, this is not dev, okay? This is not dev. So this one becomes prod something. So deploy keys, production deployment keys. So I'm just gonna call this one Vercel, just to show you guys. So my deploy key is this here, right? So now Convex deploy key is that prod deployment key. I don't think this one is actually used, to be honest with you. But to be honest, what you can do is, you see that little beginning bit, you can take that. For the Convex URL, it will be this one here. So it'll be frugal front, and then you can see the pattern, right? Frugal front and so forth. Stripe secret key stays the same. Stripe webhook secret is actually going to change. So before we click save on that, what I want you to do is head over to Stripe, go to add an endpoint, and here is the key. So we're going to do HTTPS. Well, actually we don't know yet because we need to deploy it once first to get this bloody endpoint. So in this case, I'm just going to type in HTTPS. Oh no, okay, we'll come back to that. Right now, this webhook will fail. That's fine, right? So we're going to click on save for now. And then we're going to go ahead and redeploy. So we're going to do a Vercel. Oh no, I tell you what, don't do that. Do Vercel -- prod. So push to Vercel prod for now. Okay. Now, what we're going to do here is we're going to inspect, actually, see if everything goes well. Now, I guarantee I made a few slip ups on the build. This will probably fail in a small, stupid area somewhere. That happens, it's all good. Right? Now, the cool thing about this is once you've deployed, your production environment is separate to your development environment. So your production tables and all that goodness is all different to your development tables, which is absolutely clean. Nice way to do it, really good. All right, and guys, remember, if you're enjoying this right now, just all I ask is you hit that like button and subscribe to the channel, because I love and appreciate all of you. Wow, I actually went through first time. That's so cool. Cool, that's cool. So we got this. And then what we can do, let that do its course. Once we have a URL, a production, oh, god damn it. All right, so here, error is defined. Okay, so here, so update user is defined. Okay, so what I recommend you do here, guys, is you actually do an npm run, oh no, a Vercel build, npm run build, npm run build, npm run build. Okay, do an npm run build, and we can actually start to get a list of those things that need fixing. So for example here, error is defined but never used in purchase ticket. So purchase ticket, error is defined but never used. So error, so here for example, we never showed the error, right? So that's why that's freaking out. And then here, now I can get the same thing. So sell it, and now I can just click through and help me out. That's a warning, that one's fine, but update user is never is defined but never used. So update user, where is that? Okay, so there. So once that's down and done, we can do Vercel -- prod. So that's another way that you can do like a quick run through if you don't want to keep deploying it and doing that whole thing. Also, welcome to all the new viewers. Our viewership's growing as the longer I'm on here. I've been live for like 5 hours, 40 minutes right now. Live debugging is wild. I agree with you, Papicha. So now in this case, we go ahead and click in. Boom. Everyone asked Jay right now what was happening last night. Ask him. Craziness, absolute craziness. Where I was trying to figure out a little bug, couldn't sleep. Guys, I've done 24 hours of coding in the last 48 hours. I'm not joking. The last 2 days I've coded. I think I coded on the 2 days before today for like 26 hours, I would say. Yeah, I think I coded this whole thing 26 hours. So I deserve, if you see me clubbing tomorrow, you know why, because I need a little bit of a break after this. But anyway, I love it. I absolutely love it, right? The deployment last night I spent 4 hours fixing a Stripe bug, which I'll show you exactly what happened after this. But look at this. This is absolutely awesome. It's working. Great, great, great. Oh my God. Use search param should be wrapped in a search boundary. At page search. Okay. Breathe. It's okay. Search, page search, use search params. Okay, so that's interesting actually. So at page search, document missing suspense with CSR, pre-rendering page search. Oh, okay, actually, so we forgot to do a loading. So what we can actually do here is we can add a loading. So at the top level next to page, I'm going to add a loading.tsx, acts as a bit of a suspense boundary. I think that will do it, to be honest. If it doesn't do it, then we have to add a suspense boundary, but I'm pretty sure that is 26 mental. Honestly, I just love it. I love what I do. It's so like, and this is like live debugging right now. So the trick is, I hope in the whole reason I do this is because there's no way I can fake to you guys right now what I'm doing. This is not, I cannot fake this. Like I'm live. So this is why I always say that, like, if I can do it live and show you right now, I hope I win your trust. And that's why I always say to you guys, what are you doing? Or what are you waiting for? Go and sign up to 0 to Full Stack Hero. Like, do it, because imagine this is happening live. So imagine what the real coaching calls are like. Coaching calls are like 3-4 hours sometimes. It's actually crazy. This community is just sick. I love this community. The Papa Fam, Sierra and Steven, all of you guys, Papicha, everyone in the coaching calls. Go ahead and join it right now. You guys get literally £500 off, over 55% off right now on paparia.com/course. Crazy stuff, right? Let's see if this goes ahead and does it. I changed the implementation flow slightly for search, but I think it should be okay. Yeah, so now suspense boundary should implicitly have got added with the loading.tsx. Yeah, there you go, it did it. Marius, I love that. Look at that. Jay screenshot that stuff. You guys get me hyped up at the end of a 6-hour build. And look at this. So this is going to deploy in a second. Oh, this we go. Yeah, there we go. Nice. There it is. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click into the build. Firstly, I guarantee we might get an error. I'm not going to lie about it. We probably might get an error somewhere, right? So firstly, copy the URL. Now this is production, by the way, right? So first up, what I want to do is, before I do anything now, I want to go into Stripe. So let's go into Stripe, and I want to go here and I want to do this, right? / and then you remember this / API webhooks / Stripe, right? So what we're doing now is we're connecting it. So we're saying API / webhooks / Stripe, right? And then event on connected accounts, because this is for connected accounts. You can add a description if you want. And the stuff that I care about is the checkout session completed, add events, add endpoint. Cool. So now that's the correct thing. Now, the thing is, before we can do anything, to make it work, signing secret, this is the secret key that we need. So now you go back into your deployments. So go back into your settings, go back into Stripe, Webhook, secret, Reddit, and boom, that's the one. So now that is the secret. Obviously, I'm showing you guys, but I will invalidate all of this. But now you need to redeploy with the new environment variable keys. So what we can do now is trigger a redeployment, Vercel redeployed. And I think we're good, guys. I think we're actually good. So I'm going to go ahead and give the entire thing a run through. And then I'm going to mock the sign up flow for one thing. And then I'm going to, the reason why I'll show you why. So in the meantime, while that's redeploying, one, I love and appreciate all of you. So I'm just going to throw that out there for sticking with me this long. This is absolutely nuts. Ticketer, is it this one? Was it this? Yeah, it was this, yeah. Frugal Turn, yeah. So in this case, I thought it was Ticketer YouTube. Anyway, so what we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and actually grab the viewership. Sick. Like the video if you're enjoying it. The camera died. Who cares? I don't even care anymore. It works. So what I want to do is I'm going to grab in. This is a good way to mock it, by the way. So if you go to your users, Sonny, which account was it that had the? Here, this one. Yeah. So this user, we already onboarded them. So you can just copy that account ID. I'm going to give that to Jay for a second to hold on to. And then what I'm going to do is go into my production. So that way I can skip the onboarding flow while I'm testing it out, right? And obviously at this point, oh wow, someone's in there. Huh, look at that, someone's using it. Okay, good stuff, create an event. I mean, don't do no madness, yeah? I can see if I can literally see what you're doing here. So I will delete you if you do madness. Let's go ahead and go into this. So, okay, ready. Let's go into the ticket build. And here we are. By the way, that person's name came up. So if you do anything, we all have your details. So just saying, yeah. We have all the details there. Don't even try it. I swear to God. Okay. So in this case, I know what, guys, this live streaming is crazy. So, okay, so I'm gonna just shift this over here for a sec so I can see what's going on. I'm doing a bit of live debug right now. So I'm signed in. I'm gonna go ahead and do a sell ticket. Now what I'm gonna do, just so you can see, by the way, is you see here, and it's real time, so I can show you this, yeah? But basically, can you see how firstly, look how it automatically pushed this out. But if we go to users, we should see Sonny and Hufeza. And then we can see Stripe Connect. So if I go in here, I'm going to go ahead and put the value here. So, and then now, for example, you can see I automatically have active state. So you see how firstly, wow, that worked. I can create an event. So let's go and say, Papa Fam World Tour location Dubai. The best community. There you go. Conviction Dubai. Date 27/999. Let's just say 5 tickets available, right? And then, okay, so that's interesting. It's just let me pick anything. But anyway, what I will do is I'm just going to pick, oh no, sorry, it's in the wrong folder. Okay, so I mean, I've got a co-play concept picture, right? Click on create event. Let's see. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it's all good. Everything's okay. If I open up this, let's go to the events. Firstly, right now, best community, boom. Papa Fam World Tour. One more issue. The images. Okay, the images right now. So the reason why this is happening is because the images. So what you can do to debug this is go into your local, go into here, go into your network tab and see your fetch XL. So this is failing because of an image call. So here, so this, right? So what you need to do is you see this right here. We need to actually go into our code. And obviously you can put you can actually supplement this with environment variables inside your next config or whatever you want to do. But here is why. So you need to permit it. So let's just go to this and then basically lcl.convex.cloud. So our one is frugalfun.convex.cloud. So that one. It's frugal. There you go. Frugal turn. And then you need to redeploy. I figured all of this out last time. Yeah, last night, I mean. So firstly, okay, let's just see that. So one person's trying to buy, 2 people are trying to buy. Oh, I love it. The image will come up. Just let me, okay, guys, go through and buy it, please. Go into the Stripe checkout and do 42424242, right, in the card number. So go and actually check out that and buy it right now. So that will help me out. So we're literally doing a real live test with real users right now. This is cool. All right, so yeah, let's go ahead and do, I'm gonna log in as a separate user on this account. Oh, god damn it. Okay, I tell you what I can do. I can log into this account, I can log out of that account, I can log into this account with team. Okay, so team appropriate. So right now, in the meantime, while that's all happening, I've got 2 users going on. So in a second, this will work. So advanced for a very detailed explanation. It's crazy, I know. That one person trying to buy. Oh, someone bought. Let's go. All right, so now if we go to my tickets. Oh, I'm gassed. All right, so go to sell tickets, sell the dashboard. So which user actually did I give the permission to? Someone who... So somebody bought that event, but who did they buy from? Because the pending setup here is... so someone's changed the bloody thing, I think. So look, there's so many people here. Oh my God, this is cool. So firstly, I'm gonna hide my screen for a sec. 1 minute. Individual verification document, pending setup. Okay, so I want to show you something quickly. So, because I want to get to the backend to see everything there. So I should be able to do a fake verification. Yeah. So look, verification, you can do upload document and then use test document. There you go. And now I can show you that flow as well. So we're literally getting a full sample of everything right now. And then look, complete, confirm. Okay, so, and now it will take me back to the confirmation screen, which you saw. What a sick, oh my God. And then look, view my events. Guys, look. Oh, this is sick. All right. And then let's see. So 2 people actually bought CodePlay. So let's log in right now. That is so cool. That was live. You guys are seeing, look at this. Look, people buying. Yeah, look, 2 people bought. And now, for example, let's say, for example, for whatever reason, I'm like, oh, do you know what, guys? I'm so sorry. The event got canceled. All right, so right now, I just want to show you guys the flow on this side as well. So look, 3 people trying to buy, 2 people trying to buy, ticket reserved. So if somebody else tries to buy it, they'll be in a queue right now. So someone try and buy it, you'll be in a queue. So in this case, if I was to purchase a ticket, I'm going to hide my screen quickly because I'm going to fill out the details. Don't worry, I'm still here. .com. 1 second. I'm just using a test card. Give me 1 minute. 1 minute. I'm almost done. ABC. All right, cool. And we're back. All right, so now, and if I click on pay, so when I do this right now, I'm going to show you right now here as well, the Popular Motor. So 3 out of 5 tickets sold. Boom. Someone else buy it. One more person buy it. Go. Buy that. The ticket sold for, look at that. So you got the ticket ID, boom. Ticket ID for that user, individual. Now, if we all try and buy that ticket, look, so, oh, I've already got the ticket. I won't get there in time. All right, but basically someone will be in a queue right now. All right, so someone I guarantee is in the queue right now. Because there's one more ticket available. So if somebody goes there, like literally go to that URL right now and try and get that. So try and buy that ticket. So I'll wait for somebody to do it. Brutal insights, because I was not expecting such thorough project inclusion, such thoughtful implementation. Loving the refund process, queue system, full CRUD functionalities for events is wonderful. Thank you, dude. So now at this point, look, if I go to my tickets, let's just show the refund flow. Pop Fan World Tour, boom. I'm going to go ahead and refund. So everyone who's bought a ticket, really sorry. We're going to have to cancel the event, refund everyone's tickets. Boom, refunding. Tickets been canceled, refunded. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. And then if you go back here, seller dashboard, yo, this is so sick. So sick. Look, refund in the bank. Bam. Look at that. 4 people got refunded. You are absolutely welcome, Papa Fam. You're absolutely welcome. That is absolutely insane. Absolutely crazy. Now, before I push my luck and somebody goes in, I'm going to do my local host. There you go. Wow. That's crazy. And the viewership's just flying right now. Wow. I'm just going to go ahead and pop in a image for this one. Let's do downloads, complete concert. I'm going to show you a little demo on my screen right now. Who liked that build? Let me know. Make some serious noise right now. full deployment, working perfectly. Everything just wow. And there you go. Yeah, awesome stuff. Is my event there? Somebody who just went ahead and uploaded something. I'm gonna check on a different screen because I don't trust you guys. I'm sorry. Someone didn't upload. Yeah, so that's it. I'm speechless, bro. No kidding. Yeah, that was so cool. That was actually crazy. Yeah, madness. Wow. Okay, so 5 hours 55, and we did it at 8. Jay, I said we would do it at 8. So crazy. Yeah, I mean, obviously some UX flows, maybe you could improve stuff, but I mean, for a 6-hour build, guys, like crazy stuff right now. Now, of course, I want to shout out everyone who made this possible, because it just would not be possible without such amazing partners and sponsors and tech, you know, to power this stuff. So right now, boom, we're back. Hey, what's up, guys? The camera's charged and we are back on this screen. So I want to actually go ahead and do one more thing. I want to end it in style. I don't want to end it with this webcam view the way we expect it. There we go. Boom. Look at that. Debugging live, man. Like crazy stuff, right? So 6 hours, still full of energy. We're still, you know, here. We made it to the end despite any technical glitches, and we demoed it live in front of all of you lot to see. I mean, like, it just doesn't get better than that. There's proof in the pudding. You guys got to see it yourself. We uploaded events. We, you know, created it all. And it was absolutely incredible. Abo, I appreciate you so much. Papa Fam song is inbound. Don't worry, guys. I'm going to go ahead and drop it right now. You already know. That's what I'm talking about. The energy is so sick. I've got a permanent smile on my face. I cannot believe we did it. I set a goal in this community, as in, like, in the beginning of the week, I was like, Jay, I'm going to build the sickest app. And I started like Sunday night, guys. Sunday night or Monday even, Monday morning. And I just didn't stop coding. I built the entire thing from scratch. And when I tell you right now, it was because of the amazing tech from the guys over. I'm telling you, I can't even take full credit for this, because it was genuinely because of, like, you guys saw for yourself, the power that we had in Convex was unreal. It did so many things, guys. And there's even like cleanup functions. There's even a cron interval, which I didn't even talk about. But in the final code that I actually gave you, I'll show you the actual code base itself. Look at this, guys. Absolutely nuts. Like super crazy. But for even on the final build, what I want you to do is take a look at the crons. And you can see for yourself how you can run a cron. All this one does is it just periodically runs through the code every 1 minute, and it will go ahead and clean up the expired offers. We've done it with scheduling, so it won't even occur. But if you want to go the fail-safe route, I've even done the crons in the final code that I've given you guys. Convex was absolutely incredible. Absolutely so sick. Somebody goes, check my event ticket. I can't see the event ticket. So, but yeah, absolutely incredible stuff, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. We have we used Clerk for everything to power up all the authentication. Multi Factor Authentication has never been easier before than using Clerk right now. Next.js 15, because your boy don't cut no half measures. And of course, if you want to test your local host flows, then you can definitely do that with lcl.host as well, right? So make sure you go and check them out. And guys, what's so cool is we've got so many cool collaborations, so many cool things coming out here right now. All that we ask is that I can keep on doing this with you guys for totally free. All you have to do is like these videos, subscribe, share the videos out, and when you use tech like Convex, Clerk, go through the link in the description, because it really does tell them that these videos are where you're coming from. These videos are where you're learning the tech from, and that helps us do what we do more. So I appreciate every single one of you. And remember, the early Black Friday sale is now live inside the course, papareact.com/course. Energy was nuts today. If you guys see in the chat right now how everyone's popping off, this is how we do it, guys. It's just, this is what the energy is about. Imagine the coaching calls, imagine the good vibes, and you can get in right now on all the action for over half price, 55% off everything. Wow, I don't know. I mean, this is just the sickest day ever right now. And then about half an hour, Kenji comes home. So what a better way to end the day. Thank you so much. I'm reading the comments now. Steering goes, brilliant as always. Papa Fam leveling up. Brutal Insights goated. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you guys for tuning in. I will see you in the next call. I'll see you in the coaching call. I'll see you in the next build. I've got so much cool stuff to go ahead and bring you guys. It's just so much. And remember, I want you to save. So if you want to see me before the next build, head into the chat go ahead and see what Jay's posted right now, or go to the link in the description, www.papareact.com/course, and join Zero to Full Stack Hero today. All right, that's what I'm saying. Hyped up. And on that note, 6 hours flat. I'll see you in the next build. Peace. So sick. Crazy stuff. Thank you guys. Ciao.